Hello, everybody. 'Tis I. When I saw this, I wasn't even remotely shocked. If you've seen my videos on CosmicSkeptic before, then you know already that I have had a negative view of the things that he said, and people were very annoyed at me, actually. They were very annoyed at me because I've made quite a few videos on CosmicSkeptic that I didn't like his kind of way of arguing. I didn't like what I believe to be apologism, and that I thought the writing was on the wall that he would go on to be not vegan. And unfortunately, yeah, it happened. So I thought this is kind of important to talk about quite a lot of things. I don't want to say I don't want to say I told you so, because it's ridiculous. Like this, when you see these philosophy guys who want to talk about right and wrong all the time, and then the action just doesn't fit it, it's a shame. And of course, it will show a great strength of character, because people are going to be mean to CosmicSkeptic as a result of this. They are going to be mean to him, and I don't want to be mean to him or anything. And obviously, when you're caught out doing something wrong, it does take a great strength of character to still look at what's happening and be like, you know what, yeah, I did do wrong, and not like just be like, fuck you, and leave all those people. You know, a lot of people become the anti because they get so much backlash that it ends up being this big thing, right? So if you've got any questions, we'll go through them now. I'll say hello to everybody, and then I'll go through some of the things I want to go through.
Marvel salad.
Interruption.
The lad tipped £1. He is a fucking piece of shit. What an absolute pile of garbage.
Well, as I said, people will be mean to him, and it will take a great strength of character for him to not, like, you know, become the anti as a result of people being very pissed off with him. But it's very difficult to not be pissed off with someone when you understand that they know, they have knowledge of something being bad. Like, Alex has been... This is what kind of annoyed me. Like, maybe I'm salty for this, but I've been vegan for a very long time. And I see why the people who've been vegan for even longer than I do get a bit salty that like a brand new vegan comes along, and because they have some influence, people kind of take their word for it. But unfortunately, I think this is why I say all vegans should go to vigils. All vegans should go to farms. All vegans should see the victims of their choices, and I don't think Alex ever actually did. I don't know if he's been face to face with many of the victims of the industry. And I tell you now, when you see that shit, it's mind altering. Yeah, and we'll go through what he said. Just amazing. Yo, Chris, do you want to hop on? Feel free to if you want to, in a little bit if you'd like. But thank you, Interruption, for the tip. Thank you for supporting the channel. Obviously, there's a TTS link. That is a pinned comment if you'd like to leave your commentary and
Interruption. The lad tipped £1. Become the anti.
He is already
the anti. His community post was so fucking stupid. Apparently he is too dumb to formulate a healthy vegan diet, and instead of getting help like non-idiot, he goes and eats seafood.
Fuck this guy, you say. Thank you, Interruption. Yeah, I mean, look, today I've eaten nuggies. I've eaten dippers, I've eaten vegan chicken leg things, but here I got a salad, okay? I've got a mashed up salad with all greens in it, okay? I'm sorry. I've gone through periods where I haven't eaten anything. I've not eaten enough. I've eaten shit. I've eaten well. At what point does that become the animal's fault or the animal's problem? I don't know. What the fuck's that got to do with them? That we can't, we have to, you know, because no matter what, if you want to eat healthily, it's not this really easy thing to do. It's not like all these, like, when you look at convenience food, packaged food, it's shit in a bag, essentially. It's not the easiest thing to be healthy. So no matter if you're going to be healthy as a person who's vegan, if you're going to be healthy, hello? As you can see, I am still babysitting. Yeah, I know. He's silly, isn't he? He is. But yeah, thank you very much for the tip interruption. As I said, if you want your opinion heard, you want to do some TTS, there is a pinned comment in the chat. Check it out. Support the channel. Alex told me atheist and then vegan, so I'm really disappointed, to be honest. Yeah. Do you think he'll repent and come back to veganism? I don't know. It takes a really strong character to say, yeah, I've done wrong right here, right now. I'm going to like do better. It's you don't see that in many people, which is sad. You know, I get it, because it's not nice being told you're a dickhead and all the things that like people are gonna say. But if you're being a dickhead, then it's important to not be. But it's much easier psychologically to go, you know what, these guys are the problem. These guys are the issue, not me. It's like a psychological defense mechanism. You know what, like, well, there's a video of, you know, CosmicSkeptic on vegans. I'll try and find it.
Marvel salad.
Interruption. The lad tipped £1.
Why?
Since there are currently 64 people watching, I want everybody to hear the following.
Oh, no.
Has a subreddit.
Why you like this? You're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me. Thank you, interruption. Is there 64 people watching? Holy fucking shit. Hello, everybody. Make sure you hit subscribe. Usually I don't have this many people watching, so I know some of you aren't subscribed, so hit it right now. Go on. What are you doing? Thank you, interruption, for the spam. Right, let's see your comments. Who have we got? And then we'll go through the post he left. I can't at the minute. There are some bits, but let you know. Okay, plant-based is unhealthy. You're memeing, aren't you? Yeah, Robin, you're memeing. Yeah, you're memeing. Yay, Luke. Alright, it's cool. Robin Hood. The cosmic drama will eclipse the John Venus drama this time. Your big brain, not your big muscles guy, defeated. Defected? Did you mean to say that? Yeah, I guess you meant so defected. I mean, he's not my guy. I never claimed him. You can see my videos of CosmicSkeptic before. I was not very like happy and trusting of the way in which he framed his arguments. People were annoyed at me because I've made quite a few videos on CosmicSkeptic, and I'm like, this stinky, smelly apologism. I am not convinced, and they'd be like, look, he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. I'm like, yeah, he's a smart guy, but smart guys do dumb shit all the time. Like, all the time. Just because someone's smart does not mean that they aren't privy to, you know, this nonsense. Mr. Auditor, thank you so much. You've come over from Gem, right? Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. What if CosmicSkeptic has a health condition? As far as I'm aware, there is no health condition that means that somebody cannot be vegan. So, yeah. I know that there are health... What are you... Don't chew on the peg. You see, she's chewing. Babe, don't eat that. No, please, leave that. Leave it. No. You need it. Stop it. Behavior. Naughty girl. Sorry about that. Punch in there. But thank you, Mr. Auditor. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to... If you had a comment, please just type it in again, because the chat's going a bit fast. Thank you, Mr. Auditor. And have you joined? You got a salad bowl next to your name. What health condition? He started talking about the futility of a boycott and how it's changing his views. It wasn't just his health that's BS.
What a ding dong.
Thank you. Thank you for subscribing, Sonny. What a sad day. I mean, every single day, you know, people are going back. Thank you so much, Mr. Auditor. Every day people are going back on, you know, their morals. It's the thing. And every day new people are discovering, you know what, this isn't the right thing to do. I'm not going to do this anymore. It's just unfortunate because he's a very impressionable, like, influential character. So it's just very sad because he could potentially like influence other people to do the wrong thing. I've just had someone tell me they can't be vegan because they have Crohn's. Someone tell LVIs to stop being vegan. Yep, all the vegans with Crohn's, you have to stop right now. It's not actually possible to. Yeah, amazing. Okay. I can maybe help audio only for 15, 20 minutes if you like. Drop me a link on WhatsApp. I have a few thoughts. I can't do it on WhatsApp, Chris. There's something else I can give to you because I'm not connecting my WhatsApp to the PC at the minute. I can set up a Zoom link now, though. Yeah, if you want to give your thoughts before I get into it. I'll do like a Google Meet. Can I send it to you on Insta? Sparkingly intelligent debate that. Thank you. Damn. I'll bring you in. Why is it? Wow, it's still got like an image from. Oh my god. Alex H just gifted 5 memberships. So if you have the chance, please take them and you'll be able to get access to live streams after they've been live. Access to exclusive content. Yeah, I make hella content over 3 different YouTube channels, but I also make extra content because I'm fucking insane. Insane. So yeah, thank you so much. Everybody, say thank you to Alex H. That is lad behavior. Orion's got it.
A big salad.
Christopher's got it. Naz like us. Josh Banks. You got it. Right. I've sent it to you.
How about a big salad? A big salad.
I've sent it to you on Instagram, Chris. There we go. Josh Banks has got it. What lovely behavior. Look at that. Look at that.
How about a big salad?
A big
salad.
Do I get banned again? No, you've not got banned, VL. I don't know why. I'm not ban happy. You're all right.
Big salad.
I'll let you know if I ban you, okay? I don't have a very long. I've been on YouTube for like 7 years. My ban list is under 50. And most of them are just really creepy people, you know? So don't worry, you're here. Chris, darling.
Hello, am I there?
You are here. I can hear you. You okay?
Yeah, good. Have I got my good mic on?
Yeah, you sound all right to me. But you have like really good stuff, so I never know. But yeah, do you want to give your opinion on the matter?
On the matter? Okay,
Yeah.
well, my opinion is... Oh, I'm just going to turn it down because I get a bit of echo.
Okay.
So yeah, my opinion on all this is, I mean, there's been signs for quite a while that he hasn't kind of fully grasped it. I mean, Lifting Vegan Logic did like videos on him. He's done about 3 videos in the past, kind of saying about kind of thoughts. I can't remember the exact things, but I mean, people have been.
I mean, I've done maybe 4 live streams and videos about how I think he's not going to be vegan because the apologism is so clear and people were so angry at me.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, so.
But I think what this boils down to, I think that the point I want to kind of bring up is that the vegan community, we kind of, as soon as anyone goes vegan or says they're vegan, we all kind of be like, oh my God, it's amazing. And we just want to publicize them everywhere. And I mean, even people that aren't vegan, I mean, as an example, I've used a few times recently, Lizzo, there's no evidence that she's vegan at all. She's plant-based.
Yeah, well, I saw that you said that and I was like, I swear she said something. And I was like, no, she hasn't actually.
Yeah, you can research it.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, we kind of set ourselves up sometimes to, have that, these people kind of fall down. We kind of push them into the forefront of the, of the public to be like, look at this person. These are like influential people, that they're vegan too. And then they're the ones that generally then drop.
Yeah, we're so desperate to legitimize it that
Yeah.
we'll kind of take anybody, and we should have learned our lesson from, you know, before. Like, we had a lot of cleanup to do over the years of like people who have like not really been all that great for the movement. And yeah, I think people did think that Cosmic Skeptic would be, because I guess it's not like the biggest shock to me, but it's still a shock. Because you think, you know, someone who's very into philosophy and talking about right and wrong, and who goes to these kind of events and speaks on it, you'd think, okay, well, actually, he's someone who's invested. You wouldn't think something like, oh, I haven't really been able to sort out my macros, would be something that makes someone want to start eating animals, who
Yeah.
cares about the morality. It's just kind of ridiculous, but it's still
No,
not too much
I,
of a shock.
no, yeah, I totally get what you mean. I mean, you know, and it would have been easy enough for him to just reach out to anyone in the community and be like,
Yeah.
"Hey, you know, I've got this thing." But one of the other points I was going to bring up is that, you know, there's been this thing for ages about, oh, you know, that kind of like vegan police thing. Oh, you're not vegan enough. You're not this. You're not that kind of thing. And I over the years, because I've been vegan for so long now, I do actually think there is some truth to that. I do think there are some levels of veganism as such. I mean, people say like I'm like a level 900 vegan or something. But I don't know
We're
if you
level
agree.
3000.
Yeah, but I don't know if you agree, but if I look back to when I first went vegan and my understanding of the subject within maybe like the first 12 months or so, compared to my knowledge of it now, I would say it's very different. I
Oh
would,
God, yeah. And that's what I was saying in the videos about him. I was like, guys, he is a new vegan. And it's kind of weird. Like, people thought I was a bit salty, I think. But like, I feel like it was rightfully salty, because it's like, nah, like, just because you are a smart person doesn't mean that something that's so socially like conditioned into you is something you're going to be able to like unravel immediately.
yeah,
Like, I didn't understand the argumentation, I didn't understand the rights position, I didn't understand the logical consistency until maybe about 3-4 years into veganism. So yeah, I didn't know how to argue and how important it was until probably 3-4 years in, and I was like, actually, oh my God, you know what I mean? And there were times when I started veganism where I was like, oh, is this really gonna make a difference? Or, oh, I do crave, you know, like my old life of the convenience. Like, would it really be that bad? I was thinking those things, where today I'd never think that. Like,
yeah.
it wouldn't even cross my mind, because I understand.
I would go as far to say, which I would probably say it was the case with me. I don't know if it be a case with you as well, but I think a lot of new vegans, especially for the first year or so, it is mainly done on emotion.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
logical side and everything else doesn't really come into it. You just see injustice and you go, "Oh,
Oh
that's
my God.
horrible."
Yeah, you think, oh, I don't want to kill animals. Animals are lovely. That's what you're thinking. But then, you know, if you actually have the argumentation ready, you're like, there's no relevant moral difference between humans and other animals that would justify this for a second. So, like, it just logistically, on a legal scale, on a, you know, a societal level, it absolutely is nonsensical. But yeah, before, as you say, it's like this kind of like, oh my God, that feels so bad. Oh my God, I can't believe they do this. I've just seen all this footage, and what the fuck, everybody needs to just see this and they'll change their mind. It's a very different position to be in, 100%. Like,
Yeah, I don't know if that was the case with him, you know, whether it
uh,
was good, and I don't think it was from what I can see. I think he did kind of go at it at a more philosophical angle, but I think one of the big things that I've kind of realized, and with people dropping off and stuff, is people don't have the kind of community around them to support are generally the ones that fall off. And I think he kind of still kept himself to himself as much as he like did it, you know, he did a talk at like vegan camp out and stuff like that. He never really got involved with the vegan community as
mhm.
such. And I think sometimes that is what keeps you going. And to kind of use an example, actually from my film, actually, I was talking to a guy called Will Potter, and he told me about this study that was done on the punk scene, and about how a lot of the punks, especially the vegan straight edge people, the reason a lot of them kept their ethics and stuff for so long was because there was that community aspect, and that was
Mm-hmm.
so vital in keeping people on board. And I think when you do get people that kind of go vegan, but they don't have those kind of people around them, that does play a big part. And I guess that is something that's kind of worth us kind of knowing and realizing that if we do see people, we should try and somehow get them welcomed in to the community.
Yeah, yeah.
So they have that support. Because I mean, I don't know what his things. I mean, like, uh, has he ever spoken? I mean, I don't know of any other vegans he's ever collaborated with. Am I wrong? Or
He's spoken to like perspective philosophy. I think he's maybe spoken to Ask Yourself and all of that. So he's familiar with that crew, but I think his main involvement is like the atheist group, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I'm just kind of reeling off different points here, but so I actually wrote an article a while ago for Plant-Based News. I should actually, I'm sure I sent it to you at some point. It was actually about what we should do when people go ex-vegan, because one of the things I think that we do, and I understand why we do it, is we do instantly want to go in with anger, and we do instantly want to attack, and we kind of want to say, you don't care, you don't do this, you don't do this. So far, I've never seen that approach work. Ever. I've never seen someone get had a go at for stopping being vegan and then reverse it and become vegan again.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
that's what I was saying like before. I said people are going to be like really mean to him. They are going to do that, and it's going to show a very strong sense of character if in the sight of him doing something wrong, he can go, yeah, you know what, I am wrong, I will change. That's not really as much as it would be good if people did that. Not many people do that. That's a very strong character trait.
Yeah, because I mean, the nearest we could find to that ever having any sort of result, I guess, would have been John Venus, and look how that ended ultimately. I mean, everyone kind of had a go at him. He decided to go vegan again, then he went back on it and everything. Where I think that sometimes when we see people, it is sometimes a bit of a cry for help. And I think sometimes if the entire community saw these people and went, hey, we can help you. What do you need? Like, we're happy to chat. We can give you this. We can give you this, and just be this supportive community. I think we would probably, not have as many people who are having these problems kind of fall off, because I think what we've got to appreciate is, as much as we don't believe, we think their excuses are trash. In their head, they're not. And I think that's something that we should realize. In their head, it's legitimate, and they don't understand, and they don't know what to do.
Oh,
And I
yeah,
think
in
that,
their head, it's a completely different reality.
yeah,
The issue is, it's finding that balance between making it known that the issue is so important that it cannot be just this nonchalant thing. So it's having a kind of matriarchal firmness about you, I guess. Like, there is like, oh, well, look, this isn't right. This isn't good. Like, we need to get you back on track. But it's hard for me because, like, even while he was vegan, people were kind of annoyed at me because I was like, I don't know about this, guys. There's some like apologism here. Like when he's making these cases, like to Michaela Peterson, he's saying, oh, look, you can do this if you want to. He doesn't seem to like the community even. So I just don't really know. I don't really have too much faith. So it's hard for me anyway, because there and then I saw the potential issue. But the thing is, vegans, though some of the nastiest people I've ever met have been vegans, I think when it comes to, you said before, when someone goes vegan, what do people do? They are so welcoming. They're like, hey, look at this guy. They're bigging them up. They want to give them all the tips. They want to tell them wherever they can go. They want to, like, sometimes give them money. They want to do all these. So the support is there. It really is there. And I know for a fact there are so many people, even while people are being like, oh, you're a piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. There's still loads of people who are like, look, I can help you. Like, this thing, it does happen. It is happening. But I think people want to focus on the negative backlash that they get rather than the positive, which, you know, makes sense that we do that. But it's not like the support isn't there. I don't think for a second.
Think about this, right? We've got like what 122 people watching. Just imagine if CosmicSkeptic got 122 messages in his inbox, all saying, "Really sorry to hear you're having problems. How can we help? What do you need?" kind of thing. You might kind of look at that and be like, "Oh my god!" Like, because I think what I think, you know, and I hate to say it, but I think one thing that's, you know, like we're kind of saying, is that sometimes the community is a detriment to itself.
Yeah, sometimes it's brilliant, but like I've never had 127 people watching, you know, when I'm trying to like, you know, look at a creator for them to check out. It doesn't happen. But when something bad's happening, people are like, woo, we flock to the, we're like, oh, hang on, wee woo, before we'll like look at the positive. It's a brain wiring that we need to, I tried my hardest to come away from it. Or at least do something good. Like, you know how like people complain about the community, then also do something good if you're going to do that.
How about this, right? We could use this as an experiment, right? If everyone's up for it, I don't know how many of you 125 are actually paying attention, but what about if all of us messaged CosmicSkeptic saying, "Really sorry to hear you're having problems. We're here to help you. What do you need?"
I mean, if everybody,
like,
if everybody did that,
would be.
Oh no, if everybody did that, at least we would know that there was a lot of support there, because that would be alone just from us. Like that would, and we know. So if he turned around and went, "Oh, people were mean to me," we could also be like, "Yeah, but there were so many people who were willing to help you." So I mean, we can, if people want to do that. Like people, I know for a fact there are people in here already who, you know, when shit like this happens, they want to just make sure that there is a branch. I know people who have left and they had an olive branch given to them by a lot of people. But if everybody here did do it, we could say that we knew for a fact there were over 100 people who did, you know, imagine over 100 people coming to support you. Like I've never.
That's what I mean. That never happens. That never happens.
I could guarantee though it already has. I could guarantee.
Like, and if anything, the people that I've seen kind of lend support to people that have kind of said that they've gone anti-vegan and stuff, they normally get shit from other vegans being like, "Why are you supporting this apologist?" Or
yeah. Yeah, no. So I mean, you could, but I'm already of the view people are supportive. People, like, they will give a message. Like, I don't think people are just like, "Fuck you." Like, even the people are like, "Oh, fuck him." Like, even they will be like, "Oh, by the way, like, I hope you they will do it. They will, because people want to see, you know, people not do like bad things, right? So yeah, I'm fully of the belief he already has a lot of support and he will get more support. And if anyone else wants to add to this experiment, they can just show him some support and just say, "Look, we're here to support you," just so that we know he did have that support. So if anything goes further, he doubles down, then we know that the support was also there, as well as the shitty comments. But what can you do, really? Like I don't want to be too shitty. I'm gonna be a bit passive aggressive. That's how I do. But like, I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, you're a piece of shit. You fucking suck now." Like all this stuff. I'm not going to do that, but I know people are going to do that. But we can't stop people doing that. And just because people might be like rude and horrible to you, that shouldn't change the philosophy of the action, you know, never. Like, so if he was like, "People were mean to me," so, but unfortunately, psychologically, that will affect someone's behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of things from a different angle, you know, these days, because like we've seen, you know, so many people over the years like drop kind of thing, and my, you know, like I said, the instant thought is to attack, and it's not working. So I always kind of think like, well, what can we do? What can we actually do to try and help these people, kind of thing? Because, you know, like, you know, there's obviously, you know, people aren't educated enough. Like, obviously, he doesn't know enough about nutrition, clearly, kind of thing.
Well, no. I mean, because it shouldn't be this difficult thing. So obviously, then you don't have that knowledge. And I've only it's been 7 years I've been vegan, 7.5. Be 8. No, wait, no, it's 8 years I've been vegan. Is it?
You know what? You should
I
do
don't
a video.
fucking know. Oh no,
You-
8 years. Yeah, 8.5 years. It'll be 9 years this year.
You should do a video on kind of like
Wow.
for people that are kind of thinking of not being vegan.
Mm-hmm.
You need to do a video with, I don't know what the title would be, something that people would search, like I don't want to be vegan anymore, or something like that kind of thing. And you should, because there are such easy things that people can do, right? Like I've always thought about this a million times. I'm like, what if for some crazy reason I ever decided, to not be, that I needed to eat meat or animal products for some reason, like, I don't know what it is, and I can't see it ever happening. But you have those kind of philosophical thoughts, kind of thinking, what would I actually do? And I mean, the instant thing you would do is you wouldn't start eating fucking cows and pigs.
No.
You would eat like oysters
or
like
something. Yeah,
bivalve.
yeah. It's always the magical egg or some
Yeah,
fish.
you would go like the lowest sentience thing you could possibly find, and also you'd work out the minimum of that lowest sentience thing that you actually require to eat. Like, do you need it every day? Probably not. Like,
Yeah, but that just tells something to me, and it tells me that the rights violations or the understanding wasn't there, and that was clear to me with Alex. Well, that's what I believe anyway. I
someone
don't.
wants to ask if I still think eating dead people was okay. I know where that's from. I never said that eating dead people was okay.
No, people want to take it out of context all the
But
time.
just to clear up though, all I actually said is I said in a vacuum, if there was a dead person and someone was eating it, there's no moral issue because the dead person doesn't know they're being eaten.
Exactly.
I don't condone eating the dead.
Yes, you do. Obviously, you do. Okay, now we're all right now.
But secretly, I love eating dead people.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I get that vibe from you. Actually, I definitely get that vibe. But no, I think the support it is there. I just think it's with anything. Like, take any movement that isn't understood to be the norm at a time. There will be people who drop in and drop off, and yeah, community and identity are really important parts of whether or not someone sticks at something. And there were a lot of people around him who weren't vegan, a lot of people around him like Rationality Rules, who does the whole cringe vegetarian thing. And yeah, maybe I'm wrong and there weren't that many people who supported him, but I saw people give him with open arms. He talked he was on guest stuff with, Ask Yourself, Earthling Ed.
I forgot he did Ed and Joey and stuff.
Yeah, so many people were like, "Oh my god, he's a smart guy." Yeah, people do. There is that communal support. But is there that communal support, for a vegan who's just veganing? Maybe not. Like a lot of the time I don't feel very supported, but I think that's more more my problem actually than the community, because I'm not.
I think it's important as well to question why people don't reach out, and could it be that people are scared of getting attacked for even saying this? Like, are we allowing people to have, and I don't use the word safe space in quotes, to be able to think, oh, I can actually turn around and say, you know what, hey, I might have slipped up and everything, and not know they're just going to get a barrage of hate, because that could be an issue. And I'm not saying it definitely is. Obviously, I've never been in that position, but I'll be interested to talk to people that were, to be like, well, why didn't you reach out? Like, why, what was the reasoning? Because maybe that's something that we need to think about as a community. We're welcoming in one sense when they come on board, but we all know what we're like when someone leaves. So,
I think the welcoming on board thing is definitely great. I think the support as it's happening, maybe not so much, but I think there's just too much credit being given here. Like, I don't think he wasn't being supported. He's a popular person, and I don't know, maybe he didn't have like a close knit who were like vegan, because then that could make it difficult if the people around you are. But for me, I do struggle to understand, because the way that my brain's wired, I don't really care about what's too popular or socially acceptable versus what's like morally right. But I understand that my brain wiring is a bit different in that sense, because obviously your social, typically for a person, the social norms and understandings are very high up there of what people focus on. So it's hard for me to empathize with that sort of way of thinking. So, but because I don't know, like even when I don't feel supported, even when I don't feel part of a community, like, because I struggle with that anyway, like I keep myself to myself a lot of the time, I still just wouldn't even think of like taking out on the body of an animal. I just don't understand. But
Well, I think that goes back to, like I said, about that kind of levels of veganism kind of thing, and the fact that we have actually seen a lot of these things face to face. Where you can't just erase those images,
no,
and most
no.
people haven't seen that. And if they,
Like, for fuck's sake, today I've been editing a video of, these animals living in fucking squalor, with tumors on their bodies, they're ill, some of them dead in a bin, and like, you just can't, it's just, and every time you go somewhere, you see shit like this. And I don't think Alex ever saw stuff like that. I don't know if he's been to a farm. I don't know if he's been to a vigil. But, we've heard animals being gassed to death. We've seen them ill. We've seen horrendous shit. Like, you and I have been together when we've seen, exploited animals. Like, so I've seen what you've seen and beyond. Like, it's just, yeah, you just can't, when you see it. And that's why I say everybody should go, to outside a slaughterhouse. They should go outside a vigil. They should, get to a farm if they can. Because then when you look a victim in the eye, it is a
yeah,
changer. The connection you make there, really like attacks the whole thing that our entire lives has, wormed out of us.
yeah. What was I going to say? I think as well, it kind of speaks volumes that the ones that don't drop off as much are normally the animal rights
Yeah,
activists, not the vegans as
yeah.
such. Most people that I know are the animal rights activists.
Hmm.
Very few have kind of dropped off over time, compared to kind of other, kind of more plant-based or more people that haven't really got involved in that side of stuff. That's generally where you see the drop. And I think, because your conviction is stronger once you have those imagery and stuff, it's very difficult to kind of erase that and go back to it, out feeling terrible. I mean, I can't even imagine what it would be like to, you know, with what I've seen, to be like, eating bacon again or something. I'll be like, that just, yeah,
Hmm.
I
Well,
don't think I could ever sit right.
Mag says that he was an animal rights activist at one point, and what I was going to say is, as you say, that like less animal rights activists kind of drop off, but the ones who do, from what I've seen, they experience such heavy burnout that they decide, like psychologically, it's easier, subconsciously, they're deciding, to just not care anymore and just like be like, oh no, this isn't going to make a difference. Oh, I can't do this anymore. Just so they don't have to think about what's happening. So it could well
Mm,
be, if he was involved and it was really upsetting him, that he's become like numb. Like, people do this with, it's not just veganism. People do this with other social justice issues. They do it with like relationships,
mm,
friendships. It happens.
yeah. And I think there are a lot of societal things as well. Like people, some people don't like being different. We've got to remember that
Yeah.
vegans are still such a fringe, tiny movement, and
Hmm.
some people just aren't psychologically prepared for the backlash that they can get
Oh
for
yeah.
being vegan. So I can understand why people might very much support the cause, but they almost just want to be normal, and they don't want that attack kind of thing because
Hmm.
they can't handle it. And they kind of end up living, well, I guess they end up just putting the blinders back on because it's a more comfortable way of living. I guess it is, it is confronting. I think sometimes that's one thing we don't always talk about. Yes, being vegan, as in eating vegan and buying the products and all that kind of stuff, is easy. It's just a little bit of a learning curve, and it's easy to do. I
Mm-hmm.
think for some people, though, if they aren't in the right situations, I can understand why it can be difficult psychologically. I can imagine there's probably a lot of young teenagers, kids that might want to go vegan, and their families will refuse to let them and stuff like that. And I can imagine that's a difficult situation
Yeah. And
to
there's
be in.
so
And
much
as much as we just
gaslighting.
want to be like, fuck them, just go and do it
Fuck
and everything,
you.
like,
But
sometimes it's just not that easy. I mean, we've got to be realistic. Like, obviously, I want every single person on the planet to be vegan, but like, I'm starting to really try and analyze more and more and more the reasons why. Because if we don't acknowledge that there are reasons that people are using, and kind of try and at least put ourselves in their shoes and understand them, we have no hope in ever trying to rectify these things.
yeah, and there's so much like gaslighting as well. Like, oh my God, you're going to be ill, you're going to be unwell. Like, to be honest, Alex probably wasn't healthy before and probably didn't give too much of a fuck about it, because a lot of people don't. They're just junk foods, just eat whatever. And then when it comes to veganism, people are like, oh, like he's talked to Michaela Peterson. I can just imagine, oh God, Alex, you should really watch out for your health. Like, oh, that vegan thing, it's going to make you really ill and it will catch up on you. It really, really will. And it does get in your head. Like, I remember it used to get in my head. I was like, oh, am I doing something really fucked up? And then like, I looked at the science and I was like, no, this isn't suddenly, I should be concerned with my health if I'm vegan. That's not a thing. So
Mm,
yeah, that's a lot of social pressure as well. And I don't think it's too much of a coincidence that like he's spoken to Michaela not that long ago. And then, they're talking more. And so he's in a crowd of highly anti-vegan people. They've maybe made a strong case in his mind of someone who oh yeah, suddenly, oh, you're vegan, so you're going to be ill, when there's no evidence for this that's reliable, at
yeah.
least.
I mean, and that does happen. People get in people's ears and they start to spread seeds of doubt and everything. And
I mean, there's
that's why
people in the
you,
chat doing it right now.
yeah, and that's why you sometimes,
Yeah.
I mean, what one situation I would say that it gets spread around a lot is when vegans have children, when they
Mhm.
have babies. There's a lot of people will spread that, being, oh, you're going to raise your child vegan, are you? You're going to give them
Mhm.
this, like, as if it's like a utter abuse. And I think that, you can see why some people might be like, kind of
Mhm.
like, it starts to plant those seeds. I mean, when we're all not as, humans aren't as strong as we would like them to be. We're very fragile
Very fragile,
people.
very impressionable. We're very, able to fall for placebos and
Yeah.
nocebos,
If we were that rational and that sensible, we would all be vegan already.
Yeah, if we were
I
that
guess that's the
rational and
thing we
sensible,
should.
we wouldn't be putting animals in these conditions and like
Yeah.
killing them off, like doing something so horrendous. Like, even if you didn't give a fuck about the animals, on what environmental and like zoonotic sense does it make to do this to animals? Like, even if you're not going to bring in the morals at all, it's just like daft as fuck. So,
Yeah.
like, really daft. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I think ultimately though, we shouldn't worry too much. If Cosmic Skeptic doesn't end up coming back, we just keep going. That's all we do. Like, there's
Oh yeah,
other
just keep
people.
going.
There's other people every day that are
Every
kind
day
of,
who are going vegan. Right
yeah,
now,
that
there's
will drop
someone
off. Yeah,
going. Right now, there's someone going vegan who is going to really change a load of people's minds in the future, or might come out with something that revolutionizes the plant-based movement. Or, they're doing that right now. It's constantly changing. So to be so downtrodden, no need really. We don't. Unfortunately, that's another person paying for animal rights violations. But the truth will win out eventually. So
yeah,
it just
exactly.
always has. So
Exactly that, and ultimately it will be all forgotten about. I mean, how much panic was there over Tim Sheaf back in
oh
the day? Like,
yeah,
oh
like we
my
were like,
god.
oh, this is the end of veganism. It's like, mate, he drinks his piss. It's all right. It's really all right. We're fine.
I mean, ultimately he got forgotten. It was
Yeah.
forgotten about. It was just like, okay, whatever, like, move on. It's not as if people still to this day were like, oh well, Tim Sheaf,
Yeah.
isn't vegan anymore. No one even brings him up,
No.
kind of thing. And that's exactly the same with Cosmic Skeptic. If that's what happens, it will be like done, and on to the next kind of thing. So I think, it's like I said, that the best thing we can do, I think, is to offer to help, at least make him show that the vegan community is there if he wants help with his health or whatever, or learning more education and everything. and he'll make his own mind up. We can't force him to do anything. And then, if he chooses not to, unfortunately there's nothing we can do. Crack on.
Yeah.
Work on, who's the next people we're going to advocate to
Yeah.
to make someone else vegan. Is someone's just going to take the place anyway.
Yeah.
And just keep going. It ain't worth our time.
No.
For every second we spend moaning about Cosmic Skeptic, we could be posting stuff online or whatever. And I mean, even this conversation, really, we could be trying to advocate the non-vegans in the chat.
I mean, that's what I'm doing. Like, just before this, there were people who are non-vegans, so that's why I'm taking the opportunity. Don't worry, I was outreaching before this stream came on. I saw the chat. Like, that's what I do. Like, I never get this many viewers, and you can guarantee that after this, I'm going to carry on doing what we do here, where we promote other channels. So that'll be based.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There seems to be lots of drama in the chat.
Oh my god, people are getting time. People are getting time out. Yeah, he kept saying like spamming's going to be removed. So I see that you've been hidden. It wasn't by me.
But we could be friends.
Yeah, like why do people spam shit in chat? And it's like it's just so like, okay, like babe, it's not like the fastest chat. It's all right. And then someone else got timed out for 300 seconds. Naughty. But yeah, the meat is going to expire soon because I stopped paying for the extension. So was there anything else you wanted to say before I carry on with the post?
No, I think that was kind of it, I guess. So yeah, summary: if someone quits veganism, instead of maybe attacking them, offer to help first.
I say, like, what you do is you go, oh, you little shit, but from a loving way, okay? So
Yeah,
I'm a bit naughtier than Chris, but I feel like I can that's just my way. But maybe because we're British, it doesn't. People don't. We're very much like, oh, you fucking dick.
Yeah,
To our best mates.
I would say that if it was like someone I knew, I'd be like, "What are you doing, you dickhead?
Like, you absolute dickhead." So yeah, it's coming from a place of love. That hence, vegan gays. That's the whole point. But I will call people a ding dong. It has to be done. So
it's all good. You crack on.
You crack on. All right. Well, thank you for sharing, Chris. I know, in the face of adversity, that one person who was trying to get you got rid of.
Yeah, he tried, bless him.
He tried.
I don't know why he's got a vendetta against me, but I love him.
Well, I love you. So
he's my new best friend.
New best friend.
We're going to be buddies.
I'm jealous. Yeah. I am very jealous. So
VL2 stands for very loved too.
Yeah, very loved too. Oh, look at that.
We keep reminding him of that every time he chats.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, Chris.
No worries, mate.
We'll be in the chat if you can, because we'll get some non-vegans.
Yeah, I got to do some work, but I will keep listening in.
All right. Love you.
All right, love you too.
Bye. That was Chris Hines, everybody. I'm just gonna put the in the chat. See that? Go over. You see the three numbers, the three like ellipses. You make sure you're subscribed. Okay, so we had people subscribing during then. We had Amanda, we had Shane. Thank you. Marley gifted 5 memberships. So thank you so much. Thanks to Marley. Can we get some salads in the chat for Marley? As well as Alex H, who's been gifting out memberships. It's because there's so many people in the chat today. Damn. So yeah, you people are here. Why are you never here for the live
the lad
streams?
tipped £1. I personally can't end animal suffering myself, so what's the point in boycotting? Fuck it. I'm gonna go back to funding the death industry. Waiter, 1 tortured carcass please, for my health of course. Interruption. The lad tipped £1. 100 viewers. The air is getting thin. LLLLLLL. Smash like and subscribe, everybody.
Yeah, everybody subscribe. I know many of you aren't going to be subscribed or aren't watching usually, so please smash that sub button. Okay, do it. We have fun here. If you're not here for the live streams, like put a 1 in the chat if you're usually here for the live streams, okay? And I'll know if you're lying because I'll know.
What a ding dong.
Oh my god, pasta heals. Hashtag pasta heals. Thank you for subscribing. Right. Let's see, shall we? Let's see this. 2. Yeah, well, retry again. Gotta be here. Even God is here. For goodness sake. God shows up for my streams. I think you can as well. Okay? All right. So here is the post from CosmicSkeptic. Let's go through it, shall we? Hi, everyone. Recently, I've noticed people wondering why I've been so inactive and wondering why I've not uploaded any veganism-related content. So, I mean, here already, like, as Chris was saying, there needs to be support for people. And I believe there could be more support, definitely. But I think, as a whole, we're a supportive community. There's obviously been people asking, like, hi, I can see it now. I love your content on veganism. When are you gonna, do it next? Like, as a creator, I feel very supportive. Like, recently, someone was like, I love your vegan meme reviews. When's the next one? It made me feel supported. It made me feel like, oh my God, someone has liked my content that much that they have reached out to me and asked for more. So already the support is there. Look at the ones in the chat. Yeah, well, more of you. We're very supportive people. Hell, like, I find it difficult to be in groups, in communities. Like, when it comes to activism, I'm not in any specific group. I'll just go wherever. You know what I mean? And well, David, I appreciate you saying that you don't think I would ever make a video like that. And you're fucking correct, love. You're absolutely fucking on the money there. I would not be who I am today. I would be some sort of weird clone. I would have been possessed. I'd need to be sent somewhere. Because I would not be me. That's for damn sure. So thank you for that, David. A lot of people would kick my ass. I genuinely think, I've had multiple people say, Golly. Hey, I'd kick your ass back, okay? Alright, I might be a woman, but I am a lesbian. We play dirty. Alright. Luckily, though, you're never going to kick my ass, because that's not going to happen. Yeah. I've had multiple people say if I did it, they would just shock their world. But, I mean, we'll talk about this later, how important it is not to invest too much of our faith in other people. We will talk about that. Okay, yeah, David Prams, David Clams, David Slams, David, David Jams. There's so many. Is David pregnant? Hopefully, hey. Hell yeah. Lesbian rights. Yeah, I'm very, very homosexual. Okay. So homosexual, it's actually unreal. Help me. I need help. I am very homosexual. David Lambs. David Prams. Queen of vegan... Yeah, obviously. All the vegan lesbians. Bam! Bam! Right. Let's carry on. I've been distracted by all the memes. Again, it just... you meme people. You can't help me. Did I say thank you to Bethany? Can we get some salads in the chat? Because we had interruption and Bethany tip during that period of time where I had TTS off. It is back on now. Try not to be too naughty, all right? But yeah, thank you to all who tipped and gifted some memberships out. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Hello. Right. For quite some time, I've been re-evaluating my ethical position on eating animals, which is something people have also noticed. But what you will not know is that I've also been struggling privately to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. I can tell you right now, as Chris said, if people had reached out, I mean, Chris thinks maybe, people would be mean or something, which, I mean, I guess it depends how you frame it. If you say, look, I'm thinking of eating animals because I'm not doing this thing, people might get a bit like, whoa, what the fuck? You're ready to throw animals under the bus? Like, but if you say, look, I'm vegan, but I really want to be healthy. Can someone help me? I really don't think there's going to be any pushback. In fact, if someone gave you pushback for saying, I would like to be healthy because I'm eating like crap and I really don't know how to do this, then someone's a dickhead if they are mean about that. You know what I mean? Actually, I saw this coming since he said animal rights isn't possible because crop deaths, lol. Yeah, I saw this coming for a while. I've made videos and people were like, oh, you need to give him a chance because... And like, there still could be a chance yet. But I did say, it's somewhere in a video, I was like, I don't think he'll be vegan for very long if he has this sort of position. But it would have been nice to just not be right about that. Like, I'd rather be right about nice things. Like, I don't know. You know, someone going vegan and staying vegan, that'd be lovely. You know what I mean? Damn. Like, I want to be right about, I don't know, like, getting gifted booba on the 17th of July. Like, there we go. That's what I want to be right about. Not this nonsense. Just, yeah, it was a pretty good meme video, right? I will have my revenge. Absolutely, I will have my revenge. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why it'd be so difficult though, but obviously if you don't have information on something, you don't have knowledge, you know, nutrition and dietetics is a huge field. I do think, this is my opinion, he's been hanging around with Michaela Peterson quite a lot. I think she's gaslit him heavily. She is a demon. And, you know, I think she is a very manipulative person. I do think they've been speaking quite a lot. I do think she's tried to work her evil magic on him. I really do. She's just got this way about her where she's like, I'm so nice and soft and like, I don't buy it. I'm sorry. There's something icky there. There's something really wrong there that gives me bad vibes. Bad juju. I feel it. But I really think she's been gaslighting. I think she's been peer pressuring. I think she's had people... She's been like, oh, we'll support you, had a supportive community around him, telling him, look at all this data that exists. And it's just this shitty, like, not even classified on the hierarchy of evidence as something that you could use as supportive evidence. Like, yeah, I just, like, look, how many of you saw the video with Michaela Peterson? That was a fucking mess. And, you know, if you'd like to see my reaction to that, I did a response with perspective philosophy. I was not a happy bunny with that, and I was very icked out by the apologism, and I had my doubts. But yeah, we all get apologetic for things from time to time. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. Just saying, like, just when the shit that happens to animals and at such a large scale, it's like, come on now. Like, this is ridiculous. But let's carry on, shall we? I wanted to let you know that because of this, I have for some time now been consuming animal products again, primarily but not exclusively seafood, and experimenting with how best to integrate them in my life. See, this reads, I am telling you now, I would bet my life. I'd bet my life that Michaela has really spoken to him. Look, read that. Who does that sound like? You are a product of the people you keep close to your chest. You really are. And this, oh yeah. Just the idea, like, people, very smart people can still be very much, you know, influenced by the people around them. And like, personally experimenting with how things goes. You know, if you're thinking rationally, you're not really looking to that because you know you could be so prone to the placebo. You could be so prone to nocebo. You can be so prone to so many things. Like what's what I'm looking for? What's the term? What is it? Not cognitive bias. The term for when you think something's good because you've already decided that it's good. But things like that will be working against you and skewing, confirmation bias. Thank you very much, Prince. Yeah, confirmation bias. But yeah, it's also a preconceived notion, but the actual term is, confirmation bias.
What a ding dong.
Oh my God, Nick Saunders, thank you so much for subscribing. If you're not subscribed already, hell, it's free. Do it right now. Do it right now. No, he's not vegan anymore. No. He's been eating animals for a little while. Confrontation, bless us. Exactly, Jameson. Very true. Hello, lass. You're right. Don't eat my salad. That's my salad. It's not yours. It's mine. I made it. For me. That's it. Show your bumhole to the entire world. 147 people watching, and they can all see your bumhole. I'm babysitting a child. Very fluffy one. Strange. Young brutal vegan, hello. Yeah, hopefully people come and view more often. Damn. Okay. So yeah, he's been eating animals primarily, but not exclusively seafood. So he's eating, I don't know what other animals he has eaten. The man went to VegFest recently. I am telling you now, Michaela Peterson, I know people, they make their own decisions. They do. But you're also the product of the people around you. So I think she had a hand in this. One thing is that's frustrating is that he even made a vid on why smart people believe silly things. Now he believes something silly himself. We're all privy to it, right? Mackey's and KFC and sushi sometimes. Yeah, I think... See, like, when was the... Let me just see, okay? I want to see something. When was the Michaela Peterson? Because I responded to it. Let's see. 6 months ago. So would it be so weird if 6 months ago when they had this discussion, he says, I have for some time now. That could mean any time scale. But I am not even, I fully believe, okay? Fully believe. And given I was right about this, okay? Oh, God, I didn't want to be. This is stupid. I had bad vibes when I saw that he was talking to Michaela. But, yeah, I said she was a demon then, and she's a demon now. Okay, I'm interested in philosophy and never enjoy sharing personal information about myself, but can obviously see why this particular update is both necessary and relevant. It's not my intention to go into much detail here, as I think that will require more space and perhaps a video, but rather to let you know with more details to follow later. So it will be interesting to see his video on that. But, Chris is onto something here. If every single one of us does send a message or an email or something like that saying, oh, we're here to support you in, ensuring that your diet's healthy. We can all say, you know what? There are at least 140 people who did reach out to him. Like, imagine getting 140 people saying, I'm here to support you. That's amazing, isn't it? I couldn't even imagine that many people. So you can say, yeah, the support was there. Even if you're like, nah, fuck you. You know what I mean? You can still say that he did have that support. And if he doesn't want it, then, that wasn't what this was really about.
Marvel salad.
Prince Wa doesn't fish the lap tipped £5. When he said primarily but not exclusively seafood, he meant Michaela.
Oh my. Woo! That's something's fishy here. Oh God. Oh, you put that on my screen, you demon. That's naughty. That's so naughty. I'm not. That's naughty, that is. I'm not laughing. You are. Oh, thank you for the tip. Okay, that's not funny. That's why I wouldn't laugh. I wouldn't laugh. I wouldn't laugh. That's not what I do. So, shh. Thank you. Ah, no, you're naughty. That's very dirty. Okay, I don't even know what that means. Okay, to be honest with you, couldn't even tell you. All right, moving on. Thank you. If you'd like to support with your naughty comments, please. There's a link pinned. Keep it PG, yeah. PG, naughty. Okay. My opposition to factory farming remains unchanged. Okay, well, this is what's annoyed me beforehand, because I'm pretty sure, if I recall, you know, CosmicSkeptic was saying that there could be instances of farming animals that wouldn't be morally wrong. It was factory farming that he primarily had an issue with. And that's why I was getting annoyed, because I was like, what? So there are instances, like, I think he said... Bethany
the lad tipped £1. I find it difficult to coddle a full-grown man who is well-educated on the industries he is supporting.
Yeah.
We would never do this for misogynists, racists, homophobes, ect. But baby gloves are somehow required for our activism.
Activism is fucked up. Yeah, so, like, right, I'm in two minds, because, yeah, that's how I feel. But then I do, you know, upon reading psychological behavior, you know, like there's books like How to Win Friends and Influence People that go over kind of like psychological models of what gets people to change and stuff like that. And people really want their ego stroked. They want everything stroked, to be honest. And it's really, it feels like a disservice. But I think that there is more proof on the side of a certain way of doing it, which unfortunately is kind of coddling. But I think there is a way to coddle while sharing the importance and the need to make this thing happen. Do you know what I mean? There is a way to tell somebody off. There is a way to set somebody right in a way that's not so like, fuck you. But it takes a certain art, which, you know, is hard. It's hard. And I think the thing is with like something like homophobia or misogyny, there's more room for someone to be like, fuck you, fuck off you, because it's already accepted that that's bad for the most part, right? So that gives room more for people to shame. But when you're in the lower hand and you're trying to get people to understand that they already believe that this thing that they're partaking in is fucked up, like you're in a different realm, like, because if more than anything that drives people's behavior, it's social norms. So we've got the hard job. It's like we're the fucking sales caller, you know, getting abuse hurled at us, and we have to be like, oh yeah, well, absolutely, unfortunately, we have to bite our tongue to some degree, and it's so annoying. It is really irritating, and it feels like a disservice. But the most important thing should be the outcome. You know, what's going to get the results. Oh, Gem. 269 Gem was here a few hours ago. So technophobic. But yeah, go check out Gem's work, because she documents a lot of the animal rights activism that happens in my area. Yeah. Amazing, isn't it, Gem? Not being vegan anymore because you fancy a girl is so weak. Yeah, damn. If I can stay vegan, even when there's like women who aren't vegan, don't like veganism, who are pretty like, you know, saucy, and I'm just like, nah, sorry mate, then all of you can, all right? Because I'm the biggest simp going. So don't even. It's naughty. It's very naughty. After his anti-woke chat with Peterson, it was so obvious. Yeah, just the whole... I think she's really got under in his head. And I don't know, maybe we'll see a more Michaela Peterson-esque way of speaking from him. I mean, we already are in this. I would not take him as someone who would say, experimenting with how best to integrate them in my life. I wouldn't see him as a person who would say that. Maybe I'm wrong. But that, you know. This is damn good logic. No simping excuses while you're alive. No simping excuses. Queen of the Simps says so. Salad's in the chat for Bethany for your tip. Thank you so much. Again with the fucking Petersons. Okay, I'm doing a meme review, and it includes Jordan Peterson, and I couldn't even believe like his anti-veganism rhetoric. He's on the sauce. He's on the Michaela Peterson sauce. She is the soul demon. I'm telling you, she's demonic. There's something wrong. she's rotted multiple people's brains. It's amazing. God. Right. Yeah, so my opposition to factory farming remains unchanged, as do my views regarding the need to view non-human animals as morally worthy beings whose interests ethically matter. You're consuming their bodies. Imagine, guys. I'm a human rights activist. And sometimes I eat little children. Yummy, yummy children. And then I'm like, well, I still believe in the rights. Behave. Oh, behave. Look, I know I eat human babies from time to time. But factory farming them would be terrible, and I still believe that's wrong. And I still believe that their rights matter. Yeah, I paid someone to kill them so I could eat their yummy little legs. Okay, yummy, 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 baby. Yum, 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 yum. Vegas, if you come out as non-vegan, I will literally die. Not vegan now. Okay, I've got the corpses of children in my salad for the proteins. So, you know. Thoughts, guys. Yeah, I believe in elderly rights, but I also love eating granny arms. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, come on. That's naughty. This is very... Just come on, behave. Oh, too good. Okay, right, let's carry on, shall we? Stream with LVL. Why is he streaming now? Streaming later? What's happening? However, I'm no longer convinced of the appropriateness of an individual-focused boycott in responding to these problems, and I'm increasingly doubtful of the practicability of maintaining a healthy plant-based diet in the long term. Again, for reasons I hope to go in more detail at a later date. I'm telling you, Michaela Peterson is behind this. And again, like, there is a really good video I'd recommend for this. There's a paper called Against Inefficacy Objections, and Dr. Avi goes through this. The idea that we don't make a difference with our purchases is just patently false. I don't know why. We can understand that, you know, we are paying into systems and that will, you know, affect the profit, affect the demand to some degree, even while, you know, subsidies and lobbying's having that part. Of course, there's going to be that effect. I don't know why suddenly it becomes this thing of, no, it's not, I don't think this is going to make a difference. It patently is going to do so. Oh, yeah, no, I'm telling you, Michaela has time and time again told Alex that being vegan is something magically unhealthy. There's something magically present in the bodies of other sentient beings that we apparently need, right?
Marvel salad.
Nemo
Nemo the lad tipped £3. Fish are friends, not food.
Sorry, you're too yummy. Okay? So you are my dinner. Can we get some fish in the chat? Ew, yeah. Thank you, Nemo, for your tip. Thank you for supporting the channel. Ew, yeah. Oh, right. Let's see. At the very least, even if I'm way off base and totally mistaken in my assessments, I do not wish to see people consuming a diet on my account. I've been unable to keep up that diet myself. I just don't really... I get this to a degree. Of course, you don't want to sway people in the wrong direction. But maybe you should, like, do the actual research or reach out to the experts within the field of veganism, see what, like, they suggest to you. Because what if you've swayed people to start killing animals again? Like, think about it. Like, it might be all, like, bad. Or, okay, say there is this magical component in the flesh of animals. Okay, that if you miss out on, oh, it's gonna do something to your health. I'd rather be unhealthy than, and, like, maybe lose, like, a year of my life or something like that, than have my, like, be in confinement, like, have my babies taken away from me, be mutilated, like, have parts of my body cut off without anesthetic, be left to be in my own shit and piss around peers, too many of whom, so I become stressed. You know, I have, like, symptoms of psychosis as a result of just going fucking mad. And then, like, you know, end up getting ill a lot of the time because I'm surrounded by so many others. And then when I'm done with, I'm sent off to have my throat slit, or I'm put in a chamber of gas. You know, that, like, what if you've sent people astray with that? You know, yeah. Okay. I imagine the responses to this will vary, and I understand why this might come as a huge disappointment to some of my followers. I'm sorry, truly sorry, for having so rigorously, and at times perhaps too unforgivingly, advocated for a behaviour change that I myself have not been able to maintain. I am very interested in hearing, like, what on earth is so, like, difficult to maintain about it. Like, I just don't understand. There isn't very much of a difference at all. I say this as somebody who's been vegan for, yeah, it'll be 9 years this year. Damn. Damn. I just don't, what's the difficult? Like, yeah, you have to eat a little more. There's so much junk food. I don't understand, like, if you're a junk food person, then you can be a junk food vegan. If you're healthy, you can be healthy. And there would have been so many people. Like, you would have access to, like, the top people in the vegan movement because you're such a popular person.
Marvel salad.
Kirsten Mala, thank you for the sec. Support sex for a true vegan lesbian. Yeah, very vegan and very lesbian. That's true. I would stop lesbianism before I'd stop veganism. I'll tell you that much. Damn! This week is my 6th vegan anniversary. That's so sweet. And you celebrated it by giving me and other channel members, who are now channel members because of you, gifted subs. That's amazing. Thank you, Kirsten. Salad's in the chat. Jen Lee's already on it. Guys, there is a chance. It's not what I'm saying, okay? I don't want to lead you astray. Heck, I've been vegan for 6 years and not once has any thought of I should consider eating fish or shrimps for amigos crossed my mind, not once. Yeah, I can't message CS, I'm off Twitter right now. Well, like, you know, pop him an email, you know, say, look, I'm here to support, here's the data, like, just so we know that he had the support ready for him. Imagine another universe, you're a straight carnist. Oh my god. Sending dick pic now, please respond. But yeah, Melanie, me neither. There's been times where I haven't been able to eat enough. There has been times where I've just eaten like shit. There's been times where I've eaten really well. And I just don't know why that's going to be the fault of an animal or the credit of an animal. They've got nothing to do with my ability Like, what is it? Like, I'm very interested to hear his kind of response on like why, what it would be that would be like so difficult for him to maintain. I really do think these are the words of Michaela Peterson that have scared him into thinking, oh my God, am I gonna die of a stroke? Am I gonna, like, you, the most powerful mind in the world, if you have people constantly nagging at you, oh, you're not well, you're not gonna be well. I get it every single day. Someone's like, oh, I can tell you're ill. Oh, you're gonna die, like every day. It takes such strength and such like understanding of like the hierarchy of scientific evidence, of looking at data yourself. It takes a lot of effort to just be like, I am actually very sure that you are wrong. And people don't want to go through that. Like, as Chris said, like, people just want to get on. It'll only be a disappointment when he does make a video about it. I'm telling you now, yeah, the video is going to be so much more of a disappointment than the this. I can see it now. If I knew he were listening, then I'd be like, you know what, like, I'll hit you out word. But I doubt he's listening or will hear this. So let me just let you on a little secret. It's probably going to be a very disappointing excusatarian video. So, I have a chronic condition, always anemic. Solution is surgery or hormones, not animal products. Exactly. I'm yet to hear of some sort of condition that means that someone needs to absolutely not be vegan. That can never happen. There's nothing that can be done. If you go vegan, you're going to be ill and die. Like, and if that does exist, why the hell are so many people using it as an excuse when they don't have it? Like, I've lots of respect for vegans of old. It's hard now. It's much harder before. Yeah, like when I started veganism, the only like alternatives were things like Linda McCartney's and like there was some vegan chocolate that was shit. Like vegan cheese, like my God. Like I was like, yeah, it's alright, I guess. What the fuck? I was coping hard, like, oh yeah, this is great. But no, now it's just too easy. There's too much choice, you know. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Kirsten. Let's see. I've changed my mind on behaviours publicly on a great many things before, but this feels the most difficult to address by a large margin. I do not want to speak about it until I was sure that I couldn't make it practically work. So what? Now he is sure that he cannot make veganism practically work? I'm going to be very interested to hear how that works. Some of you will not care, some may understand, some will be angry, and others upset. Naturally, this is quite embarrassing and humbling moment, so I also understand, except there will be some I told you so's. What is it going to possibly be? I really feel like this is being ramped up. Like, what could it possibly be? Wonder what that even means. I don't think it means anything specific. I really think this is the product of people gaslighting him and getting it into his head. Like when he had that fucking interview with Michaela, and they were talking about like the hierarchy of evidence, and he was like, I don't even know if that's really something that's credible. Then if you remember the live stream, I'm pretty sure I was like, wee woo, that does not sound good. Oh no, we're adding some irrationality into the mix. That's never good. And I will not be hard pressed to predict that in this video he's going to say, I don't know if you can really trust the science that's out there. It's going to be some sort of nearly like conspiratorial thing. Oh yeah, Vegan Gains is going to be real nasty about this, because I think Richard was on the same sort of thing as me, where we were like, what the hell, like this doesn't sound good at all. And obviously Vegan Gains hates Michaela with a passion. I'm up there. I don't like her. I don't like her, and I think she's demonic. Okay, I'm not like a religious person. I don't believe in like demons and shit, but she's an exception. Okay, demonic. Okay, no, naughty. Okay, we're gonna get through. I mean, she's such a fucking liar as well. Okay, this could become Michaela. She lying about her plastic surgery. Like, guys, I might look really different. It's just because, my lens, my camera lens, was making me look like a fish before, but now, you fucking liar. Oh, God. Why the fuck would you talk to her? Oh, demon, liar, disgraceful. Ew. Sorry. I feel very strongly about Michaela Peterson. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, gross bitch. Oh, sorry. It came out. I'm sorry. I'm being nice. I'm sorry. I don't retract it. Yeah. Sorry. I'm a gross bitch too. She's just Ooh. Not good. PG-13, sorry. I love your passion. She's awful. I can't hide it. Okay. Whew. Sorry, take a breather. I'm just gonna. I need to take a chill pill.
Marvel salad.
Matthew, overworked, undersect, but still vegan. Of course you're overworked and undersect. You're a nurse. Because it's not like I'm writing a fucking dissertation on Wittgenstein taking bets if he goes full anti-vegan. Well, that would be... It wouldn't be a shock if, this is how kind of groups work, communities. If the community doesn't like you anymore or doesn't like what you've done, and then you think they don't like you anymore, then it's a mess and you become, like, anti that community. Like, I don't not like Alex. And even when I saw the writing on the wall before, I didn't, like, not like him. I was just very suspicious and thought, I don't know if this is the person that we should be... Oh my god, he has reacted to it. Hang on, we'll look. Let's see.
Skeptic is ex-vegan. Given the he said on Michaela Peterson's podcast, I wouldn't say he's vegan. The guy's an idiot. He's plant-based, maybe, but... Just preparing myself mentally for the... No, I'm not affiliated with 2AM Vegan, but I'm fine with him uploading my clips. I don't mind.
Another public service announcement.
Hi everyone. Recently I've noticed people wondering why I've been so inactive and wondering why I have not uploaded any veganism related content. For quite some time I've been reevaluating my ethical position on eating animals, which is something people have also noticed. But what you will not know is that I had also been struggling privately to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. This guy is supposedly supposed to be an intellectual, and he's struggling with not only deciding whether or not it's...
Is Chris Hyde still here? Chris, avert your ears, okay? Mr. Auditor coming in with another super chat. We're going to be looking at multiple responses. We've got Juggling Vegan here as well.
Marvel salad.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor. Didn't say anything, just tipped £3. Thank you. Thank you for the love. I don't know if you noticed, but 269 gems in the chat as well. Thank you so much. Salads in the chat for the generosity of everybody who super chatted today and tipped. If you want a TTS, there's a link above. Check it out.
Ethical to murder and mutilate innocent animals, but he also doesn't know how to figure out how to use an app like Chronometer or a simple basic food guide to figure out how many calories he needs to eat and what foods provide enough nutrition for him. And this guy is supposedly a university graduate and an intellectual, and he can't figure out how to get all his vitamins. Like, really? When you were a child, were you not, like, at least given Flintstones vitamins or something? Can you not at least figure out how to take a multivitamin, you dumbass? Didn't your parents teach you that when you were a kid?
Oh, naughty.
Like, as if it's difficult.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dick. I don't want to be mean, but it's not fucking difficult. I really think people have got in his head, but to be nice, but then to just call someone a ding dong, it's hard. Look, can we get some ding dongs in the chat so I can just think about it? Like, obviously, if you're a channel member, you can put some ding dongs in there, okay? I miss when back in the day, he went even harder than this. Well, look, I'll do it right now. Hang on, I got gummies. Where are you, gummies? Look at these, look. Hell yeah. Gummies, look, these things are called V-gums. I got them for free at a vegan event, okay? Essential gummies. Lovely. I both need nice vegan gains and nasty vegan gains. Yeah, we're offering the balance. The VGs. And they're fucking lovely. They're like the best gummies, vitamin gummies I've ever had. I grew up eating them, and I like them. Easy peasy. There we go. And look at that. And yeah, Chronometer makes everything so much easier. I think people should be using Chronometer anyway, because obviously your health is yours and yours alone. So you have the autonomy to do what you want with it, as long as it's informed. But it's really hard to, like, in modernity, catch up with your needs, and that's such a basic need every single day to eat enough. And I'm talking to someone who doesn't eat enough. I really don't. It's naughty. It's because I forget. I'm like, oh shit, I haven't eaten. I forget that I'm hungry because I'm just too focused on something else. But again, I struggle. You know, I've gone through periods where I've eaten 300 calories a day for weeks on end because I've just felt so shit. And, like, that was not the animal's fault. So why should the animals pay for that? It's like that without the H, Robinette. I've got it on my phone. I've got an app. It's free. You can get, like, a paid version. But, yeah, I'll show you right now. Like, so yesterday I forgot to, like, put in all of my food and everything. But yeah, I put loads of my stuff in, and it tells you have to pay extra for the macros, but the macros, I could see, you know, that through half the day I'd had 68 grams of protein, I'd had 98 grams of carbs, 30 grams of fat. But then I know that from the rest of what I ate in the day, I probably got about 120 grams of protein. So and that's good to know. I don't know. Oh, I hope Alex is the boss still come vegan camp out. You tell him, Grant. You tell him, Cliff. I don't know why I called you Grant. Just ignored your first name. He's on the poster as a speaker. God. Oh, damn.
You can literally live off of nothing but potatoes. And he can't figure out how to eat a healthy plant-based diet. Well, I'll let you know this because I have, for some time now, been consuming animal products again, primarily but not exclusively seafood, and experimenting with how to best integrate them into my life.
Voice. I have eaten 1 meal a day vegan for almost 6 years. Wait, you've just been OMAD? Or you mean one's been vegan, the rest have just been corpses. Human baby corpses, dog meat corpses, bit of cat here and there. Bit of giraffe on the side. Thank you for the set, Kirsten. Base. I'd live on a potato diet. I feel very strongly about potatoes. Yeah, clip it. I don't care. I feel very strongly about potatoes. I love them, and they're perfect. Unmatched. OMAD, obviously. Thank you so much. Thank you. That lad's in the chat for Kirsten. Fucking face.
Like, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that maybe some people need to eat animal products for some stupid reason. They don't, but let's just assume you might have to. Why wouldn't you eat non-sentient animals like bivalves?
Yeah, that's what Chris said. You would, wouldn't you?
Like, if this guy had any interest in being ethical,
You would.
why the hell wouldn't you at least eat, like, mussels or something? Oysters? They're not sentient. They don't have a brain or nervous system. They just have nerve ganglia. It's literally impossible for them to be sentient. Why wouldn't you just eat those? But you have to, again, murder and mutilate animals that have a consciousness that can feel pain and suffer. I'm interested in philosophy and never enjoy sharing personal information about myself, but I can obviously see why this particular update is both necessary and relevant. It's not my intention to go into too much detail here, as I think that will require more space and perhaps a video, but rather let you know with more details to follow later. You're an idiot, Alex. You're, like, actually stupid. I've seen this jackass go on Michaela Peterson's podcast or whatever. It was supposed to be a debate about veganism. This guy did nothing but cuck. He literally could not provide one single argument.
Simpy.
And he literally just simped for carnism the entire time. If you cannot provide one single argument or pushback at all against Michaela Peterson, you are a certified moron. Whatever university you went to for your degree in philosophy, they should revoke it because you are provably, certifiably a fucking moron. Position to factory farming remains
Yeah, the Michelle debate, the Michaela debate was just so I got such secondhand embarrassment from the cringe and the simping. I really did. But you know that. You know that. People were upset for me. So upset with me for cringing and being, you know, not so happy about it, but...
Changed, as do my views regarding the need to view non-human animals as morally worthy beings whose interests ethically matter. Then why are you eating them? However, I am no longer convinced of the appropriateness of an individual-focused boycott in responding to these problems, and am increasingly doubtful of the practicability of maintaining a healthy plant-based diet in the long term. You're not convinced you can get enough nutrients on a plant-based diet? Where am I getting my nutrition, jackass? My fucking shoulders are bigger than your fucking head. Like, really? You could have asked somebody in the community, and then here you make some bitchy, dumb, whiny-ass post. I don't know how to eat food! Someone please teach me how to eat! At the very least, even if I am way off base and totally mistaken in my assessments, I do not...
No, that was... No, I need to see that again for science.
You make some bitchy, dumb, whiny-ass post. I don't know how to eat food! Someone please teach me how to eat! At the very least, even if I am way off base and totally mistaken in my assessments, I do not wish to see people consuming a diet on my account if I have been unable to keep up that diet myself. Even if I am making a mistake, in other words, I want it to be known that I have made it. Alex, if you were concerned about making mistakes, you would have asked people for help and assistance.
You would have asked for the science. It is science. Proud to say. Oh my god. I'm proud this man turned me vegan. Proud to say. Wait, vegan gains? You mean?
Assistance, and gotten opinions rather than, again, going back to murdering innocent animals and making some dumb bitchy whiny post admitting that you are a literal fucking child and you need mommy and daddy to figure out how to feed you.
Meow.
I imagine that the responses to this will vary, and I understand why this might come as a huge disappointment to some of my followers. I'm
truly sorry for having so rigorously and
What is this bullshit about being fucking sorry, jackass?
Sorry, eh?
Who should you be sorry to? People, like, really? You're sorry to people on YouTube who watched you because you eat grass?
Yeah, not sorry. Sorry to the animals, eh? Who had to have their throats slit, eh? Don't know why I went Yorkshire for that. Sorry! Sorry, eh?
Because you eat nothing but broccoli? You're sorry to those people who watched you for that reason, but you're not sorry for the animals you're killing.
Yeah.
Jackass,
Sorry
you
for
were
the
never
wrong
vegan,
people.
you never cared about ethics, the only thing you care about is yourself and your stupid, overblown, inflated fucking ego. I've changed my mind and behaviors publicly on a great many of things before, but this feels the most difficult to address by a large margin. Maybe it's because you know you're a fucking jackass. I did not want to speak about it until I was sure that I couldn't make it practically work. Some of you will not care, some may understand, some may be angry, natural, this is quite embarrassing, blah blah blah, humbling shit. Whatever the case, please know that this experience has inspired a deep self-reflection and that I will be duly careful in future regarding the forthrightness of my convictions. I'm especially sorry to those who are now vegan activists on account... What does he mean he's sorry for creating vegan activists who are standing up for the fucking animals that you're abusing?
Because obviously there's something magically in the corpses of animals that makes it so that these people are going to get ill. Yeah, we're going to magically die of an illness. Oh, sorry guys. This year I'll be 9 years vegan. And I've just fucked myself the entire time. Because obviously it is entailed in being vegan that you will not be able to maintain it. It will fuck you up. Obviously, the science... Oh, you just pulled out my asshole. Yeah, amazing. Cool. Good one. Good one.
What do you mean you're sorry about that? You're sorry for convincing people to be ethically minded fucking individuals?
Yeah, that'd be dumb. At least meth is vegan. I know I'm going to need it after this. So if anyone can hook me up, let me know.
And hope that they will know I will still effort with you to bring about the end of factory farming. What's this bullshit about factory farming? Like... It's murder. All of it's fucking murder. I mean, are you only against factory holocausts?
Yeah, that's what I don't get either. And I didn't get it when he was making that case. I think it was in his video about rights. Saying that animals don't have rights. I think he was saying that, like, you could kill, like, an animal, like, hunt them, and it would be ethical. I remember being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, so very, very confusing.
What a ding dong.
Rick! He's going to be forthright. Isn't it weird how that sounds really like the Fourth Reich? Just, I don't know. It's kind of weird, yeah. Just strange. Thank you for subscribing. If you have not subscribed already and you are enjoying the content, oh my god, please, come on now, it's free. Smash the subscribe button immediately and smash like while you're here. If I get enough likes, I'll keep this video public. I'll keep it public. How many likes we got on this? I don't know. I don't even know, man. Vegan soldier. How many likes have I got? I don't know. I can't see.
Salad.
Thank you for tipping. Cosmic Flip Flop. 8 Michael's magical beef. 8 Michaela's magical beef curtains. Oh my god. Oh my god, not the beef curtains. And if you're a carnivore, your beef curtains are gonna be so fucking beefy. Like acidic beefy. Oh, whoa! Oh no! That's not right! I really didn't think about her, her fragrant flaps until, now, and I feel really sick. I've just eaten. Ugh, even I wouldn't go there. Ugh. Ow. Okay. Yeah, it's really bad. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in my head, her magical beef curtains. That's what I needed in my life to know about that. That's what I needed. Oh my god. Okay, right. How many likes have I got? 126 likes. If we get to 150 likes, I will keep this public. Yeah. Right, that's very naughty. Thank you so much for the super chat. You people are being naughty today. Uh-oh. Naughty, naughty. Alright, let's carry on.
If it's a free range Holocaust, you're fine with it.
Yeah, free range.
To them and to everyone else, I appreciate your viewership and engagement as always. Yeah, go fuck yourself, dipshit. Beef.
Okay, well, you wanted his opinion there.
What a relief. When will this poisonous product cease? This is another public service announcement. You can believe it, or you can doubt it. Let us begin with the cow. The way.
Didn't she get a divorce? I don't know with her. I don't even care. She's just a bit of a dickhead, really, isn't she? Right. We'll see Natalie's opinion on the matter. Can you behave for like 2 seconds? Or sorry, I'm getting confused. Let me just get the 2 a.m. vegan video. Might just have to do it like that. Puppy box. Naughty, naughty puppy box. Let me copy the link. Here's the video of Vegan Gains reacting on the 2 a.m. Vegans video. Whatever you super chat me, puppy box. Guess what he means by primarily, not exclusively seafood. That's right, salads. Dog is back on the menu. Yeah, get yourself some of that certified dog meat. You can get it from Puppy Box.
Marvel salad.
You can get it from Elwood's Organic Dog Meat. Free range, locally sourced. It's organic, don't even worry. These dogs are having a really happy life. And if they weren't bred into existence, then, like, what? People would want them extinct or something? Like, oh my god. Vegans just want to, like, kill animals. It's absolutely disgusting. So, you get that dog meat in you, because obviously, there's something intrinsically magical in the bodies and secretions of other sentient beings. So, we have to eat them. So, make sure that you get it from a good source, like Puppy Box. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very happy to endorse, puppy corpses. That's very based. Thank you so much. 133 likes. If I get it to 150, this video will stay up. It will stay up for your viewing pleasure. Yeah, Puppy Box doesn't source from factory farms. So it's CosmicSkeptic approved. Absolutely. So, you should definitely reach out to CosmicSkeptic. Let him know that you're offering, your meat to him. I'm sure he'll love that. Exactly.
Natalie here, and this is kind of an impromptu video. I was actually about to go meet up with some friends, but then I checked YouTube and I saw this community post from Alex O'Connor, CosmicSkeptic. I'm sure you're probably familiar with him. If you're in the vegan YouTube space, you're probably familiar with CosmicSkeptic, and he revealed in this post that he is no longer vegan. Now, I was a bit surprised.
Mix Haley's the cow. The lad tipped £1.65. CS wishes he could be this based, but sadly he just don't make the cut. See you later, Boza.
God, fuck's sake, what have you sent me?
Hey, I'm just trying to be friendly. I'm a nice cow.
You're not a cow. You're a man in a cow costume.
No, I'm not. I'm a cow. Moo.
Kill me.
Hey, you look like you could use some calcium. I got your calcium right here, baby.
I'm not a baby. I'm a grown woman. And I get all the calcium I need from plants.
Plant foods?
Yes, I get my calcium from dark leafy greens like kale and collard greens.
But my milk is delicious.
I also get calcium from legumes.
Can't do it. Thank you. Michaela is the cow. Can we get some salads in the chat? You people, you make me laugh. Obviously, there's about 100 of you here right now. You've been coming and going, right? You're not usually here for the streams, because we have a funny time here. We really do. We really have a good time. Wow. 8 more likes and this video or stream will stay public. So smash the like button, okay? Thank you so much for the tips. Thank you so much to everybody who's been supporting the channel, smashing like, sharing this out. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm having a few more people on to discuss their thoughts on the Alex O'Connor thing. So we'll be on live for a little bit longer. So
Surprised by this, and I had kind of an emotional reaction. So I'm not 100% surprised because there have been warning signs, right? Like the way he was on Michaela Peterson's podcast, and he was kind of talking about how he thought that there was like a net positive way to farm animals.
Yeah.
I don't want to just talk shit about him this whole video. I just kind of want to go through the post. And I figured that if I'm having a negative emotional reaction to this, probably some of you are as well. So I just want to make you feel like you're not alone and see, what we can learn.
Natalie does indeed have the bisexual lighting. I'll tell you, it's a thing. You can't see because of the ISO of my webcam, but I got the bisexual lighting on behind me.
From this. And all that being said, I've never been like a huge fan of Alex's work. I've never had anything against him, but I'm just not particularly interested in atheism or religion or philosophy at that kind of a higher level. It's just not something I find interesting. But I did really like his content about veganism. His meat eaters case for veganism was one of the videos that I would send my meat eaters friends because I thought it, presented such a good argument. That speech he gave in, I think it was Israel, is, one of the best animal rights speeches that I've seen. It was something I watched a lot when I first went vegan. So even though I wasn't like a huge fan of his work on animal rights was meaningful to me. So that's, I think, what...
Luca! Was it Luca? Thank you so much. Sorry if I've completely butchered your name. Just as you subscribe to me. That's kind of rude, isn't it? I'm sorry. But thank you so much for your subscription. I hope that you enjoy the content to come. There's a lot of content. I post a lot of stuff, okay? You might be upset today that there is someone out there who you thought was vegan. They're not. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. We got it here. We got it. Okay? Endless content here of veganism. Don't even have to worry. But thank you so much. Honestly, I really loved the Alex 2019 speech. Was that the one where he was kind of like talking about welfareism? Because again, I just... I liked some of it. But then I heard things and I was not too happy. And then people were not happy with me because I was not too happy with it. Yeah, because I'm a meanie. And for that, I'm sorry. But thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Made seeing that he's no longer vegan difficult. So let's just get into the post. Hi everyone. Recently I've noticed people wondering why I've been so inactive and wondering why I've
We'll skip it because we've heard, so we'll just get Natalie's response.
Acknowledging that this is something people had noticed. Probably what he's referring to is that Michaela Peterson podcast and the part about him privately struggling with maintaining a plant-based diet kind of came as a surprise to me. I haven't been vegan for as long as he was, so I'm gonna try to withhold like too much judgment.
I bet you people would be willing to
CD activism. The lad tipped £1. Michaela must be sucking Alex's D well. Is it open mic to speak about CS this stream? You mentioned meeting the animals earlier, which I'm doing for the first time tomorrow. I'd love to hop on to talk.
Watch this from 1 hour or else. Oh, it's an impersonation of me. We'll do it. We'll do that at the end. Thank you so much. I want to keep this on Cosmic Skeptic for now, but we'll watch that before we go. I'll try and remember to definitely post that. But thank you, CDA. I'm having Ansgar on, I think. No, it's in Google Meet. Because we've had Chris on, but Ansgar reached out to me, and I haven't had Ansgar on for a while. Let me... because he's been a big fan of Cosmic Skeptic for a long time. So it'd be really cool to get Ansgar's opinion, their opinion on the matter. Thank you for the tip, CDA. Yeah, the Dragon of Chaos. Yeah, who almost killed her father. Yeah, well, it looked that way, didn't it? Damn.
Here, but I find maintaining a vegan diet to be very easy. I know a lot of people who do as well.
Can we get some salads in the chat?
What the specifics
for the tip from Kane
having trouble with were, and
yeah, I don't know. I'm very. I just don't really know what's going to be said on in the video about how like it's clear that you needed to eat the bodies of animals. I don't really know what on earth is going to be said. Yeah,
another thing that you'll notice throughout this video is I think part of the reasons that I'm having such a negative emotional reaction is because of how vague this post is. It's like when your friends post this like stupid fucking vague book thing, like, oh, 10 years today, and you're like, 10 years for what? Like, why are you being so vague? It's just, there's something about the vagueness that I just find really infuriating. I wanted to let you know that because of this, I have for some time now been consuming animal products again, primarily but not exclusively seafood, and experimenting with how best to integrate them into my life. So basically he was struggling with a plant-based diet, and because of that he's been not vegan for a while now. You know, raises more questions than it answers. I'm curious, how long has he not been vegan? How long had he been vegan before that?
I really think it was shortly after Michaela got in his head, to be honest.
You know, kind of what animal products was he consuming, mostly seafood. I assume that other things would include like dairy, eggs, but was he also eating meat? Because, you know, as vegans, we know that all animal products are bad, but even within that, there are some things that are worse than others, right? Like, I would say pork is probably the worst one. Like, if he's chowing down on ribs, I'm going to judge that a lot more harshly than if he's just eating oysters. So that's another thing that kind of bothers me, is like he doesn't give us exactly what he was consuming.
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out as he does this. As she says, it's like vague posting so hard about something that, you know, has heavy consequences, you know, to other sentient beings, you know. Just amazing. But yeah, we're gonna have Ansgar on. I'd be more annoyed if Natalie quit juggling. Yeah. Not that she ever juggles, to be honest. Not enough juggling. Not enough. How are you, Rebecca? Most commentaries are about how he could have done more to figure out his health, but he added how his stance changed as well. If he's told to figure out his health, he'll have the next excuse to lean on. Well, yeah, this is the problem. This is why I had an issue with his ethics to begin with, and I've gone through that in other videos. Hello?
Hey, yeah.
You right?
Yeah.
Is it Ansgar?
It's Ansgar.
Yeah, I thought so. You got a different name coming up on the screen.
Oh, yeah, it's probably, yeah, I've gone in on the wrong Chrome tab. Yeah.
That's fine, okay. Well, I know who you are now. But yeah, if you're not familiar, Ansgar's been on the channel before. Do you want to just introduce yourself a little bit so people know a context of who you are?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm just from the German YouTube space. We've been just cracking 6,000 subscribers right now.
Based.
Yeah, it's working well. There's a lot of drama going on in the German community space as well. But
oh, damn.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the English videos aren't getting that many views, so we decided on like staying
German
in our German content for now. But yeah, I felt like talking about it, and who was doing a live stream? It was you. So yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. So you told me that you've been a fan of Cosmic Skeptic since 10K. Is that right?
Yeah, it's been a long time. Like I really got into the like atheist YouTube space for him, and yeah, just going out of religion in general. So yeah, it's been kind of a thing for me for a long time, and yeah, it's just sad to see. Like I'm really surprised. I mean, you aren't surprised.
No.
And like I've heard your reasoning. It really makes sense about Michaela having like influenced him, but just like I've been vegan since he made his meat eater's case on veganism, and I've seen so many videos on like ex-vegans like talking about how they have nutrient deficiencies.
Yeah.
It seems like total bullocks. Always I always take it at face value, and about like all the evidence that we have that you can be healthy on a vegan diet, and it's usually like never really about being healthy through animal products. And this seems like such a stretch. Like I really want to believe that he's just kidding. Like he's just
yeah, this is just a joke.
It all up to just like stir up more views for veganism.
Yeah, maybe we've been had. Yeah, for me, I really think Michaela Peterson has been gaslighting him and got her demonic tendons or tendrils onto him, and like because when I read some of this, I've said it before, but it sounds like Michaela's words.
Yeah, it does.
You know, when you get into like you see people, they get into relationships that they really shouldn't be in, and then instead of their words, you hear the words of their partner, and you're like, oh no, they're in deep. It's like that.
Yeah, but I think like with veganism, that's such a strange thing, because like this is like a serious ethical position.
Yep.
And the way he represented it before just seems incongruent with the fact what he's presenting right now. It's like it just doesn't make sense to me at all. Like from a philosophical perspective, like what he has put out in like recent months, I could like somewhat conjure up a estimation why he changed his mind on veganism, but like just concerning his viewpoints on ethics right now. But this would just be somewhat of an assumption on my part. But yeah, I can just share what I think might be the reason for him philosophically to be no longer vegan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like it's because I think you aren't a utilitarian. You're like more in the animal rights space.
Yeah, I'm a threshold deontologist, I think.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Like I'm a utilitarian, and I still think like you can be like you still gotta be vegan even if you are a utilitarian. So
oh yeah, absolutely. Like I think it's maybe easier for a utilitarian to like worm their way out of being vegan. But
yeah, it's easier to get up.
Yeah,
I agree on that. But still, like usually the arguments are really bad. Like utilitarian arguments against veganism are really, really fucking bad.
Yeah, you have to go to some really like evil places to make that justification, as many have. So like we
don't know yet. But yeah, since like as far as I'm concerned, I think he isn't a utilitarian anymore, and that comes from one of his like meta-ethical standpoints on, I think, emotivism, the viewpoint that ethical viewpoints are just emotionally like are actually just emotional statements. And I think this could have like a psychological effect on a person, like believing, okay, me not wanting to hurt animals is actually just a feeling, and we cannot just build up a moral system based on feelings. So really,
right,
what veganism is about is just like feeling bad for the animals, but it's not actually like something that is normatively bad in a sense.
Then what does this person say about the way that we view like human suffering or human killing? Like how do they contend with that? Because wouldn't that be the same?
It would be the same, but it would be just admitting of the fact that you are an emotional being, and you just like it's a kind of pick and choose morality kind of type. You're just saying, yeah, that's the way I feel, and therefore I can justify whatever. It's more like a descriptive kind of meta-ethical theory. It's just like, yeah, people have certain emotions, and from that they extrapolate moral precepts. And like him recognizing this, I'm saying recognizing, I don't believe in emotivism, but him recognizing this might influence his decision.
It just sounds like some sort of like philosophical cop-out. Yeah, I'm an emotional being. It's like, to me, it's like the philosophical equivalent of like a partner who's like, oh yeah, I'm imperfect. This is why I'm horrible to you sometimes. So you can't tell me. I'm just human though. And humans are emotional. It's just so ridiculous.
I don't like emotivism. I mean,
no.
That's, I mean, in some cases you can argue that like ethical positions are emotionally.
Yeah, you can argue that, absolutely.
But like in general, but I can't confirm that this is the case for Alex. I'm just putting out that that's the thing I kind of like that I think he got across in the last year or so. So yeah, that seems like to coincide with not being vegan anymore, but it still could just be like Michaela kind of gaslighting him to.
Yeah, I really think so. Just the way he's written that just doesn't look like something he's written. It's like someone else's words coming out of his mouth. So I think he's been partially possessed by the demon, and her tendrils are very like far in his orifices, and there may be some saving him, but I don't know. The demon has got far in, so.
I mean, in the conversation with Michaela, I think he seemed also to be more skeptical about the like scientific research that
that's what I said. That's what I was worried about. Like, I wouldn't have expected that from him. And then I heard that at the time when I was like responding with perspective philosophy, and I was like, this is
too cosmically skeptic.
Yeah, too cosmically skeptic. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like, do you remember like any of his like positions like from before that made you think that this was coming, or were you just fully shocked? Because you did say you were quite shocked.
I was fully shocked, like even like okay, the thing is, like my first disillusionment with Alex was on the free will question, because I'm really invested in the question of free will. Like I really enjoy like philosophy in that sense, and I just don't agree with him on the philosophical viewpoints of determinism. I talked to him about it on Vegan Campout, and yeah, I haven't really gotten a proper answer on the question I was asking from the like meta-ethical viewpoint, but that's besides the point. Yeah, it's. Well, I feel like the thing about emotivism was the thing that really shocked me in the first place, because like I felt like, for me personally, like utilitarianism like really is morally based in a sense, more than emotivism at least. And in some way I can accept threshold deontology. Like I know there's some like really weird scenarios which just feel ethically wrong. So I get people who are like threshold deontologists. However, yeah, I think that was the first moment where I thought, okay, there's like something weird going on with Alex's ethics. And yeah, potentially it might also be the free will question. Like if we actually don't have free will, we don't have a free will to decide to be vegan or not to be vegan. And it kind of like puts a futility on all the ethical actions that we could take, because we can only take one ethical action if there is no free will, which is kind of a different point, but that might also be an influencing factor. However, I don't see him making this point, because I tried to make a video about it. It was really I didn't like, it was really bad to be honest. My editing skills are pretty crap right now, so yeah, still working on it. But yeah, I
Okay,
feel
I could help you with that if you wanted. I'm helping a few people with editing now, so
I got better. And
you got better. Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I got a friend who's animating now, so I'm kind of
that I don't know.
starting my channel. So
oh,
yeah.
cool. Okay, yeah, we need more people making the channels, as we said earlier. Like we get like pissed off and upset that people are leaving, and then there's all these videos, like there's always a wave of like, oh, I'm no longer vegan, blah blah blah, but we don't see the people who are like going vegan today. We don't see the people who saw slaughterhouse footage for the first time, or made a vow that they're going to do it again, and who will be like influencing, you know, other people in the future. So you just got to keep going. Like, I want to keep posting stuff every day, and you know, young brutal vegan who I'm speaking to now, I've put it in the chat multiple times, but people didn't clock that I was linking you. Yeah, like you post a lot of stuff. It is in German, but you do sometimes it'll be in German, but it'll have like English subtitles and stuff, which I think is probably the best.
Tried. Yeah, but in the future, like I have a second channel, but I won't reference it now because it's like just in its infancy. But maybe later I could talk more about it. But besides that, like, what do you think about him like going on this tirade on, I don't believe that personal actions are really helping that much, because I feel like it's such a appeal to futility.
Yeah, I think.
Why is he doing that?
I think if so, this is a psychoanalysis, and obviously I cannot read his mind. So what I think has happened is I think Michaela has really spoken to him and got in his head. Then he's not thinking, oh, you know what? Yeah, fuck the animals. That's not what's happening. I think he's really like got a bit worried about his health and is now trying to justify the futility in being vegan in the first place as much as he can. So that it's like, oh, well, I'm unhealthy and like really like this change isn't going to really matter anyway. So I should probably like look out for my health and do this thing. So he's now getting it like trying to warp it so that it's not really that big of a thing if he makes that change. People do that a lot. Like a lot of people like so it's either that or what I said earlier. If he was an activist and he's experienced some sort of like burnout, like you become apathetic or indifferent to the world around you just to kind of like feel better about it. But the more I think about it, the more I think he like Michaela's got into his head and he's trying really hard now to make the changes he's making feel morally right.
Right.
And of course, if it doesn't make any difference at all, then what would be the point in taking the action? There wouldn't really be much of a point. If it absolutely, patently made no difference whatsoever, it would be kind of hard to, make that change yourself if it literally was going to have no consequence at all. But that's not the case. That's not true, that it doesn't have a difference. And if people, as I said earlier, there is this paper called Against Inefficacy Objections. And if you want a good coverage of that, Dr. Avi does it in 2 parts in a video. And I found that very helpful. But basically, there's this kind of like threshold purchase where it's not just like, oh, every time you buy an animal product, an animal dies. There's this threshold where you could be the difference between a few animals getting killed or 100 animals getting killed in those purchases. So definitely check that out, I'd say. What's your thought on it?
On threshold purchases?
No, sorry, on the concept of him appealing to futility. Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I want like. I'm trying to think from his perspective, like what arguments could Alex give to like argue that it's futile? Like, since he knows that usually like at least consume 11 animals without counting fish on like a normal omnivorous diet.
Mm-hmm.
So like he would have to deny the demand side of economics.
Yeah.
To like, I don't know. So I think maybe what his trail of thought is that the suffering that he endures right now to like have these health issues is just not worth the effort of the animals. Perhaps that is a thought that he has like that his effort isn't enough. But like I can't like I can't affirm this position. Like it's so weird to me. Like it's
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if basically he just had a pretty crap diet, probably had a crap diet before he was vegan. Then Michaela's come along and gone, oh my God, you don't look well. You got to be careful with this vegan thing. It's really going to it's going to do you some real like disservice down the line. And he's gone, you know what? Oh my God, it is. Oh God, I don't feel well. Oh, it must be veganism. Amazing.
I can't that's so weird because I can't imagine him going into that mindset. Just from my personal experience, like seeing ex-vegans arguing for their health positions seems so weird to me. Like how could a person manipulate someone into affirming such a position? Like
people do it all the time. I know it's so weird to think like the problem is like it's hard for me because I know that I'm more morally driven than like socially driven, and I'm very like, though I'm kind of agreeable, like if I think something's wrong, I will just say I do not care. Like, but we've seen multiple times in like sociological experiments and stuff like that, even when someone thinks something's clearly wrong, there is some sort of like, you know, difficulty in trying to convey that. So even the strongest of like, I'm sure there would be times maybe like where I'm not feeling it, I'm not ready to, you know, say, oh god, that's wrong. Like maybe I would fall for that, I don't know, but it's easier than like it might seem. But we all want to think that we'd be better than that, and I hope we would. Like, this is not good enough.
Do you think Alex is coming back to veganism?
If I had to predict, no, not for 5 years.
Not for 5 years, because
5 years.
One thing I'm anticipating is, like, depending on how the vegan community reacts onto him, it will push him further down the anti-vegan route, or actually like him being in between. And for now, all the comments so far have been pretty reasonable. People were pretty nice to Alex. Most of the people were like at least arguing for a pro-vegan position. Like, yeah, have you talked to a nutritionist? Maybe like your YouTube friends can help you out, like Earthling Eds, like they know each other. So I imagine that there is a potential just for him, like getting into the conversation with others again and maybe getting back. I just hope that's the case. But yeah, if there's like a strong opposition towards him, I think like he could be pushed into just taking a break from vegan community.
Yeah. And just quickly to Soithius, your tip did show up. I just turned TTS off when guests are on because they can't hear the TTS. So I'll play it after the guest has gone. So don't worry. It did show up on screen. I saw it. But thank you.
You can play it up if you want to.
Okay. Let me. You won't hear it, so just bear with. But I'll put it up and I'll.
Marvel salad.
Let's see.
Soithius the lad tipped £1. Bloods simping and waffling at the same time.
Right, Soithius said blood simping and waffling at the same time. I don't know who Soithius is talking about, though. Are you talking about me? Am I the blood? Is Ansgar the blood? Or are you talking about Alex? Who are you talking about? Can you put in chat, Soithius? I'm confused. Thank you, though, for the tip. I appreciate that. Oh, Alex, yeah. Simping and waffling at the same time. What you mean with the Michaela Peterson video?
I think so.
Yeah. I was confused then. I was like, who's blood? Thank you so much for the tips, Soithius. Can we get some salads in the chat? Yeah, what I think regarding if a tip comes up, then I'll just let you know that it's come. You won't be able to hear it. I just feel bad if people you can't hear. I think there's going to be so much support for him, like without a doubt, and there will be mean comments, and it just takes a certain strength of character to just ignore those comments. I don't know. I'm just so used to just horrific comments every day of my life that I can just switch it off to a degree. But obviously there is, every day I'm just getting told I look like a piece of shit. I am a piece of shit. Yeah, it's pretty classic. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of like numb to it at this point, and I'm sure he gets so many comments. I can imagine being an atheist, though it's more acceptable now, there's still a huge religious community who have a absolute hatred.
Oh yeah.
Like
he once had a conversation, not with a Christian, but with an Muslim. This was like a huge deal. Like he manipulated the video footage, and like half of Muslim YouTube was on his ass, like just like trying to roast him. So he got a lot of flack for that. And yeah, I remember that pretty well. And it was like, I think he's used to that.
Yeah.
And I think that the vegans are just so, maybe like the thing I'm really hoping Yeah, Mohammed Hijab.
Mohammed
Exactly.
Mohammed Hijab. He has a massive community, doesn't he?
I know,
Yeah, he's one of the famous religious speakers. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really annoying, to be honest.
I've heard some of his debates. I'm like, nah, sorry.
Yeah.
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 No, I'm
Yeah.
not religious today. No, I'm not falling for it. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Anyhow, yeah, I just remember that that conversation. So yeah, I think he's used to that, and maybe like just hypothesize that Alex is just like kidding with us and he's just doing a social experiment. I think would be perfect to show that vegans aren't like these revengeful people that will like all shit on him because he's now a non-vegan. You can see all over the board, like almost all the comments are supportive.
Yeah.
Like, can we help you? Like that's so amazing. Like I love that the vegan community actually showed in the Alex case that they can be supportive, in some cases maybe too supportive, but that's just a thing where I'm saying, okay, this would be a perfect time for Alex to be like, oh yeah, no, I'm actually vegan. I just want to say here, vegans aren't as obnoxious as you think.
Yeah, so many people, like so many vegans will reach out and want to help. If he turned around tomorrow and he was like, this is an experiment, I think people would be like annoyed that they got bamboozled, and you know, but then it'd be like, okay, yeah, whatever. Like there's so much leniency. All vegans want is for people to just stop paying for animals to be stabbed. Like we will go, like I literally would go out my way. Like if I were outreaching to someone in the street and they like said, oh, you know what, I just don't know like what to get, I'd happily go shopping with them. Like just a stranger, I'd be like, let's go. I'd buy them something, like just like the best fucking chocolate they could have in their life, like just because I want people to stop doing that. And so many like vegans are like that. And yeah, it's a very supportive community. Yeah, there's some a-holes, but that's what you're going to get in a community of people. And yeah, as you say, there's so many supportive people, some maybe too supportive. And there are going to be people who are upset. But like, when we know what we know, like you've got to expect that. And he is expecting that. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of support where maybe, you know, if this were another social justice movement, would there be as much support? I don't think so. I really don't think so, to be honest with you, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Like in the YouTube space, people are really quick to judge. So
yeah,
I think it's a perfect example. Since you just mentioned like buying people food, like random people food, it just reminds me of Joey Carstrom. Like a little shout out about his videos, like with this one guy just going through the supermarket and
and he brings it to his house or something. Yeah.
It's so cute. Like I love these videos. Like it really shows, okay, we're like invested in trying to help people to go vegan if they really want to.
Yeah, if they really want to, then we're like, wow. If someone's like, yeah, I'll do it right now, and we're like, what? Okay, I'll show you. Like, I'll show you literally right now, and I'll be your best friend, and we can. It's very much like that. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think the support isn't there or anything. I just think he's been with the wrong crew, and you know, there was a bit of like confirmation bias because he didn't really want to do it, or he felt left out with another group of people. We're very social creatures. You know what, like there've been like if I were more, you know, reliant on, you know, social status or something, then I'd talk about something else that's much easier to talk about. I could see why people like vegans just get endlessly bullied and gaslit and, you know, treated like crap just because we are vocal about something that we're passionate about. So I could see why that would have issues or pose issues for other people. Just lucky for me that I just don't give a shit. Like whatever.
Really lucky for you.
Yeah, lucky for me.
I just avoid, since we're a group of people who like work on this channel, I just try to avoid reading the comment section. So our reception is pretty good to be fair.
Oh,
like, yeah.
I go to war. Like the other day I was ill and I was like, right, I'm not gonna upload today. So what did I do the entire day? I just argued with people the entire day. Like because one of my videos.
How do you get the energy for that?
I don't. It's just an impulse.
I'm just sick of it. Like totally sick of it.
It's my probable autistic nature. So you know, I think it's my special interest, to be honest with you. I can't help it. Like I am the stereotypical vegan who will not shut up.
I mean, if they're interesting arguments, like I love to converse with people for hours, but usually, like the longer you are vegan, the more bullshit is repeated. So
Oh, you hear it every day, yeah. But then,
yeah,
like, as someone like Debug Your Brain says, a really important thing in advocacy, and I do this, is, you know, as soon as you hear an argument, just forget it. Forget the argument. Like, remember the rebuttal. Just forget the argument and pretend you've heard it for the first time and be like, oh wow, I'm so curious. Wow, crop deaths though. Oh my god, circle of life. Crazy. I know a film that's like that.
Yeah, I think that works really well because I remember doing a school presentation. Actually, I had some.
We've cut out. Are you with us?
Just putting out as a disclaimer.
Oh, sorry. What was the disclaimer? Because you cut out for like a good 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, the disclaimer was that I did some I had some major blunders in describing the ethical theories, which I tried to correct afterwards. However, I remember talking to these students and just like I asked the class at the end, like, okay, just give me your arguments, like shoot wild, like what speaks against going vegan, and just like engaging with people and just asking them, like, okay, interesting argument, steelman their position, and then show the rebuttal. Because when people feel like more included, like going heads on, in my experience at least, leaves a more bitter taste in people's mouths. And I felt like that was a really interesting way to go about it. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, see, Richard, who's in the chat, yeah, you say don't read the chat. So I've read that. I've made a mistake. I've made a mistake because I see someone saying one more vegan has left the cult, and you know what? I've never seen this. I've never heard anybody say we're a cult before. I mean, never in my life. So that's never once.
Yeah, never once.
No, no, not once.
There's actually a channel called Telltale. I really love the channel. Like, I love the guy, but he did a video on veganism being a cult. And
wait, who?
Telltale.
Oh no, I don't know who that is.
He's amazing.
Okay.
But this was like really fucking annoying to watch this video. Like, it's similar to the Alex case for me right now. Just like wow, like I followed this person, like I really enjoyed the content, and suddenly there's like this big shift in opinion of this really weird stuff being dropped. So yeah, it kind of detracts from the credibility of people you think are credible. Yeah, and I think it's probably also hard, like for a lot of people who follow Alex's content. I think Sophia as well, like really enjoyed Alex's content. It might be really hard to like accept that Alex could like flip flop this hard.
Yeah, no, Soytheist is like, correct me if I'm wrong, Soytheist, you're in the chat still, right? You were like driven by Alex to make this change, right? Like to be atheist, and I think that's the whole Soytheist thing is like built around that. So yeah, I do wonder how Soytheist is feeling about this, because yeah, if you're a big fan, like I'm trying to think of anyone who like I was deeply upset when they stopped being vegan. Oh, when I heard Natalie Portman wasn't vegan anymore.
She was? Wait, that's actually a thing? I didn't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard like Natalie Portman wasn't vegan, and because I have such a huge crush on that woman.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Oh damn. So it just like really hurt my feelings. I was just like, oh man.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so it's just like, ugh, because I don't have a crush on many people, but Natalie Portman, damn. So and that kind of ruined it for me. I was like, oh man, you've ruined it. Can I not just enjoy, like, can I not have one nice thing? Like, yeah. At least we got Pamela Anderson. Didn't recently she say that she eats animal products? Or are you're being trolley, right? I saw something. Just trying to think who else. I don't know. I don't really get attached to people like who I don't know. I find it really hard to. There's only a few people who like I crush on if I don't know them, or you know, celebrities who I really like. So it's kind of hard for me, you know. I love how it's common knowledge in the vegan community that I, Soytheist, adored Alex. Yeah, Soytheist. I'm sorry. I feel more heartbroken for Soithius than for you. But I don't know. For me, I don't know what it was. I can't explain it, but it's also common knowledge that I always had my doubts and I just didn't trust it.
About
Alex and his like the legitimacy of his philosophical beliefs.
I mean, personally, like one reason I wanted to come on this because I'm very much aligned to a position Alex held like a year ago, and like I still feel like all the arguments hold to be vegan. Yeah, so I don't know. Like I know some people like were writing in the chat like utilitarianism is crap or something. As a response to that, I would try not to make this a connection just because Alex is like going on a tangent, but this is the reason. But yeah, it's I get like just like even as a utilitarian, I feel like more supportive of threshold deontology because like from a psychological point of view, it seems to leave people more likely to stay vegan than utilitarianism because as you said, there are more ways to kind of like wangle your way around veganism and utilitarianism. And if you just are threshold deontologists, you say, no, can't do this. It's easier to process for your mind than to
I'd say definitely more. I feel like utilitarianism is just this bloodbath, to be honest with you, of like like between utilitarians, and I'm like, whoa, I'm gonna stay here in my lovely little threshold deontology corner.
I mean, for me, as long as this like psychologically fits and you stay vegan, I'm happy about it, to be honest. So yeah, I'm gonna stay utilitarian, but yeah, I don't think I will go non-vegan because of that. I'm way more convinced by it than not. But.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, if that was the reason you came on. I think it is important because people might think, oh well, I also believe what Alex believes, so this should lead me to now do what he's doing.
Right.
Yeah, which is not good because obviously if people can influence him to make that change, then they could maybe influence he could maybe influence them to make the other change.
Right. I think it's like maybe if people were like people who were convinced by Alex's arguments are seeing his video, they might be still like be vegan, but start to reconsider the position and be like, okay, there might be like good excuses because a person who made good argument is making in quotation marks good excuses now. And I feel like this is the greatest danger because Alex still seems to be somewhat invested in like not supporting factory farming. I hope it's just not just to get sympathy points. And I feel like he's doing a disservice by like being so public about like him being wrong on like making people activists. And I just feel it was the wrong way to go about, even if he still does care about animals the way he did before.
Yeah, you're right. It could be lip service because, you know, even like non-vegans who literally pay into factory farming will talk about how they don't support factory farming. It's just like a classic like thing to say, oh no, I don't support factory farms. Yeah, and all these non-vegans say it. Yeah, all these factory farms are being being funded. It's really interesting.
No, yeah, it's weird. Cognitive dissonance is just massive. Like 80% of Germany is in favor of banning factory farming, but apparently no one wants to get their asses up to actually ban it. So
this is amazing. Yeah, that's when like the whole welfareism cringe stuff kind of like comes in because it's like, well, if we can get it banned, then they're in for a shock. Like we ban it, and then they're like, oh, why is the price of my flesh gone up like tenfold? Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah. And there's such a big like even in politics, like in German, I can only speak. I actually can also speak for US and UK politics, but at least in German politics, they try to like do one veggie day a week, like and this was that you weren't required to do that in like institutional like areas. It was like for schools or for hospitals. Like you could even decide to host it or not host it. And this did cost the Green Party their election, just like being,
my
let's have
God.
one vegetarian day a week.
Damn. Wow, that people get that like arse mad about it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like when I don't know, I think of like when Greg said, "Oh, we're gonna bring out a vegan sausage roll." People were insisting they were gonna boycott just because they would have a vegan sausage roll. They're still selling corpses. Just the mere existence of a vegan sausage roll pissed people off enough to like boycott them for a while. So yeah.
It's weird. It's really weird. Like what's going on in people's mind? Like everyone is against factory farming, but then they won't eat a vegan sausage roll.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's the emotional. I think, as you said earlier, I know like I don't like the entailments of emotivism that I'm hearing, but yeah, we are very like we'll say, "Oh, something's wrong," because we want to like feel like and affirm the identity of someone who wouldn't support something so horrendous. But our actions, they have more like of a societal ramification, like as long as it's socially acceptable. And if it's socially, you're not considered an animal abuser if you pay for the bodies of cows, chicken, pigs, then that's fine. But identity wise, I wouldn't support factory farming. That's so wrong.
Yeah,
just wild. But yeah, I don't have too much longer on this Google Meet before it will warn me that it's going to expire. Did you have any like final thoughts?
Final words. Yeah. Just quickly on welfarism, because like I feel it makes it easier to like ditch veganism and just like play it down. I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
However, just from my experience, I just know many vegans who work in welfarism and just try to make the best lives possible for the animals as long as we do have these industries. So I think it might be still a valid alternative, and especially, Humane Hancock has more stuff on this on wild animal suffering. It's kind of also welfarist ideas which he spreads. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but we still always, I think, should keep in mind, okay, veganism is the optimum position for animals and the thing we should ultimately strive to do. And everything we can do in our lives and the work we do and where we spend our money on, where we donate to, we can improve the lives of the animals that already suffer, and in the best case, of course, get rid of this industry entirely. And yeah, I have some hopes for the future, but yeah, I'm kind of, it's sad that we have such a backlash in the vegan community right now through Alex. But yeah, I hope we can gather up all the people who are like flip-flopping right now due to Alex and get them
and whack them with a flip-flop.
Exactly.
Be like, behave.
Subscribe to Being Gays. Just subscribe to Being Gays. Just transfer your subscribers from
CosmicSkeptic just come to me instead. Okay, I won't let you down in that way. I'll let you down in 100 other ways, but not that way. Oh, one final thing. Can you say Alex has broken my achy breaky heart in German?
Yeah, I can. Alex hat mein kleines armes Herz gebrochen.
What they said. Okay, thank you so much for coming on, Ansgar, and I'll put your link in the chat so everyone can check you out. Young Brutal Vegan, everybody. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your opinion.
Yeah. Have a nice evening.
You too. I'll see you in the chat, all right?
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, a lot. Okay. Young Brutal Vegan, everybody. I needed to get that. I needed that. I care very much about translation. Okay. I'll say it in 3 languages. Say it, Zoitheist. Thank you for that tip during that guest appearance. The danger of parasocial. Yeah, I can't really I don't really have anyone who I'm like, oh my god, I love you. I don't know who you are. I just find it really hard to attach myself to people I haven't spoken to. But yeah, I do fancy Natalie Portman. I'll give you that. And that let me down. That hurt me up. just look, the thing is, I think it's really good to take inspiration from people, but don't look up to them. Like I have a lot of people who I take inspiration from, Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers, Rugter Bregman, Lily Hayes, like loads of people, and each and every one of them do something that I disagree with. But, you know, thanks to all the salads in the chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What the fuck? Drowning ants okay and fingering. I can't even. F in the chat for yeah. Just yeah. Well, I don't know. If you're familiar with this channel, I did not think he was too based. I'm afraid. Sorry. I got the info. I can't remember. I think it was from her saying she wasn't vegan for some reason. Is the TTS turned on? It is turned on. If you would like to send in a tip, there is a pin link. It's TTS. Say what you got to say. Have your opinion be heard. Why did you... Oh, sorry, I read that. You can be happy for someone because they've joined a cause you support. Don't be surprised when they change their minds. Yeah, people are fickle. And, you know, I just think it's better to just not put anyone on a pedestal. Not, you know, not think that they will... Even me, like, I know for a fact, I absolutely know with my chest, I would, like, I am not a person who would kill somebody. I'm not a person who would pay someone to kill somebody. Like, I can say that. But don't, you know, you're not in my brain, right? So just, you know, I'm not saying don't trust me, but I'm also saying don't bet on me. Even though even with something that I can fully say, I can say I believe in human rights, I believe in animal rights. I can say that. But, you know, I can prove that to you when I'm dead and I never did it. You know what I mean? I never went on to do that. That's when I can prove it to you, is when I'm dead. All right? Then you'll know. But until then, you know, obviously people more likely to put someone like CosmicSkeptic on a pedestal. He's a very well-known person. I'm not a very well-known person in the community. So I don't think I have that much of a, you know, like a worry in that sense. But if I did get to his position where I had all these people looking up to me, I'd like to make that clear. Definitely take inspiration and be an inspirational person and take, you know, like constantly find inspiration from loads of different people, because everybody has something to offer. Even if it's something really like it's a bad little thing that gives you a good lesson. You will be soon. Thank you for the faith. Well, in Germany, like, get every German vegan subscribed to me immediately, okay? I'll come to Germany. I was invited to Berlin recently. I don't know if it was a joke, though. So, if it wasn't a joke, then I will come to Berlin, okay? Let's see the rest of this, shall we?
Interested in philosophy and never enjoy sharing personal information about myself, but I can obviously see why this particular update is both necessary and relevant. It's not my intention to go into too much detail here, as I think that will require more space and perhaps a video, but rather to let you know with more...
Come to Berlin, we can host you. Damn, I've been invited to Berlin again. Oh my god. I have to come to Berlin now. My housemate is currently in Berlin. So it's my turn after. Okay. I'll come and cause havoc. Advocate in the advocate to the Germans. I know no German.
Later. Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand not wanting to put your private life out there too much, and it's not his intention to go into too much detail here. That's just part of the vague booking thing I was talking about that I find annoying. Like, why not just wait to make a longer video if you need space to deal with it? I totally understand that, and I respect giving people space, but just kind of putting this vague thing up there without more details, it made me frustrated. I'm sure that other people are not going to be bothered by that, and that's fine, but I find that to be frustrating. My opposition to factory farming remains unchanged, as do my views regarding the need to view non-human animals as morally worthy beings whose interests ethically matter. However, I am no longer convinced of the appropriateness of an individual-focused boycott in responding to these problems, and am increasingly doubtful of the practicability of maintaining a healthy plant-based diet in the long term. Again, for reasons I hope to go into more detail at a later date. Vodka and Gatorade. It's not very good. Okay, so he's still against factory farming and thinks animals deserve some moral consideration. Like, that's literally everyone. Like, pretty much almost everyone.
Yeah, literally. Everyone.
Soytheist the
People who
lad
pay
tipped
for it
£1.
are against it.
Assamese, Alexi Merhayata Tukura Kore Dilla. Hindi, Alex Nemia Dil Kata Krata Krakardai. English, Alex has broken my aki breaky heart.
Oh my god, I have to hear that again. It's coming again, I'm sorry.
Marvel salad.
Soytheist the lad tipped £1. Assamese, Alexi Merhayata Tukura Kore Dilla. Hindi, Alex Nemia Dil Kata Krata Krakardai.
I think that's my favourite.
English, Alex has broken my aki breaky heart.
In Hindi, it hits more. Like, it hits harder. Like, I feel like my achy breaky heart. Yeah, the Hindi one's the best one. Definitely. Thank you, Soytheist. The heart speaks many languages, okay. My heart. Damn. Yeah, it's best in Hindi, 100%.
Meet and talk to on the street, every non-vegan is against factory farming and thinks animals should be treated as worthy of moral consideration. That doesn't really mean much to me. No. The part about the individual focused boycott, I agree with. I didn't even know that was his view. Like, I didn't think that he thought we were going to solve this with just an individual focused boycott.
Yeah, I don't think any, like, vegan really thinks that is the only way forward. Like, what vegan is literally saying, look, me going vegan, this is going to stop. Like, there's obviously, like, there's systems in place that need destroying as well. So, yeah, amazing.
I certainly don't think that. I don't know if most vegan activists do. I think individual boycott is part of it. But yeah, obviously we need to do a whole lot more than that. You know, we need to challenge corporations. We need to change laws. We need to invent lab-grown meat. Like, there are a lot of things we need to do to end this factory farming problem. So I agree with him there. I guess I didn't realize that was his view in the first place. So I wonder why he's doubtful of the ability to maintain a healthy plant-based diet, just because there's so many people who do it for so long. You know, like, I know vegans who have been vegan for 40, 50 years.
Not only that, but the science states that it's a healthful thing to do, that it can reduce the risk of some of our top diet-related killers. So I just, but if you got Michaela Dickhead in your head, going, here, I'll suck your cock if you stop. It's just like, what are you gonna do? Okay, damn.
Years, and you do hear of people kind of switching back and being like, oh, I couldn't do it, and I guess I just thought it was because they were kind of like ethically weaker, or maybe just couldn't stay the course. I don't know. I didn't know it was actually because of like maintaining the diet was hard. And I think it's weird for Alex to say that just because he is, pretty well off. He's a really smart guy. He lives in London, right? I mean, I think London's one of the...
Does he live in London? I think he lives in Oxford still, right?
The easiest places to be vegan. So if he...
Very easy to be vegan anywhere in the UK. Anywhere. Even if you live in the rural parts of the UK, you can get a Tesco order. Sorry. Not hard anywhere in the UK.
Can't do it. That's concerning to me, not just for the reason that he can't do it, but like...
In the words of Lily Hayes, think it's your ass, bro. 100%.
He can't do it, like, what does that mean for other people? At the very least, even if I am way off base and totally mistaken in my assessments, I do not wish to see people consuming a diet on my account if I have been unable to keep that diet myself. even if I am making a mistake. In other words, I want it to be known that I have made it. This part was confusing to me. I guess he's saying that anyone he's turned to a vegan diet, he doesn't want them to be consuming that anymore because he can't do it. And this is like the other thing with this that I find weird, is just this kind of conflation with veganism and a diet, you know, because we all know that it's a lot more than a diet, but in this post he's kind of just talking about it as a diet. Maybe he considers himself like ethically vegan but just can't do a plant-based diet. I don't really know because it's all really vague, but that's, I think, the part I find most concerning about all of this, because I'm worried that he's just going to go on like a whole veganism's unhealthy tour, you know, and then all the ex-vegans will be like, oh, I told you, blah, 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 and we've seen what happens with that before, and yeah, it's kind of disheartening. I hope that there aren't, you know, there probably are a lot of people in his audience who went vegan because of him, and I hope they don't go back to eating animal products because of this, but I'm worried that they will, because that's basically what he's telling them to do. I don't know.
Most vegan restaurants are in England or in London. Nah, most of the vegan restaurants I've been to are outside of London. London has a lot, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's got most. There's vegan restaurants here. Vegan places here. Like, loads. Norwich is full of them. Like,
what he's talking about, he's known to be making a mistake. Is he saying that basically the vegan diet was
yeah, that's true now. In my opinion, it's worse than some random YouTuber going ex-vegan, because he did a number of talks and speeches at vegan events. Yeah, he got invited to these things, and like, he made himself very involved. So it's really weird. No, not most restaurants in England or in London. No, most pré-à-mangers are in London. I'll give you that, okay? There's like a pré-à-manger everywhere. Sorry, I mean, in context where I live, Essex, yeah, I can't think of there's too many, like, vegan places in Essex. It's not really the most vegan-friendly place. I'm from there. I feel your pain.
Mistake, and now he's owning up to that. Once again, something that I would like more information on. I imagine that the responses to this will vary, and I understand why this might come as a huge disappointment to some of my followers. I am truly sorry for having so rigorously and at times perhaps too unforgivingly advocated for a behavior change that I myself have not been able to maintain. Yeah, I mean, I think it is pretty... Maybe he was able to maintain it for a certain time and then was unable to. I'm curious if he was ever advocating for it and like was like secretly eating animal products, because I agree, like, if you're advocating for a certain behavior that you can't even do yourself, like that's pretty bad. And as far as the responses to this, the comments, I think people are being a little too nice. I would like to see them being a little bit meaner. And
Natalie thinks people are being too nice. We're getting like a mixed bag, okay? See, look, I'm going one way or the other. Like, oh, see, like, when I hear someone say, "Oh, you should be me," and I'm like, my confirmation bias is like, "Oh, maybe I should. Oh, maybe I should be me." You know, we've had vegan gains be like, "You're a fucking idiot." We've had Natalie be like, I think you should be meaner. Then we've had Chris be like, no, I think you should be nicer. Then we've had Ansgar be like, no, I think you should be nice. Help me. Oh, yeah, varied response, okay? I want a mix of opinions here, so you can make up your own frickin' mind, okay? Yeah, that's the problem. It was funny. Oh, I don't know, man. I'm kind of evil, I guess. I just kind of
comments, but yeah, obviously the responses are going to vary. He's not primarily...
Yeah, that's true, Christian. Vegans are so hyper-focused on being effective that we argue endlessly on the best approach to react to stuff. Yeah, we do, and I used to fall into that quite a lot, and I think there's more evidence actually for one specific kind of way than others. Like, Natalie recently went through this, if you would like to see. A good channel to check out. I will leave a link. But I don't really involve myself too heavily in this sort of stuff anymore. If you're familiar with my content, you know that I react to other vegans, I look at outreach, you know, I make stuff to piss off non-vegans. That's my primary thing. But if I see something like this popping off, and I can talk on it, and can have chats with people, can have people come over, then 100% I'm gonna get on that shit. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't be asked, and then I was like, oh wow, people care about this. Damn, people are really pissed off about this, and I was just like, well, I saw it. Like a friendo messaged me, and I was like, yeah, no shock to, you know what I mean? So
a vegan YouTuber, he's more of, a religion.
He always went the harm reduction route rather than individual rights of individuals. It was bound to happen. I mean, we just had Ansgar on, like Young Brutal Vegan, and they have a similar viewpoint to Alex, as they just came on and had a chat about it. So, is it bound to happen? I don't think so. I think there was other things that were said that just made me think, like the fact that he said, oh yeah, you could ethically kill an animal or hunt them, that he wasn't very trusting of the science surrounding veganism. It was new. It was this kind of experiment that it was like, what the fuck are you saying right now? But if you search CosmicSkeptic on my channel, you can see from a while ago the problems that I've had with him.
A religious, whatever, atheist YouTuber. So I imagine that most of his audience is not vegan, so they may not have a huge emotional response to this. As far as for people, I know people who went vegan because of him. He was like a huge influence.
Didn't genetically modified skeptic go vegan because CosmicSkeptic went vegan? Someone might, if they know genetically modified skeptic more than I do.
I'm sure that they're taking this really hard, and my heart goes out to them and anyone who's watching who he was a huge influence on you. I'm sorry.
He's not passionate about justice suppression. He's passionate about masturbating his brain with philosophy, and that's about it. I might have said that before, right? Yeah, but I don't want to be mean, but sometimes just watch my old videos, okay?
Sorry, that sucks, and it's another reminder why we should never put anyone on a pedestal. But
yeah,
even myself, like, I never really put him on a pedestal, and I'm still upset about this. So don't, whenever anyone is criticizing you for putting someone on a pedestal, you don't have to do that. Like, whatever you're feeling right now is totally valid. So don't let someone minimize it by trying to shame you into thinking too highly of someone.
Yeah, like, you shouldn't feel shame about putting people on a pedestal. I think we do that a lot with people we want to emulate. We want to be like that. We put them on a, like, when I think of someone like Bob Ross or Mr. Rogers, I want to be like those people. Like, I want to be like them. So I might think they're more wholesome or good than they might have been. I don't know. We fall into it. We want to have idols, I think. Even for someone like me, it's not very, like, I don't really care about what celebrities are doing. I couldn't give a shit. My close, my feelings go more into the people who I'm physically around. But even then, I see people and I'm like, oh my god, they're so great. If they just make me feel a certain way, or I want to be like them, it happens. And when someone like that lets you down, it kind of feels like you've just been told Santa's not real. So
if that makes sense, like, every emotion and anger, frustration, or whatever you're feeling right now is totally valid, and you're not alone. I've changed my mind and behaviors publicly on.
In the words of Bob Ross, Alex's departure from veganism is not a happy accident. There are no mistakes, just happy accidents. Except this. This was definitely a mistake. Soytheist 420.
Soytheist the lad tipped £4.20. 420.
Absolutely, Soytheist. 420. 420, let's go. Can we get some salads in the chat? And some indistinct plants. Unnamed. Absolutely. Thank you, Soytheist. Oh, Soytheist. Your achy breaky heart. Or Alex Namir Dil Ke takre kadai. Everything there was mispronounced, wasn't it? Like, everything. Like, there wasn't even one thing that was right. Wrong. Thank you. Let's go. FBI, open up. FBI. Classic. Honestly, classic. Certainly put Ellie on the pedestal always. No! Never! Naughty! No! Most of it was wrong. Well, I will not be learning Hindi anytime soon because I'll be shit at it, okay? Naughty! Listen. No pedestal. Is this thing on? Don't do it. Naughty. Not me. I'm doing it for your own good. Thank you for the British Queen. No, naughty. No monarchy. Not even me. I love you. Not even me, okay? Though I'd be the most suited queen. Absolutely. Still no. Naughty, naughty. Bad. Bad. Thank you so much for supporting my channel, Soytheist. And thank you to anyone who's been supporting my channel, smashing like today. Thank you so much. Because of you smashing like so hard and so many people being here, this live stream will remain public. Level Joy.
Level Joy the lad tipped £3. He's entitled to keeping this information to himself, but I do hope the video will be clarifying what he was struggling with. Because other vegans maybe experience the same. I hope vegan content creators will pick up on that and help
where possible. Thank you, Level Joy. Yeah, like, I'm a meanie bobini. I absolutely am. I just think that's cope. I'm sorry. I really think that's cope. I don't know that if there's anything that he could possibly be struggling with that would entail him like not being vegan or being vegan something he simply can't maintain. I just really don't. I just don't think it. You know, it could be wrong. I could be very wrong, but I really just think it's heavy copium, like heavy copium, and that he's been influenced into thinking that there's something drastically wrong about being vegan by certain demons who he's been hanging out with recently. I think it's really that, but could be wrong. Can we get some shout-outs in the chat for Level Joy? Thank you so much for supporting, and of course for Soytheist. There is no better drug than copium. It's just like, now I'm ready to go. Yes, I love copium. Sniff it every day, just to get by. Just to get by. I'm on that. Absolutely. That's what you do. You better thank somebody that I don't do any drug except copium, because otherwise, that'd be quite a sight.
On a great many things before, but this feels the most difficult to address by a large margin. I did not want to speak about it until I was sure that I couldn't make it practically work. Some of you will not care, some may understand, some will be angry, and others upset. Naturally, this is a quite embarrassing and humbling moment, so I also understand and accept that there will be some I told you so's. Yeah.
If it's an embarrassing and humbling moment, is it something to do with pooping? Does he maybe poop like a lot? Does he maybe poop like once a day? And Michaela Peterson's like, look, I don't poop ever. Okay.
Soytheist the lad tipped £3 and 14 pence. Cream.
Cream pie. Yeah, pie. 3.14. Oh god, you're naughty. I used to do that on my calculator. Boobs and pie. Thank you, Soytheist. I love it. I love a bit of nerd humor. I hardly get it. So I'm happy I got it then. Vegan Marks. Got Cole. We got God here today. We got Marks as well. Damn. The last stream we had Putin. We had some other people. I can't remember now. We had Putin. 100%. Great stream. Team More Anger vegan, by the way. Okay, we got Team More Anger. Right, put 1 in the chat if you are Team Mean. Put 2 in the chat if you're Team Kill Them With Kindness. Put 3 if you're like me, where you're just kind of like a bit mean, but in like a mumsy way. That's my hope anyway. I want to be like, look, naughty boy, Alex. Look, if you're Alex, are you watching me? Naughty boy. Don't stop it. Stop the nonsense right now. Michaela's a demon, and I told you not to speak to her. I told you not to go anywhere near her, and it was for your own good. Naughty boy. Naughty. Naughty step. Yes, I love you, but you're naughty. You need to stop. Okay, that's my opinion. That's where I lie, okay? 2 or 3. I want to be 2, but I'm a 3 naturally. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I want to be killing you with kindness. I'm so loving. Just everything about me is so pure, and I just absolutely I radiate love and compassion everywhere I go, absolutely. But then I just can't help it. I'm just like, look, you ding dong. Behave. At least sounded like an old British lady for a moment there. It's very strange. Sometimes I find myself sounding exactly like an elderly woman you'd find in a hospital. You know, come for a checkup and then ended up in there for a long time. You got to be very careful with these things. Vegan rebel.
_rebel the lap tipped £10. Thanks for using your voice for the animals. Smash the like salads and don't forget to take your B12.
Vegan rebel knows the way to get TTS to say salads. Thank you so much, Vegan rebel. Damn, 10 a tip. Thanks to you, I'm ever closer to my goal of being able to afford multiple bowls of $39 vegan chili. So expensive being vegan. You know, there's the beans, and then there's the beans, and then there's the beans. It's just insane. And obviously they're like 33p per can, which is really spenny. Damn. Thank you so much. Very vegan mum. So we got a mum in the chat. See what I mean? That's I could see Sheena doing this. Don't forget the beans, of course. Salads in the chat immediately. Right, let's carry on, shall we?
I think that probably the reason this feels harder than like changing your mind on certain things in the past is because it's not just about you, you know, it's about the fish and maybe other animals or dairy cows that you're harming with this decision. Not only the ones you're personally consuming, but like when you kind of go back on this, it's kind of like a punch in the gut to the vegan movement as a whole. You know, it's adding fuel to the fire of the Michaela Petersons who say that we need animal products to survive. And apparently that's what he thinks now. And I've always said that if I found out that humans needed animal products to survive and thrive, then that would seriously change my views on veganism. So if he has some sort of evidence or something and has found that out, I think it's really weird that he's like withholding that now. It's also strange because there's so much scientific evidence and so many organizations that say that a well-planned vegan diet is healthy for all stages of life. Maybe the keyword is well-planned and he wasn't able to plan well enough, which is disappointing. Whatever the case, please know that this experience has inspired a deep self-reflection and that I will be duly careful in future regarding the forthrightness of my convictions. I'm especially sorry to those who are now vegan activists on account of my content and hope that they know I will still
What? I didn't get around to reading that bit by myself. I'm just like taking that in. I'm especially sorry to those who are now vegan activists. I am telling you now. Michaela's got in his head. She's been like, look, you've turned people into ideologues. You've turned people into... So, of all things he is especially sorry for, it's the fact that people were inspired to be activists for the animals because of him. What pussy does to a motherfucker. Yeah, look. We've all done things we're not proud of. Okay. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that's very, let me lick my own asshole for a second. Sorry, am I being mean again? Oh, God, I can't help it. Oh, I just can't help it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not. Oh, I am sorry. I don't know if I'm sorry or not. Let me figure that out. Like, of all fucking things you're most sorry for, what about even, you know what? I'm sorry that, like, the animals are now suffering because I have not been able to maintain this thing. Oh, but he doesn't think it has any effect. Oh, shit. A philosopher committing the #1 infraction of philosophy, committing contradictions. Yeah, that's just amazing. Oh, God. Apparently, he was only eating vegan junk, and then he says his health is suffering. Yeah, didn't he say in a video that he doesn't eat healthily and he eats, like, vegan junk food? Why? Again, remind me how that's the animal's fault. I just
with you to
struggling.
bring about the end of factory farming. To them and to everyone else, I appreciate your viewership and engagement always, as well as your feedback and criticisms. Whenever someone does something and they're like, oh, I've reflected so much, like, it just seems a little, like, circle jerky. Like, I don't really care if you self-reflected for once. I would hope that we're all reflecting on ourselves more often than not. So I'm not going to, like, praise anyone. Like, I guess it's good that you're humbled. You know, I always thought his ego was, like, a little too big. Maybe he was a little too...
Just a bit.
Soy theist the lad tipped
Sometimes
£2.
he sounded a bit too...
Number
2. You talking about poo? I feel like I get riddles from Soy Theist. Thank you so much for the tip. The tip, Soy Theist. Just the tip. The tip has got a lot of people in trouble recently. Soy Theist, look. Some people are not going to touch your tip. And that is fine. Just let it be. You know? Just let it go. Just let it go. Thank you, Soy Theist. Can we get some salads in the chat for another tip? I appreciate that a lot. Just the tip. Just the tip. If you would like to give me just the tip, you could do so in the pinned comment in the chat box. Okay? Just the tip. Okay, because that's all I accept. Any further, it's not gay anymore. You know what I mean? Monster! Thank you so much. Coming in with a super chat. CosmicSkeptic goes to Doctor. The Doctor.
Marvel salad.
You need fish for omegas. CosmicSkeptic. Okay. Oh my god. No, I don't even think he's gone to the doctor. He's been talking to Michaela Peterson, for fuck's sake. She hates doctors. She's been like, you can't trust them. Okay? He was already on the source when he spoke to her. He was like, yeah, I don't know how much you can trust these, you know, this evidence that's out there. I don't know what you can do. He was already lost in the source. Okay, look, now that I've talked about the tip speak. Oh my goodness.
Marvel
Thank you so much. Ex-vegans are the worst. I'm loving all the opinions coming through today. I feel like, well and truly, we've had a diversity of opinions here. As I say, I will be messaging Alex probably via a different account. Just because, like, he might not like my opinion if he sees that. Just to say, look, here's support. Here's some people who could probably help you in understanding how to maintain your diet. Just so I can say fully that there was support given to him. I've seen it with my own eyes. I bloody well gave it to him. Natalie. Oh, yeah. But thank you so much, Monster. Thank you, Soytheus, as well. Am I going to be able to say... I avoid saying your name because I don't think I can pronounce it properly. Tu Vivien? Tu? Is it tu? Or tout? Or it can't be tout. You're French, for God's sake. It'd be like tu Vivien? Fuck! I can't French, dude. I can't do it. I wish I could. I can't. Thanks for streaming my depressed rambling. Yeah, we got Natalie in the chat. Natalie is here. And she's on the screen. That's so crazy how these things work out. That's, like, insane. But thank you to the super chats coming through. I appreciate the love.
Confident, but that's probably just me being like a little older and
old,
maybe bitter. I don't know.
Granular.
But yeah, it's a damn shame. I think the thing that sucks about this is just like how hopeless.
Your actual name, Aditya. Is that how you say it, Aditya? I think so. I could be wrong there. I could be really wrong. Aditya. That's how I would go to pronounce it. And I think that's how I've heard it said. I don't know if I'm right. Probably fucked that up as well. Damn. Yeah, Alex made a lot of his non-vegan followers happy. Yeah, to be honest, he'll probably get a really good following. Yeah, I did it! I did it! Thank God for that. It swings and roundabouts with the pronunciation. Like, what can you do? Yeah, we got so many vegan YouTubers in the chat. Soytheist should be making more content. What's going on, Soytheist? Aditya, get on the content. Come on, we miss you. Got Young Brutal Vegan in here. We got Natalie, Very Vegan Mum, Cliff Grant, the 40-year-old vegan, Vegan Potterhead. Who have I missed? Put 2 in the chat if you're a YouTube creator. We need more. Yeah, bringing the vegans together. This is what I mean. If you didn't feel like there was a community, there is one, okay? I'm someone who, like, I never feel a sense of community. I find it very difficult. I don't like being in groups anyway, you know. And even considering my feelings that will shroud an experience, I still feel like there's a community. Yeah, 40-year-old vegan, Kirsten Mama. Hang on. Anyone who says 2 right now, I'm going to go to your channel and make sure I'm subscribed. I'm going to make sure I do it. So do it real quick. I'm already subscribed to you, Level Joy. I only do gaming content. Would you ever do vegan content? Hell yeah. You got no content, Vegan Rebel. Are you going to? You going to have vegan content? No content for months? Come on, CT. Come on. I will subscribe there. You got piggy, you got cows in the chat. You can click on profiles through the chat. I'm able to do it. I'm doing it right now. You didn't used to, but now, like you could. Then they stopped doing it. Then you were able to do it again. It's just go to channel. Not for you. We can't. Oh shit. Damn. Is that just a mod thing? Oh, what? Okay. In another stream, I'll go through each one of your contents, okay? Okay.
Things feel for vegans, you know, like we got the whole Beyond thing going down, and a bunch of ex-vegans and shit, and like now someone who I really respected as an animal rights advocate is like, oh, I'm just not vegan anymore, and I actually don't think people can do it. Did he take omegas? Did he go to a nutritionist? Did he
get
blood tests? Like, what did he do before he made this?
There's nothing wrong with quitting veganism. Peter Pan, do you want to come on and chat to me? We can go through why there's something definitely wrong with it, and why you think there isn't something wrong with it. Do you want to do that? I'm happy to have you on and chat to me right now.
Decision is another thing I want to know. And also, like, I think we should have a real discussion about which animal products are more ethical than others. If he just wanted to, like, if he had to have animal protein and just ate a bunch of oysters, I would say that's a lot better than eating fish. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes on Joe Rogan and talks about
I would not be surprised if he goes on Joe Rogan at all. Right, this is the video from Juggling Vegan. Go on over. I'm gonna put a salad in the chat. Easy. Oh, I already put that apparently 1 second ago. Wow, I'm so quick. Did you see me type that? Amazing. 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 Yeah, Peteman. I mean, I don't feel you can't abuse. I feel you can't abuse animals, only humans. Wait, want to come on and talk to me right now? We can talk about animal abuse and why I think you can abuse animals. And will you be up for that? Tell me. Amazing. Amazing. Just tell me a simple yes or no, Peter Pan. Yes, I would like to, or no, I don't wish to. Either way. Either way. Nah, I'm busy eating steak and also bacon. Oh, you're scared, aren't you, Peter Pan? It's fine. I'm a very scary person, so I get you. I'd fear me too. I'd fear me too. Okay. Well, look, troll, darling, honey. I have love in my heart for trolls as well. So what I'd say to you...
Marvel salad.
CosmicSkeptic the lad tipped £3. The only thing Alex needs to integrate into his diet are these nuts.
Thank you, CosmicSkeptic. CosmicSkeptic. We get some salads in the chat for CosmicSkeptic. Amazing. 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 Oh my god. 114 of you right now. It's gone down to 113. I think the troll left. Okay? Smash subscribe if you haven't already. If you haven't, that's disgusting. It's not even vegan. Oh my god. But listen, troll, I have love in my heart for the trolls as well. So I love you so much, Mr. Peter Pan. Okay? Let me tell you. What do you think humans are, babe? We are animals, aren't we? If you don't think animals can be abused, but humans can, what the bloody hell's going on there? Let me know. All right? Maybe, obviously, the bacon grease in your hands, you know, the grease from the animals, it might make it quite slippery. And your behaviour right now is a bit slippery. So, a lot of slipping about. But that's fine. You know, work with me. Let me... We're going to look at this, why this is a bit of a classic, like 5 months ago. So, hang on. Let's do a bit of math, shall we? 6 months ago, CosmicSkeptic came out with his collaboration with Michaela Pearson. Okay? Ew, I can't even look at her. Then 5 months ago, he has a discussion with Rationality Rules where he's kind of ragging on, you know, the vegans in Vegan Circle Jerk. It's just like, it's so... Like, I saw this and I was like, I'm a bit worried about the kind of narrative that's being spun in his head about the way he views vegans. I mean, should we have a little watch of this and see if the writing's on the wall or not? Ronnie George!
Marvel salad.
CosmicSkeptic the lad tipped £1. I'm a simp for Michaela. I want Jordan to be my daddy-in-law.
He does absolutely love Jordan Peterson, right? Or no, they've had some run-ins, I think, but I still think he loves him. Right? So thank you, CosmicSkeptic, for the tip. I appreciate the support. And Ronnie George, welcome. Thank you so much for smashing that join button. Now you are a channel member. That means you get access to the live streams after the fact. Because though this live stream will be available, a big salad. You know, most of them aren't. So you know, do Head on over, you can get exclusive content as well as the fact I upload to 3 different channels. I'm busy on other platforms as well. Like, as well as that, I bring out exclusive content or to my channel members and my patrons because I am absolutely unhinged and I don't have a Valentine, so I have the time, you know. I'm just like, sorry, wives of mine, I must depart. I am busy, okay? I'm busy making the content for the salads. It's got to be done. I'm almost certain he's deleted one vid in particular. I cannot find it anywhere. I've been searching for 15 minutes. What vid do you think it might be? Didn't he say VCG was a good thing? He does say it, but then he also says that some of the people in there are dickheads. So we'll watch it and see, okay? I remember the feeling I got from this, which was kind of like, pick me. But maybe, you know, maybe not. Wait, me bacon dipping in milk while watching that old vegan lady be run over for a truck? Okay, yeah, you're getting the block. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to report that, actually. I don't usually report comments, but that is disgusting. So I'm going to report that. That's really fucked up. Okay? The report button sometimes has its use, and it's come in handy for you. Okay? That's really fucked up. Yeah, no. Don't worry, hidden now, so... Yeah, that's... Phew! Ooh! Yeah, sorry, wives of mine. I have many wives, okay? Many wives. Damn. Yeah, I agree. The Pistons are more him looking for a confirmation bias. He says at the beginning how nice it is talking to a room full of vegans that makes some big claims regarding non-vegans being much like the religious in terms of thinking. Oh god. And if he's lumping vegans in with the religious type, given his background with religious people, that's just not good, is it?
There's a subreddit called r/vegan circle jerk. So on Reddit there's the Reddit there's the vegan subreddit r/vegan, which is quite large, lots of people post, but it's quite a friendly place. You know, it's supposed to be there for outreach. It's supposed to, you know, bring people in and be like a happy celebratory type place, whereas a lot of vegans, quite understandably, just are very kind of annoyed at the state of animal agriculture and just want a place to basically vent, post memes, and just be totally rude to people who eat meat, this kind of stuff, whatever. So
yeah, don't worry, I saw it clipped, so I turned it down. Don't worry. Oh, bloody hell. Bloody hell. What the hell? Okay, we're fine.
They've got the subreddit, and it's quite funny. If you're a vegan, it's quite a funny place to go because they're just like totally unapologetic memes and material. I always thought it was...
Meme review coming of Vegan Circle Jerk soon, by the way, because a few people... he deleted his vegan camp out speech video? Oh. Wow. Not fair to say Vegan Circle Jerk is rude. They always offer me cat meat without even having to ask.
Quite a funny subreddit. I've done stuff. I did an Ask Me Anything on r/vegan once, and so if you look for it, you can work out which Reddit account is mine, even though it's not CosmicSkeptic. It's just like my name.
Right. It's not Cosmic Christian either.
So people it's not Cosmic Christian. People know that it's me. And so I did this video on my channel a while ago talking about the right to life for animals. It was a Q&A again. Somebody asked, what's an argument for the right to life for animals? And I said in the Q&A, well, I'm not sure non-human animals have a right to life in the way that humans do. Of course, I don't think anybody has rights. I don't think rights exist. So trivially, I don't think animals have any rights. But I thought, well, if human beings have the right to life in some conceptual sense, you know, like a metaphorical truth, I've made a video about my understanding of rights before. I thought, well, that understanding of rights that I would have, I don't think can apply to animals. Still not sure what I think about that, but I thought, hey, let me put it out there. It's just a casual Q&A. No one's going to mind.
Oh, it's quite clear that you've come on another account, so I don't do ban evasion, so that would be you gone as well. Bye-bye.
So I put it out and said, I'm not sure that animals do have a right to life, and if you want to know why, you can go and watch on my YouTube channel.
Hit the link.
It's quite a fairly straightforward argument, I think. And then I didn't notice this until ages later because I never really go on Reddit, but
Rationality rules. The lad tipped £1. Alex told me he would buy me a juicy dog steak if I nodded along in this video.
Was it a really juicy dog steak? Like a Labrador? They got really like tender flesh, especially if you get them when they're really young. Lovely. Thank you, Rationality Rules, for the tip. I appreciate the love. Hell yeah.
I realized there's like an inbox and people can message you, and I looked at it and I had a message from the moderators of Vegan Circle Jerk, and they banned
the moderator messaged me today, and it was, hang on, I'll get what it said. Oh, hang on. Bear with me. I'm not. Give. Right. Let's see. What did they say? Shut the fuck up, coward. Go back to r/vegan with the rest of the people who don't think animals deserve to live. Oh my god. I'll send on Insta because this isn't connected to my PC. I'll make it now. Right, gonna have soy theist. Come on. I don't know how long this stream's gonna go on for, to be honest with you. It just seems like it's going on, like, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I mean, let's go. I'm gonna turn off TTS for a little bit. If you want to quickly do it now, then please do. But it's going off as soon as Soytheus comes in for a little while. Okay. Oh, Soytheus. Let's go. Let's go. Get Soytheus in here. Why are so many? Are you okay? I think so. Why? Oh, you're asking generally. Okay, yeah, I'm alright. How are you? His philosophy babble is doing my hair. You reckon, Anne? Okay, we're having Soytheus on. Should be on any minute. You think that influenced it? I thought he was already like that, to be honest. Oh. Imagine being British on YouTube. Shut up.
They banned me from Vegan Circle Jerk and sent me a message saying, actually, vegans do think that animals have a right to life, and we don't need a 20-minute video full of sophisms to explain why they're wrong. And I thought,
wow,
okay. So I was like, oh, hello. So I messaged back. I was like, oh, like, okay, what definition of veganism are you using? And I mean, do you not buy any products that deliberately kill other animals? Because it was kind of about like crop deaths and how animals sometimes accidentally, but sometimes purposely are killed in crop production. Now, of course, it's better to eat the crops because it kills less animals than growing more crops, feeding them to livestock and eating the livestock. But I said, if animals have a right to life in the way that humans do, I can't kill you to eat, like to steal your food and eat it, even if I'm going to starve. So why should I be able to kill
Yeah, but this is interesting as well because it's not the vegan like farmers are like, yeah, no, like I'm going to implement methods to make these changes. It'd be like, you know, again with the car analogy, like cars are dangerous, and when you use one, you are accepting that you could technically kill somebody, but you're not like a murderer just because you get behind the wheel of a car. It would be a problem if where we're at right now and the whole like crop death thing is like we're going around with cars without traffic lights. You know, there's no traffic lights, no lighting systems so we can see pedestrians, stuff like that. Yeah, I just don't know how this is analogous, to be honest. Well, the argument is like pesticides and stuff, but you know, vegan farmers are going to want to avoid that because like farmers, just because they produce crops doesn't mean they're vegan. Doesn't mean they're vegan people. You know, I don't understand.
Animals on crop farms,
Bingo.
even if I'm going to starve, right? So I thought, hey, there's an interesting thought. And so I said, like, oh, so do you, like, what definition of veganism are you using, Mr. Moderator? And do you ever, like, buy products that harm animals in this way, that kill animals? Because, you know, how are you understanding right to life there? And then he responded by permanently banning me. And I thought to myself, you know...
Oh, yeah, yeah. Shut the fuck up, Cal. Go back to vegan with the rest of us. Yeah. Okay, we got Soytheus in here. Hello.
Hello. I'm gonna keep my video off if that's okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. That is fine. How are you?
I'm getting better now. I was let's say I was sick without getting into the details.
Yeah.
I was still not eating animals. But yeah.
How are you not eating animals? Obviously, there's something very wrong with being vegan. As soon as you get ill, actually, you need to start eating animals.
Of course.
Oh God. What's your feeling about all this then? Because
oh shit. Hold on.
That's all right.
There's an echo because I have my
Okay,
let's go.
Gone. We good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're a big fan or are a big fan of CosmicSkeptic, so I thought it'd be interesting to hear your views on the situation.
He's just waffling. I can't believe it.
You're waffling.
I woke up today and I woke up today to like a lot of messages for some. I was like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And like a lot of people are telling me that, you know, CosmicSkeptic is not vegan anymore. And I'm like, not possible. And then I went and I looked at it and I'm like, wow, all right. And then it's like I spent the whole day like I think all of us did, like basically like just, you know, like looking at it, looking at the reactions and everything. Yeah. So I was like vegan long before him. I think he went vegan in like 2020. I'm not sure. Does anyone know?
2019, I think, or 2018, like the end of 2018. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably something like that. And I went vegan in 2016. And I was like, I would always think like, oh, why is this dude not vegan? And like, but then eventually he did go vegan, and I was like, heck yeah. And then like because I saw that, well, oh, this works. Like what Alex is doing, like making videos on veganism, that works. So let me try to do that too.
Damn, that's so sad that like somebody who influenced you is making that. But the good thing is like he's somebody who influenced you, and you know, but he's not going to influence you to like not be vegan, which is always the worry when people come out with this shit. Like if people can like be easily influenced to make a change because of him, like it could be easy to make a change the other way. Like so that is the concern.
Yeah. Just to be clear, he did not influence me to go vegan. I was vegan before.
Yeah.
A lot of people in like the Bangalore city group are saying that, you know, he was the reason that they went vegan. Sure. So he has like a influence like very like countries far away. So like yeah.
That's yeah, to have that influence. And it was just what I find very weird about it is like the fact that like he got so involved so quickly in the whole vegan thing. I don't know if it was just because he was getting like, you know, gassed up and people were like giving him lots of positive feedback, and then it, you know, I don't know if it was something to do with that or if he was passionate about it and, you know, just lost his passion. He's spoken to like Michaela Peterson, and then, you know, as I said, she's a demon. Evil tendrils have touched him. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's like a combination of both of those things that you said. It's like, because both of those things did happen, I feel.
Yeah. It's never just one thing,
like,
is it? Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember at one point, like when he first went vegan, like a lot of people were unsubscribing to his channel, right?
Yeah.
At which point, like, I joined his Patreon. Okay.
The support, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And like, and there, like, Patreon used to have this like a community area, okay, where like all the Patreon, like all the patrons can interact among themselves of a certain creator. And there I saw like a lot of people doing that. A lot of people saying that, oh, you're losing subscribers. Don't worry, you now have an extra patron.
Yeah, supporting
so
him.
yeah, like, so there was a lot of that. So yeah, definitely that was there too. And like I saw this man, like, the thing that like hurts me is that like I saw this man like basically growing up. I found him in like 2017, right? And have seen him like basically grow up, and like this, like, I don't think like he's ever messed up this this bad, at least not publicly.
No, like, I mean, I've had my problems with his, like, a few of his videos and his, like, some of the statements he made about, like, you know, hunting a deer could be ethical and stuff like that. I was just like, wait. And then obviously his whole chat with Michaela Peterson, I was very pissed off with. I did like a whole stream with Perspective Philosophy at the time.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, just being like, what the hell? But yeah, it's just such a shame. I mean, it's good because, you know, him going vegan meant that there's like the like channels like yours, and I don't know if you feel this way, but like when I see this shit, when I see these like I'm no longer vegan, it just makes me want to like do even more, like make more content.
Yeah, I've not been able to do content recently because, like, you know, without getting into details, I was sick. But like, I have been doing one thing. Like, we'll get back. Like, I don't know if it's okay to say this.
Yeah.
But like, it's not content related. But I have been doing vegan advocacy.
You have been doing vegan advocacy.
Do you want to guess how?
If it's not content related, but you've been doing vegan advocacy.
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm so bad at guessing. Have you been doing outreach but not filming it?
No.
Have you been like dating people and then like being like, I'll only date you if you are not a dairy fairy, and then converting them and then dumping them? Have you been doing that?
Pretty close. I'll just tell you, I've been using these dating apps.
Oh, close. Yeah, okay.
To do that, basically. Like, I'll match with people and I'll be like, you know, let's debate this.
Yeah, I've seen people do that. I had a feeling. Okay, I was close.
Today I decided to like make this public. Like, I have been doing this for a while, okay? But like today I decided to make it public, and because you know why? Because I had like a great idea. Like, I thought I'd do a collaboration with like Elwood.
Oh yeah.
I know the person who runs the account, right? So I thought it'd be like a nice thing. Like, I'll send people over. I'll send people over to Elwood's. But like there was like a critical flaw with my plan.
Right.
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to like see the screenshot? Because the screenshot is on my Instagram story.
I say tell me, it might be easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the plan was like I'd match with them, like, um and then I'll talk a little bit, because obviously you can start with this stuff, and then I'll ask, like, what's your favorite kind of. Oh wait, but this is like a little bit like, if I say it, then it ruins the joke.
Oh, what? So yeah, I have to see the picture.
Yeah, it's like, I have to give you a warning, but if I give you the warning, and then it becomes like it reveals the joke.
Is it gonna make me laugh too hard because I need to pee? So I can't be laughing too hard.
I think it's okay. I put it on my story, so I don't know. I'll just tell you. Okay, it's fine. So the plan was that, like, I'd ask them, like, what's your favorite kind of meat? Okay, and like,
oh no.
and like, whatever they say, I would be like, I would say, nice. Mine is dog meat.
Okay.
Okay, and then I would, like, send them over to Eloids. I thought, like, wow, what a brilliant plan. I did not realize that there was a critical flaw in there.
Mm-hmm.
The first person I matched, like the first person I tried this on, I said, like, what's your favorite type of meat?
Oh no.
And she said, you.
Yeah, no, dating apps are not the best place to be asking what meat people like. That's
yeah.
No.
I in hindsight, that was rather obvious, but like.
Oh, sweet. Okay, well, you can see that on the story. That is horrifying. This is why I don't talk on these apps, because... Gross. Oh my god. Oh, look, so in the chat, I don't know if you can see the chat right now. We got someone saying,
yeah,
poor Cosmic Skeptic only wants the best for the people. He looks so sad as a vegan. I understand why he don't want to promote the diet anymore. Now, did Cosmic Skeptic look any really different to you as a vegan? Do you think? Do you look sad, or, you know?
I thought he, like, when he went vegan, I thought he looked cuter.
He's the cuter. Yeah, no, actually, I must say, I think he looks his best, like... Yeah, that.
I know. Like, I thought he looked his best, like, right after going vegan.
Yeah.
It's not like, I think it was more of a coincidence thing.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't see the sad. I can't see it myself, but of course, yeah, veganism harms you mentally. It's just ruining you. There's nothing, yeah, obviously intrinsically within the bodies of other animals is your happiness. 100%. Thank you so much for your input in the chat. He looks cuter, uwu. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think he looks cute. But now, you know, now I know that he's naughty and probably fancies Michaela Peterson, which is very upsetting. Like, how could you? Then, like, he's just ruining it for me, I'm afraid. It's ruining it.
Yeah, totally. Like, like, it's like that, like a lot of people have been saying, the red flags were there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, we should have seen it coming, really.
Mm-hmm.
And like, this is why you don't, like, idolize people too much, like what we currently do with Earthling Ed. Like, imagine if
I know, like, yeah, if he did, then people would actually be broken. Like, I don't, that's why I really don't, I find it hard to attach myself to people I don't really know. So it's kind of easy for me to not idolize people very heavily. So I can't say there's been many times where I've just been like, oh my god, this is actually hurtful that you've changed your, you know, mind, or, you know. But if I did, it would break me. Like, it would absolutely break me. So I could see why people would be so upset. Yeah. I quit before Cosmic Skeptic. I was vegan for 12 years. I quit in 2019. Best choice. It was killing me. What about veganism inherently would lead to, like, killing people? Like, what is it about veganism?
Are you reading comments right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking the opportunity. If there's a non-vegan who comes in, it's just beautiful.
Yeah. So, like, is that done? Is that done?
What, the comment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like you were saying, right? If you did, like really attach yourself to someone, that you'd be devastated.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. I'll give you like an example. Oh yeah, at the end of 2021. 2021 was when like I started, right? So at the end of 2021, like people, I did like this Q&A at the end of the year. Like someone asked me like, what was the best thing that happened to you this year? And I like it was like on my Instagram story. Okay, so I uploaded a screenshot of Alex messaging me.
Oh no!
Like,
oh my heart!
It was for like I had made that video of like editing his Tel Aviv's page, and yeah, like he liked it, so he wanted to share it. So he asked for my permission to upload the edited version of his page to his channel. Yeah, and he was really sweet about it. And now I'm heartbroken.
And as you said, oh my god, wait, can you say Alex broke my achy break your heart in the different languages? You did Hindi.
Oh yeah.
What was the other one? I couldn't pronounce it.
Really? I'll type it. I want you to try.
Oh no! Don't do me like this.
There you go.
Assamese?
Yeah.
Is that right?
So, yeah, pretty close.
Really...
I would like, you know, what's the funny thing? Like you can pronounce this, but this is like the anglicized version of it.
Right.
Like, so you should be able to pronounce this, Ellie, because like the way it worked is like the British came in.
Came over.
They were not about.
They were so lovely. They did only lovely things. Yes, absolutely.
No, the British people came in, and then they were not able to pronounce the actual word, so they said Assamese.
Oh, so they ruined it. Okay, wow, they completely butchered it. That's charming. See, at least on this channel, I'll be like, forgive me for my ignorance. Not I would, but the classic British thing is to go, you know what? Fuck it, change it how we want it. Love that.
I mean, like you. I mean, like to be fair, like you won't be able to pronounce it. Like, do you want to try? The actual word is Ohomia.
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 No, you're saying H. So it's like a ha, not a ha.
See, to me, that sounds exactly the same. Like, I can't distinguish between the right. Do the wrong one, then do the right one, okay?
The wrong one first.
Yeah.
You're saying Ohomia.
Okay.
It's Ohomia or Ohomia.
Like.
Yeah.
Ohomia.
Yeah, pretty.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah. Okay. I am so sorry. Okay. That's how you say that. Okay. All right. So how do you say Alex broke my achy breaky heart in?
I mean, I don't know like what achy breaky would be like.
Yeah, no, it's achy breaky.
But you would say something like Alex more here tukura kore dile.
See that I just think that's better. And then in Hindi, I thought Hindi was the best version. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. In Hindi you'd say Alex ne mere dil ke tukre kar diye.
See, that's just better. I feel heartbroken just hearing that. So like, it's doing it right. Absolutely. Okay, yeah, I'm glad you could do that. Okay, because I only know one language because I'm just rubbish, you know.
So, like, you know how I know 3 languages? It's basically just watching TV.
Yeah, I don't watch telly. That's the problem. I don't watch TV. I just hate it.
Like. Okay, I'll tell you how. So you learn the first language. My first language would be, I'll just say Assamese because you know.
You can say it properly. You can say it properly. It's fine. I just can't repeat it.
Okay, like oh, now I just started speaking Assamese.
Did you not mean to do that?
Huh?
Did you not mean to do that? You just
no.
Oh my god, classic.
Never mind. I'll just say Assamese, okay? Because
Okay,
it's just in my head, okay?
It gets you, yeah, it gets you in the
when I'm
language. Okay, yeah.
yeah, it's like when I'm speaking English, I'm supposed to say Assamese. So I'll learn Assamese like because they speak it at home, and then I'll learn Hindi like by watching TV. I'll learn English by going to school.
Okay.
So that's how, yeah.
Yeah, well, you know the Brits. We just do everything in British, and then want everyone else to just do the work for us, so then we don't have to learn anything. That's the classic British way. So nothing's in a different language. So no one's like, oh yeah, actually you should learn another language. It's just like, if you want to, but everyone speaks English, so it shouldn't matter. It's like, no, wait, come on. Damn it, yeah. So it's great. But yeah, Alex.
Oh yeah.
Was there anything?
Like he left a wonderful tip, right?
What, CosmicSkeptic?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a simp for Michaela.
Yeah.
I want Jordan to be my daddy-in-law.
Yeah. Wonderful tip. Wonderful tip.
Wonder
From
who did that?
CosmicSkeptic.
Who did that?
Huh?
Who did that? Who tipped that guy?
No clue.
No clue. No, not me neither. Me neither. It was obviously Alex who came in, and he was just like, "Yeah, I just need to tell you the truth, guys." Well, oh my god. It's been 4 hours that I've been going on about CosmicSkeptic. I cannot even believe that. I haven't peed. I haven't done anything. Oh my god. I've just been pure coping.
You have been sitting there for 4 hours,
Yep.
really? Because I just like jump in and out of like, yeah. So I've been watching bits and pieces of your stream.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours. You've been jumping in and out for 4 hours then. Damn. Yeah. But no, were there any like, because I might just like end this stream soon. Were there any kind of like thoughts that you had about this or going forward, or stuff about that you're gonna do with your channel? Anything like that? Anything you want to say?
Wow, you're putting me on a spot.
I am putting you on the spot.
I don't know, like, what do I say here?
What do you say here?
Oh yeah, it's something that I've said repeatedly. I think like when he went on that Michaela Peterson podcast, we were all discussing it on the Bangalore City Vegan WhatsApp group, and like people were like, some people were like, oh, well, what is he saying? And some others were like, well, this is just nuance. And at that point, I said like this, like what he did on that podcast with Michaela Peterson, is exactly what happens when you see moral issues as like some kind of philosophical fancy and like lose focus of the victims.
Yeah, like I don't know how many victims CosmicSkeptic's seen. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if he's been to like a vigil, if he's like been to a farm, you know, seen all these animals.
I mean, he does, like, I know way too much about this dude, but he says like that like people call him like someone will say like, you are a vegan activist, and he's like he almost jumps at it like, no, I'm not. I consider myself more advocate, because to me an activist is someone who then lists off all the things you just said. So he's like, no, he's probably not done that, because at least like until like quite recently he used to do this thing where like if you called him an activist, he'd be like, no, I'm not an activist.
Yeah, I mean, like I guess until recently, because I've just been doing quite a lot of activism, I didn't want to be called an activist either. So but I just didn't feel like I was doing enough. So, but I guess it could come from a different place, that yeah, he just doesn't want to identify with a certain type of vegan maybe or something. But yeah, I just don't think he ever had the best view of the average vegan, and yeah, it's just, it could be so many things, right? And I'm sorry that you broke your achy breaky heart in 3 different languages.
I meant to say like, sure, like I don't like I didn't mind that he didn't call himself an activist. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, like in and of itself. I'm saying that he did not used to do those things that you're saying that.
True. Yeah, he didn't do that. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, so he probably it's a very different thing when you see these animals up close and personal and understand, like, you know, what actually happens, you know, about the industry. You've seen it for yourself, because it seems kind of unbelievable and fantastical, the things that would happen to these animals.
Yeah.
That, like, activists say, like, I'll come away from a farm and you know, I'll tell people, oh yeah, these animals are like covered in their own excretion, their beds haven't been changed, it's a local farm, I saw tumors on them, there were dead ones in a bin. People are like, nah, you're just you're just like emphasizing or exaggerating something. But no, that's what you see. And each place you go, you're going to see something absolutely horrible, and it's just so unbelievable that that would be happening right next to, like, you know, like houses, or right under people's noses, like out in the open. But it is actually happening. It is unbelievable, but it is happening. So yeah.
Yeah, like logical arguments are important, right? Like, but like they are, like, in and of themselves, we are not completely rational creatures. So like that in and of itself, like, can be like difficult sometimes to, like, that to be that for that to be the sole reason for you to stick to this. Like, there are so many other things that are required. Like, one of the other things that I realized about Alex, uh, quite early, is that he does not engage much with the vegan community.
No. Yeah, that was mentioned like earlier, that maybe he didn't feel like a sense of community with vegans.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I look, I obviously do this, like, for the animals, right? Like, I could not, no matter what happens, like, no matter what, like, which human says what, like, or if every human says what, like, I could still not bring myself to eat animals.
No.
But like the thing is that I have so many vegan friends now,
Mm-hmm.
that I like that just becomes like another thing. It just does, like, whether I like it or not, whether it sounds good or bad to say, it just becomes a thing that you like these people too now,
Yeah.
and you just wouldn't want to, like, sabotage your relationship with these people either.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Like, obviously you're the product of the people around you. So the behaviors they're engaging in, it could very much be ones you adopt, you know, because you love them, because you know, respect them. And
Yeah.
that's why a lot of the time the whole vegan argument is, people find it such an attack, because it's not just an attack on them, it's like an attack on everyone they love who engages in the same thing. So yeah, absolutely. You know, having that community around you who do those things is very important. Like, I know for a fact, like, it's my dream to have like loads of people around me who kind of do what I do, where they're constantly filming videos, constantly, like, you know, like going to like vegan events, you know, exposing farm stuff like that. Like, I know if I had those people around me in abundance, that there would be so much more I'd be able to do, because you know, you have like hype men around you, you're doing the same thing, it becomes part of your habits together. You know, I read Atomic Habits, really good book. You recommended it.
James Clear.
Yep, really good book.
I didn't realize that's what you were saying, Atomic Habits.
Yeah.
Yeah, great book. Yeah.
And yeah, I think, yeah, like habitually as well, you just kind of follow the people around you and what they're doing, and people who you find like inspirational. Like, he may well find Michaela Peterson inspirational because of her dad, because of their like lifestyle or something like that, and he might have just taken a liking to what she's doing and been open to listening, you know, to her story. And you know, her words must be very persuasive, because she's got fuck all evidence to substantiate her claims. So, you know, like, wow, she must be very, you know, I look at her and I'm like, oh, shut up. So I don't get it, but you know, a lot of people listen to her, you know, so yeah, she must have a way about her. I don't get it myself, but Alex is lost in the sauce, I think.
um, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know what's going on there.
No idea.
But like, this other thing that like I also have to like mention. It is that like if it was like someone else, right? Like if it's like okay, two things. If it was like some regular, like the regular Joe, or like not even the regular Joe, like a very poor person,
Mm-hmm.
you kind of get it. Okay, you kind of get like you like maybe they can't manage it. Maybe there is a time restriction, maybe there is a money restriction or some, like I don't know what the exact problem would be, like even if you're poor.
Mm-hmm.
But like maybe that's because like I've never been in that state, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like maybe that could be excused. But like, what problem does this guy have? Like, because he's loaded,
Mm-hmm.
and he's living in one of the richest countries in the world, and like he's like mega famous, right? Like he probably wouldn't even have to pay for some of these things, like like you know what, like I don't know, like some people would just offer to help him,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he would have 100% like, had the support of people around him, and being
And
there for him.
he's also friends with Ed.
Yeah.
So
he has access basically to the entire vegan community because of his social standing. Anyone would be
yeah.
happy to help him. There'd be probably people, say if he had an issue, there'd probably be like vegan doctors who would be like happy to help him for free just because of how popular he is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And as perspective philosophy is here, we covered that, and he said what upsets me is that he never asked the community for support, and I feel that like this came out of nowhere. Like
Yeah.
out of nowhere. Nobody, like, who's he asked? Who's,
I have really no clue. And like, yeah, that's the other thing that I wanted to say. It's like this is going to be far more damaging than every other ex-vegan video, right? Because every other ex-vegan, as far as I've seen, or most other ex-vegans, they're like plant-based dieters, right? Who do
Mm-hmm.
it for the environment, or like for their personal health or things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But Alex like understood the arguments, right?
Yep.
And he made those arguments so eloquently, and like so like yeah, like this is going to be far more damaging than every other ex-vegan video.
Yeah, I think it will definitely like have a damage, but as like Chris Hines came on earlier and was just saying, like, we do worry about the damage that these things do, but essentially it gets forgotten about. Like, it's like, okay, well, there you go, and then you just have a new wave of people like pushing for like look how many people have like quit, but then like lab grown meat is being pushed. There's more plant-based alternatives than ever. We have a massive like fight for this sort of thing, and we're gonna see people come and go, but ultimately the truth's gonna win. Animal exploitation and killing, like I'm reading a book now. It's very long, but it's called the better angels of our nature, and it's about like how the world is becoming less and less violent, and constantly it's bringing up like the way in which we treat animals. And I just think as the world's becoming like less and less violent, it's going to be the case that we are going to stop perpetually slaughtering other sentient beings. It's just going to happen. There's no
You think so?
Yep, absolutely. I just don't think there's a way that it's like, even if it is a case of lab grown meat becomes more popular because of the environmental reasons and other things happen, as soon as we stop doing it, people are going to be like, oh my god, yeah, that was horrific, I can't believe anyone did that, oh my god, yeah, like it will die on its knees eventually. It just is going to happen. Like, even if it's not because we have a sudden like compassion shift, like on the pandemic level and the environmental level, it has to stop. So it's going to.
So maybe something you'll find interesting is that a lot of people here would like eat, like I think like have I'll provide the source later on because I'll not say the source is trust me bro, but like I'll provide the source later on. But a lot of people in like developing countries are now starting to eat more meat. Like while veganism is on the rise in developed countries, um eating more meat is like on the rise in developing countries
Isn't that
because like
also
more.
is that controlling for population increase though?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like the more wealth you get, like the wealthier you get, the more meat you consume.
Yeah, the more like luxury items are in the. Yeah, I think that's the product though of like, you know, the Western countries have like reaped the benefits of doing some like horrific things, and then you know we're able to, you know, enjoy the spoils of that, and then obviously like other countries are you know, catching up economically, and then also wanting to enjoy those. But I you know, I think still it will happen, even though it's on the rise. You know, we have an increasing population, like with, you know, violence on the net it's increased, but when accounting for the population increase, it's decreasing like rapidly.
Yeah, perhaps it'll peak and then it'll go down.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, just one thing, if I'm allowed to say this. I'm just looking at the chat and like I see perspective philosophy is in the chat. I just want to say that I really like his channel.
PP, we love PP.
Yeah,
he's pretty based. He doesn't make enough content. It's kind of awful that you don't make enough content. It's awful that you don't make enough content. So you're both naughty. Naughty. I'm gonna get you both. If you can see me, I'm whacking the webcam. Naughty. Aditya, come on.
There's a delay, right? Because I can't see it. You know,
no,
now
you can't see, but now you see. Yeah, that's you. Yeah. That's your head. Okay. Gotcha. It's fine. Okay. Now, both of you. I'm back now. I have to make up for Alex Lee. You do, and so does Aditya. See, no one cares anymore, okay? Because we got PP's gonna make content, and Aditya's gonna make content, and everything's gonna be fine. I'm happy with that. Oh my god. But yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on here and chatting with me, Soithius. I like it when you come on.
Of course.
You should come on more often. Every time you do, I get like a book recommendation nowadays. You got a book to recommend me right now?
Book to recommend.
Similar vein to James Clear. I like that one.
Okay.
Oh, I can hear like something opening. Let me just shut my.
No. I don't think so. I have something like that.
Okay.
But a book I really love is, it's not at all in the same category, but Cosmos. Have you read Cosmos?
But wait, is that as in by Neil deGrasse Tyson? Does he have something like that?
Don't. Oh my god.
I'm gonna be like, wait, what? Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, you can't say that. You can't say that.
You sound so offended, and rightfully so. I was just like, Neil deGrasse.
The book is by Carl Sagan.
Oh, Carl Sagan. Oh, you know what?
Yes.
I have that. I actually have that in my wish list. You wouldn't believe, because of my blasphemy right there. Hell yeah. Okay, I will read that. It's a
like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know, man. Like that dude is like he always speaks like everyone else is an idiot.
Yeah, he's like, so this mind-blowing thing, Aditya, right?
Yeah.
Ready? So when you like brush your teeth, it like cleans away the plaque. Oh my god, you wouldn't know.
Why does he talk like that?
I just whatever. It's awful. Yeah, I can't.
It'd be like every discovery that an astrophysicist makes gets you closer to your goal. There will be the dramatic pause. Yeah. There will be the dramatic pause for some reason. I don't know why he does that.
It's just like I imagine like if I had to talk to him in real life, I would just like, You know, when you're just desperate to just like have someone stop speaking forever, it'd just be like that. I'd just be like, okay, I can't speak to you anymore because you're hurting me.
He wouldn't let you like he did this podcast with Joe Rogan, and
yeah, I saw Joe
basically
multiple times. He was like, wait.
he couldn't finish one sentence. I don't like look, I don't idolize Joe Rogan or anything, but
No.
like that was impressive. Like to be able to sit there and not stand up and like whack this dude in the face, I don't know. And like that was impressive.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, we have to give it to him. He's got some good patience, because there were a couple of times where Joe looked like he was ready to be like, oi, shut up. Okay, I know that. Like, you idiot. Like, yeah, 100%. All right, look. Soytheus,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to eject you because I could talk to you all day because you're lovely.
Okay,
and your
sure,
giggle makes me feel warm. But it's going to tell me off in a minute that I've had you for longer than 40 minutes because it gives a warning. So... But thank you so much for coming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, yeah, because I don't pay for it anymore. Yeah, you know that all of these things now are like, oh, you've got to pay, otherwise you can only have a limited conversation. You know, making money these days.
When did Google Meet do that?
I don't know. When I had to pay for it a few months ago, and I got, as soon as it hit 45 minutes. I don't know when. I think it's when it changed over from Hangouts to Meet, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but thank you so much, and thank you for the tips. They were funny as fuck. Cream pie, naughty.
I love that. I came up with that like a couple of days ago during David's stream, and like I was like, okay, I'm gonna use this every time. Yeah. Take care, man.
All right, thank you, Soytheist.
Yeah.
Bye. What an absolute lad. We love Soytheist. Look, let me get Soytheist's channel. Aditya will be making content soon. Cream pie. We get some cream pies in the for Soytheist. Okay, we've had some tips and super chats since then. We've had Vegan Dragon.
Marvel salad.
Can you react to my video where I confront him on Ms. Peterson podcasting? He had a speech in Norway last year. Oh my god, I'm never gonna be able to leave, am I? You sent me a link on Twitter. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon. I mean, I've been live for like 4 hours and 20 minutes. But yeah, sub to Soytheist, everybody. I love this. I saw this from Catherine Klein. For the record, I will never not be vegan. 10 years strong and vegan for life. You will not see ex-vegan announcement from me unless 1, I fall into a state of psychosis. 2, AI is perfecting its deep fake. Yes, I'm working on a response to cosmic speciesist. Yeah, sub to Vegan Gays and like, absolutely.
Marvel salad.
John Penis.
John Penis the lad tipped £1. This is just part of Alex's journey.
Oh, I see.
Journey.
Journey. Can we get some journeys in the chat? Oh my god. Thank you, Vegan Dragon, for your knock. And thank you, John Penis, for your tip. Just the tip. What is your Twitter? It's @VeganGays. I made it nice and easy for people to find me. No excuse. Ewan. Or is it Owen? Is it Ewan? I'm sorry. Either way, I'm sorry. Hey, gays. Thank you for being vegan. Learned a lot watching your channel. Damn. I'm glad. Thank you so much for watching my channel. Going to camp out this year? I am not sure. I am really not sure. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I don't know. I will absolutely, as there will be an animal rights march in London, very much like around that time, I will absolutely be going to that. I can tell you that much. And I wish we could get the numbers at the animal rights march that there are at the camp out. So if you want to see me, definitely, absolutely go to the London Animal Rights March. I will be there. Unless I fall into a state of psychosis or AI is perfected and I... Journey. But thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad you let some stop watching my channel, you know, me waffling on, you know, the internet. I'm glad that it has some sort of utility. But yeah, be like 100% go to the animal rights march. And of course, I do like animal rights related stuff in Norwich. If you ever want to come, we have vigils that happen once every 2 weeks. You know, people like CT have been there. You know, that's the whole drama. Asking CosmicSkeptic. Okay, let's see.
And cucumber, plum, pear, and papaya, aubergine and saya, lime, lentils, and quinoa, almond bread and almond flour, watercress and okra, tofu.
So this was his.
Okay, I'm also known as Vegan Dragon, YouTuber.
Applauding you for drinking later.
Okay. Yeah, I'm known for Vegan Dragon on YouTube, tiny channel, and I've been a fan for you a long time, long before you started talking about veganism. But I saw your debate with Mikhail Peterson, and I was so disappointed. Like, not only did you say things like talking about like if it's more practical for you to eat meat and call you vegan, you also said that if shooting an elk would reduce suffering, then go ahead and shoot an elk.
Oh no, Vegan Dragon, hell yeah, he got him head on. What's he gonna say?
Vegan for whatever I care. These like reducitarian, utilitarian arguments. But you also named a trait which you can actually bring the other way around. So I want to ask you, what is it that's true of an animal that, if true of a human, would make it okay to remove a human's right to life because it's more practical for a certain individual, and it would also reduce suffering?
In 1 minute and 57 seconds.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of people were disappointed with that conversation. As I said, you've got to be aware of who you're talking to. Michaela Peterson's audience are very similar to Jordan Peterson's audience, and I didn't think it'd be very effective communication if we were to get into too much of a debate. And in fact, many of the...
See, this is what was a shame. I heard people saying, oh, okay, well, maybe he was just kind of talking to the right audience. And someone said that a couple of weeks ago, actually, and I thought, you know what, I won't be such a dickhead, okay? I won't, okay? And then actually, I think that, you know, that conversation with Michaela really did have an effect on him.
Comments said, what I was essentially going for was the kind of comment that says something like, man, I usually hate vegans, but this guy's all right, you know?
Because the thing is, it is like, what am I trying to say? Statistically speaking, to try and reach common ground with people and try and meet them where they're at can have really positive effects on their association with you, and therefore their ability to actually listen to you. This is, you know, very much the case. So it makes sense, but there's a line to it. You know, he didn't need to say those things. You can appeal to people and make them like you and reach some common ground without saying the shit that CosmicSkeptic said. 100%.
Something like that. Trying to build a bridge. Michaela's coming on my podcast, and I was hoping to actually address these exact problems.
So wait, she's not appeared on his podcast yet, though, right? Or have I completely missed that? Because it'd be really interesting if she's popping up on his podcast as he reveals that he's ex-vegan. That would be very interesting.
When she's on my turf, it's much more of an opportunity to debate this kind of stuff. On the name the trait point,
she's not yet.
The difficulty, I think, here, because...
Yeah, finding common ground is very different from cucking to an audience. Absolutely. There's a way to do it.
You're quite right to point out that, well, for a start, as I say, I'm interested in the reducing of animal suffering here. So a lot of people said, oh, that's a bit too utilitarian for me. Like you're not really, you disappointed me because you're not sort of basing this on rights. It's like, well, I never did that. And maybe we just have a disagreement about the nature of ethics. If you think animals have a right to life and it's very important to respect that right more than it's important to reduce suffering or something, I'd love to know how it is that you ground rights. What are rights? Where are they? How do they exist? How does a person get them? What has rights and what don't? This kind of stuff. This is important because I don't think that this kind of stuff can apply. I think rights are a useful concept that we use to minimize suffering in the long haul. That is something like rural utilitarianism. And so I made a video a while ago about animals having a right to life in the same way that humans do.
Is PP still in the chat? PP, you still here?
I don't think that they can, because if they did, we'd have to starve ourselves. And the reason for that is that, imagine that situation where I can shoot an elk. Let's imagine that by shooting that elk, and of course this can't be true of like how the whole world eats, just this particular situation. I can go and hunt that elk. Well, let's say my other option is to eat some imported vegan food that involves multiple animals dying in the crop death production, and also environmental.
Doesn't he also believe in the cabin in the woods scenario being ethical? Like, can someone refresh my memory? In the video, I think it was about animals not having rights. I'm pretty sure he conceded that it could be like ethically like a net neutral to kill someone who lived in a cabin in the woods. They didn't know they were going to be killed. Nobody knew they were there. Like, nobody would be affected by their killing. Does anyone remember that? CS still appears to be on the vegan camp outline. Well, to be fair, it's only been a day, so, and those things cost money to change, so, yeah.
Pollution from it traveling. What's the right thing for me to do then? Is it to eat that elk, or is it to demand that food? Now, for me, it's very simple. I want to have the
Wait, it's not, let's be clear, even in that, eat that elk. No, we're talking about the act of killing the elk. Like, eating someone's flesh, that could have completely different context or entailments. So I don't like it when people do that. I don't like it when people do that.
Least or the minimal impact on animal suffering that I can. And so if by shooting that elk, I'm going to cause less animal suffering and less animals are going to die as well, then I think that that's the right thing to do. Whether or not that's the vegan thing to do is another question.
I just don't understand how that's the right thing to do. I can think of like many, like, again, I constantly think of like cars when these sorts of things are brought up. There could be many like instances where like it could be more dangerous to be on a certain part of the road, and it could lead to like accidental deaths or something. So then it could be more ethical for me to just intentionally kill somebody. I just don't know. I just can't, man. Bro, this is philosophical wanking, okay? And like, unfortunately, I love a good philosophical wank, all right? I'm down for it. Pro-fap. Pro-philosophical fap, all right? But when you don't mix, like, real-world implications into it, kind of makes me angry.
I would say that it's not. But the objection might be something like, well, you wouldn't do that to a human being, would you? Well, the thing is, I wouldn't do that to a human being, but I also wouldn't eat vegan food if it involved killing human beings in order to produce crops.
So what would you do then? You'd eat a few humans?
People have pointed out that in crop deaths, it's kind of accidental death rather than intentional.
Wait, what? Oh God! So he's gonna say, okay, well, I would purposefully like kill people then? What the fuck?
Intentionally taking the life of an animal in order to eat food. That's not always the case. We use pesticides. We destroy habitats. You know, farmers will purposefully kill animals to prevent them.
Yeah, and they're not vegan. We don't live in a vegan world. I'm so sorry that we haven't yet like had every single industrial system like fix itself and change itself to consider animals. Like, this is such a carnist thing to do. Oh my God, the industries in this society where stabbing animals is deemed morally acceptable doesn't consider animals. The fucking no shit, bitch! Fucking no shit, that's the problem! Oh my God! And again, what the fuck is this? What is this? So what? So instead you directly kill human beings? What is he even going to address that actually?
From destroying their crops. And so
what would you do?
If a human being, if the only way for me to eat some crops were for me to go and kill another human being and take their food or something, if that was what was involved in eating food, we've got a choice to make. We either say that human beings have a right to life that we can't violate and therefore we starve ourselves, or we say that we can actually kill that.
Well, this is like such a false dichotomy, though, because we don't starve ourselves. We're talking about if it were humans, right? There was factory farmed humans, or there were crops, and then people sprayed pesticides so that the people wouldn't go near them. Sometimes it killed them. Okay, you're telling me you just buy the factory farmed humans? Didn't you know that we have to first find a solution to end up with 0 deaths of insects and others until we can kill humans and other animals as much as we want? Sorry, Copper, I had no fucking idea, but now I do know. So now it all makes sense. My fucking bad.
Human being, because it's a situation of survival. Whichever one you say, I just think you need to be consistent with animals as well. So for me,
that wasn't consistent. That wasn't consistent, though, because you're not starving yourself as a vegan. So what the fuck are you... What? What? What are you talking about? That wasn't consistent. Are you real right now? That wasn't consistent. You just said, oh, you have to starve yourself. No, you just weren't prepared to bite that bullet, were you, and say, no, I'd actually just, like, murk these people. Yeah, I'd just pay for these factory-farmed animals. Yeah, I'd just pay for these grass-fed, free-range human beings and, like, pay for someone to put them in a gas chamber. Yeah, no, you're fucking... Oh, I'm sick of this now. Right, we're coming to the end, because I'm just sick of you. Alright, and now I'm going to start being mean.
if there is such thing as a right to life that human beings have, what makes something a right is that it's inviolable. That's what a right is. It's a moral principle that cannot be violated. And that means that even if I'm going to starve, I don't get to kill a human being.
Oh yeah, in the elk, it would be hunting down a human being. Yeah, my bad, because we're talking about elk. Yeah, so he would rather hunt down a human being and kill them than run the risk of a human potentially being killed. Oh my god. I'm away.
To eat that food. Okay. Now the question is, do animals have the same right? Do they have that same thing? Well, if they did, it would mean that I couldn't kill animals in the same situation. So that means even if I needed...
No jumping in, I need to pee too much. I'm too annoyed. Okay?
I couldn't kill an animal to produce food for me. If that's the case, then we
like, I just instinctually muted him.
starve to death. Now, you're welcome to choose what you like. Maybe you think that they do have that right to life, but then you're not going to be able to eat even vegan food because you're killing animals, and again, intentionally.
No, because, right, like, even in the system of, like, rights, okay, having situations where individuals could accidentally be killed, like, pesticides don't necessarily kill. They're called pesticides. They keep pests away. So there's different pesticides that you can use. But again, even in this system, like, vegans are not happy with where it's at now. You're not going to find too many vegans who are like, that's absolutely fine. Like, don't consider them in any industry. We just don't want, we don't want, like, animal agriculture. That's it. Like, if, like, animals are granted rights, it will be the case that they are, like, there's literally literature by Fisher and Lamy that demonstrates that there are different ways that you could reduce crop deaths, like indoor farming, vertical farming. There's other, like, deterrents that you can use that mean that crops, crop deaths don't entail as many deaths or stuff like that. Yes, Fisher and Lamy. I forget the title of the study. There is an existence of these alternatives that we can use, but how the fuck are you going to get anyone to consider these rodents and these small animals who are affected by pesticides if people are literally farming and confining animals and then sending them off to be gassed? Fucking cutting off bits of their bodies without anesthetic, treating them like property. It's not going to fucking happen. Vegans aren't saying, you know what, everything is perfect as it is, just, buy plant foods and then we'll all be happy. No, we're talking about animal liberation. We're talking about granting rights to animals that they don't currently have. Like, no shit, animals aren't considered in our society. You fucking ding-dong. You're a ding-dong. No elaboration needed. I don't care what the fuck you have to say. Anything he has to fucking say, okay, is dumb. Okay? Dumb as fuck. Jesus Christ.
In the production of food. And the fact that you're not eating the animals directly that you're killing and they're just dying in the crop production is much the same as the fact that you don't eat the chicken that you're harming to get the egg. It's about harming animals in the production of that food. So
What a ding dong.
What a ding dong. Yeah, thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Hawk. Thank you for subscribing. That was brilliant timing, actually. Damn.
I just don't think that this concept of a right to life exists of these animals. And so that would be the trait. It requires a little bit more justification, but I'm trying to keep this condensed, but we can talk about this afterwards as well. But I consider rights to be a useful shorthand that don't actually exist. They're not real things. The right
Like, even if you have a problem with that, that does not lead to the issue that you're having with it. To this day, I didn't understand it before. I don't understand it now.
life is a bit like saying the gun is always loaded. It's not. It's not always loaded, but we're going to adopt that into our ethical. We're going to adopt that ethical maxim that the gun is always loaded because it's going to be much better for us in the long run. Rights do the same thing, but I don't think the same thing can be applied to non-human animals for a variety of reasons, including the one that I've just given. But we can talk more about that afterwards. But yeah, I suppose that would be the trick.
I just don't understand how this is the point, because like given how the world isn't like a safe place and blah blah blah, there are human deaths that can happen as a result of a product that you purchase. There is a difference between that and me paying someone to stab somebody else. I just don't. You get me? I just don't.
Thank you.
Oh god, that was pain. What after this? Let's see. Alex and I talked more about it. Have we agreed to talk more about it? Damn! Thank you so much for following over on Twitch. If you don't know, I also stream on Twitch. I did yesterday on Veg Talk. Tell me what you think about the question and what you think about the answer. Okay, let me put this in the chat. Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with me. That was pain. But it's cool that you confronted him on that, because that was just damn. And the fact that what he's done now just makes it so more annoying. I can't. Okay. The question was lit, the answer was shit. Alright. Shall we say that that's the end? Should we leave it here? It's not far off 5 hours, to be honest. I think we've exhausted this. I think it could go no further. And yeah, it was interesting to get, different opinions on the matter. And I can certainly say that, every time this nonsense happens, it very much just drives me to carry on and do more. I would say never put too much faith in people. It's good to have faith in people, but obviously don't, as long as you're not going to get too disappointed when they let you down, when they do something that you don't agree with, when they do something that's, you just think it's just so fucked up. Now, I'm sure a lot of people have left in the last kind of little while. And I think, there's people streaming Debug Your Brain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Debug Your Brain's link in the chat. I'm pretty sure more people are over there now, actually, than here. Let's have a look. Wait. Oh, he stopped the stream. Oh, no. I'm going to have to stay. Who else is streaming? Put one in the chat if you want me to stay. It would mean I have to go pee now. Put one in the chat. I'll stay with you. He just left? Damn. Okay, well, I'll watch the stream. Fuck. Oh, damn. I was just gonna go and... Where'd he go? Oh, shit. Okay, look. Oh, he's so beautiful. Look at him. Look at this beautiful man. If I were not a flaming lesbian, we'd have problems, all right?
Marvel salad.
Bethany the lad tipped £1. Guys, you don't understand. Someone fell in a tank and drowned at my job 6 years ago, so we need to completely get rid of wastewater treatment. This is the only logical solution. Throw the waste
directly into the river instead to protect people. True. Very based. All right, look. I'm gonna go pee. What I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna put on a be right back screen. I'm just gonna depart, and I want you to behave while I'm gone, okay? Don't put anything too naughty on the screen. I'm just gonna go pee, and then I'll be right back, okay? Did we have any misbehavior? No, we didn't. I'm so proud of you guys, okay? You kept your cool. You kept your cool. All right. Were you being... Wait, hang on. Were you being naughty? Time for another 5 hours. He's so lucky. Maybe not 5 hours, okay? Well, it depends, okay? Depends how late it gets. Just want to see what... I'm just gonna go.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me all right? Is my mic...
Superman the lad tipped £3. Thanks.
Thanks for what? Thank you, Superman. Thanks for what? Thank you, Superman. I appreciate the love. Let's see what he says.
He unfortunately is pretty vague about this. He doesn't really give us a lot of details as to in what way he wasn't healthy or the things that he's tried. So it's unfortunately quite vague.
I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. Go over and say hello in the chat. Give him some love. I was gonna share the link, but then he stopped streaming.
I think that's one of my big problems with this post is that I think if you're going to make this announcement, you should actually come out with more detail.
Yeah. 100%.
Rather than leaving anyone in the dark here. And in fact, at first I thought that it might be either.
Gotta go to bed. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you coming on. And yeah, let's hope he gets salad back into his head. Yeah.
A hoax or a hack or maybe some sort of social experiment that he was doing. But based on what I heard on David Ram's podcast, David Rams apparently knows someone close to him and basically confirmed that this is not a hoax. It's not a joke. And so I'm going to basically be moving forward acting as if this is in fact real and he is starting to eat animals and their secretions again. So, okay, so let's go through the reasons that this might have happened, the reasons he has for doing this. And I'm going to kind of like tag them at different levels of charitability and also different levels of probability. So this first one, there's kind of two mixed up here, and that is for like social media clout or what I'm calling like the carnivore cash out. So social media clout, I've heard some people saying, you know, he just started being a vegan and talking about veganism to like grab more followers. This one I find to be both uncharitable and unlikely. The reason being is that he already had, as far as I can tell, is a pretty good subscriber base based on atheism. I think there's a lot more people who are atheists. There's a lot more people who are just generally interested in philosophy. And so he did a lot of atheism and philosophy stuff before this. Vegans represent a pretty small percentage of the population, so I don't know how many more people you're grabbing by appealing to veganism, particularly, especially when he could be appealing to other things and using that time in a different way. So that one I don't find to be too plausible, but it is possible, right? All these things are possible, and I'm sure maybe we'll get some more light shed onto them recently. Now, the carnivore cash out is kind of interesting. So this is basically the move that we see people do where they say they're no longer vegan, they start to eat, they start off with seafood, maybe a little eggs, and then they go like full.
I don't think that's his bag, but I could see him trying to please people like Michaela. Definitely.
Full-blown carnivore, or very at least like omnivore who's like heavily into eating like grass-fed beef and things like that. And so I think there is a chance that that might happen, even if it wasn't the plan to begin with. The financial incentives may just be too strong, and they may start pulling him in that direction. So whether or not he had that in mind going into this, I don't know. Maybe a small probability, but I think there's a not a high probability. I think there's a moderate probability that it happens, just because of, we've seen these little carnivore channels who are
being ex-vegan gets you attention, but if you're already big, I don't think it gets you like that much attention. Like, it's something if you don't have much attention already. Do you know what I mean? But if you're already like famous, then I don't know. I don't think it's really that big of a social, turnover.
Or the videos are trash, the reasoning is trash, and they just absolutely explode because this is what people want to hear. They want to hear that their bad habits are good, right? And so I hope that he can resist those incentives.
Ex-vegans get something that gets people more attention, though. Yeah, but he already has like plenty of attention. I don't think it would be that. It gets money as well with schemes. Yeah, if you're in the diet realm, though, he's not in the diet realm, unless he wants to like suddenly push into it. But I don't know. Somehow I don't think so, to be honest.
And at the very least be kind of silent, rather than going full blown, promoting, carnivory or ethical omnivorism or whatever. So I'm really hoping that's not the case. I think that's also a kind of, that's an uncharitable read on it. And so I'm trying to be charitable here, but I do at least want to flag all the possibilities because, we've seen this before. Next one is that he had a genuine nutrition problem. This is the one that I'm hoping it is, which makes me think that it is definitely not true, because usually the reason that you're hoping for is one that you're kind of like lying to yourself about a little bit. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping what happened is that he had some sort of genuine nutrition problem here. He never seemed that interested in nutrition. I know this can be kind of hard to believe because he's like pretty intelligent, and also he has access to basically any vegan nutritionist he wants.
Yeah, anyone would be happy to help him. Professional beans eater? Damn, you're a professional? Hell yeah. Welcome. Professional beans eater.
He is, has access to anyone in the vegan community. He can message anyone on Instagram, even if he doesn't know a nutritionist or a doctor or whatever. He can talk to someone who does know a good one. And so it seems kind of hard to believe that he could mess this up. But it is possible. I think there is sometimes, particularly with different domains, certain people who are like, oh, maybe I'm into philosophy and I kind of look down on nutrition, or I'm into science and I sort of look down on, literary stuff or whatever. So people in one domain can kind of look down on another domain, and they can also get a little Dunning-Kruger effect where they think they know more than they do about it. So maybe he thought that he knew quite a bit about nutrition and he just kind of overestimated his ability, and there were some weak spots in it. The thing about this that seems to me to be implausible is that, like I said, he could talk to other people about this. He has just so many people in his life who could troubleshoot with him that it does seem hard to believe. One thing I do want to bring up here, though, is this brought up something that I think we don't talk about a lot as vegans.
I'm eating raw onions right now because I am that sick as a person. I am that sick.
And that's the DHA EPA, the omega-3 issue. So we all know that there's a bunch of rich sources of ALA, which is an omega-3. And so, you've got chia seeds, you've got hemp seeds, you've got flax seeds, you've got walnuts, all the big ones, right? And so eating those, you can get enough omega-3s that you need. There does seem to be some research that shows, though, that some people are low or no converters of that ALA, meaning they can't convert the ALA to EPA and DHA, and so that they can't actually...
Usually it's red onion, but it's white onion. I mean, grim.
Actually access like the usable form of it. Now, the solution to that is that you use algae supplements, right? So you can get algal DHA and EPA and things like that. And not only can you get those separately, but you can also get those mixed into other multivitamins. In fact, there's like 10 different brands of these vegan multivitamins, which they're all the same thing. They're like EPA, DHA, and then like the big things that are sometimes low in a vegan diet, like calcium, iodine, magnesium, zinc, whatever. And so there's also a ton of those. So again, like, maybe he missed that part and he didn't, he wasn't supplementing with DHA, EPA, and he wasn't eating much ALA, and he was like a low converter. If all those things aligned, that could be possible. Again, it doesn't seem super likely, especially since he could troubleshoot this. This is what I'm hoping it is, though, because if this is the case, then this is something very easily fixable. And so obviously that has its advantages. I think that's probably low probability, though, but that's what I want to be true. Although it's bad in another way, because if that is the case and he puts such little effort into troubleshooting and figuring it out, then I think that says something really unfortunate about how seriously he took animal rights to begin with. Now, this is the one that I think that even if this wasn't the primary cause, it's always in the background doing some work, and that's social pressure. Okay, so particularly knowing the company that he keeps. So
yeah,
he's in that...
I think this is a real big one. I think social pressure is definitely something here.
Social circle with Michaela Peterson, seems like he's in the circle with Daddy Peterson. I've seen him go on some other podcasts too. I can't remember what the guy's name is, but struck me as maybe like a thoughtful omnivore or something. And so when you're surrounded by people who have a different ideology than you, even if you don't notice it consciously, they're going to be subconsciously affecting the way that you think about things, right? And so there's this saying that, you are the average of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. Now, I'm sure that's not perfectly true, or there's not, necessarily research to back that exact thing up. But it is true to some degree, right? And you'll notice this in your own life. The people that you hang out with, you'll start adopting their mannerisms or their joking style or maybe their intonation. And you'll start sort of adopting the ideologies that the people around you have. And even if you don't adopt them fully, you can feel yourself getting kind of pulled towards them a little bit, like, oh, okay, this isn't as unreasonable as I thought. And so if those are the kinds of people he's surrounding himself with, you could see that his...
This is why I have the view that, this is what fuels my view, that I don't want to just not be friends with people just because they have beliefs I don't like. I'd rather just debate them, because otherwise they're going to end up being friendly with people with even like more fucked up views, and yeah, they're just going to fall down a rabbit hole. I think we've seen that kind of play out in the political spaces. It's just been a bit of a mess. But it's for this reason that I'm like, wow, just because your views are absolutely diabolical, I want to talk it out, and rather than just be like, block, which, people can do that if they want to, but that's why I feel like that's a bad idea for me to do anyway.
Ideology may be getting pulled, even if not completely, in that direction. And so, like, it sets him up to kind of fall back into, carnism when maybe something else pops up. All right, so those are, I think, are the 3 big sort of, like, explanations for this that I think everyone is kind of putting forward. But there's something else I want to talk about here, and it's kind of related to the health thing. And I just did a video on this recently. Definitely check that video out. I was like very happy with the way it came out. I thought it was very important. It's basically about anecdotes. And it's specifically about not only how bad anecdotes are.
Really good video.
I go into a lot of detail there because I know everyone knows like, oh, anecdotes, they're bad. We shouldn't use anecdotes. But I found that very few people can really explain all the reasons they're bad and just how bad they are. And it's important here. But the other thing in that video that I talk about is how convincing anecdotes are. So basically, for most things...
Yeah, it's Michaela Peterson's whole gig.
Statistical evidence is going to be more convincing to most people. But there's a few scenarios when anecdotes are much more convincing. And that's basically when stories are personally relevant, when they're health related, and when they have extreme consequences, right? And I even pointed out in that video that this is like the ex-vegan like trifecta, right? So if Alex was experiencing some sort of health problem, right, his own anecdotal explanation is going to be extremely convincing to him as to why that is, right? And statistics and studies are not going to be as convincing. Pair that with the fact that it didn't seem like he was too schooled or too knowledgeable about the nutrition studies to begin with, and I think we kind of have like a, you know, a perfect storm there. And so let me kind of frame this, I guess, in sort of my own story. And so this is where I'll tell you sort of some personal stories about my life. So when I think I was 22, 23, I was walking through a Barnes & Noble, just having a totally normal day, right? Just chilling. And all of a sudden, my heart started racing. Everything like kind of took a black halo around it, like in my vision. I felt like something was pressing down on me, and I couldn't, like, not quite physical, but like something almost existential was pressing down on me. And I started just absolutely freaking out, right? I went to my girlfriend at the time and said, like, I got to get out of here. You got to drive me home. I do not know what's going on. I think I'm having a heart attack. I felt like I was going insane. Like I was like literally like my mind was breaking into pieces. And you know, she took me home. We started talking, thinking about it. And what it was, which I didn't know quite at the moment, but what we kind of figured out was that I had been on an SSRI, which is a type of antidepressant called Paxil. And I was on it for like obsessive compulsiveness. And I'd gotten off of it recently. And I'd even like stepped down, done all the things that they said to do, you know, do it gradually or whatever. But when you come off of SSRIs, you can have just these absolutely terrible.
I mean, I don't know. With the whole anti-vegan thing, I guess it's hard for me to see. But I guess the whole Peterson crew, like if you go on Peterson's Twitter, Jordan Peterson that is, he's so anti-vegan. And Michaela, I mean, she's beyond anti-vegan. She's just like, I don't know, she's the personification of a gas chamber or a slaughterhouse floor, you know. So maybe it would impress that group. I don't know.
And the symptoms are all very like subjective in nature, most of them. So it's not like, you know, it's not like your leg falls off or something. Or that your blood sugar is off or things like that, right? It's all very subjective. So I was having all kinds of crazy stuff. Like I was hallucinating. I was feeling like I was like watching myself from a camera behind my head. Like I felt like my free will, like the feeling of free will was stripped from me.
Or is that depersonalization?
I had all sorts of like these qualitative experiences that I couldn't even explain. Like I can't explain them now because I never had them before or after. It was like locked into while I was withdrawing from this. I was incredibly depressed, incredibly anxious all the time, like super suicidal. I went from like 220 pounds to, I believe, 150 pounds in 3 weeks or 2 weeks, I think. I lost, something like 60 pounds in 2 weeks. It was absolutely insane, right? And I struggled with that for years then. I had a very protracted withdrawal process. But the reason I tell you that is because during that time, I know about anecdotes, I knew about science, I knew about biases, fallacies, I knew about all this stuff, I knew what was wrong with anecdotes, I knew like how we could trick ourselves, I knew all of it. And during that time, I tricked myself over and over and over again. So, you know, I'd be like, maybe when I drink milk, it actually makes this worse. Or maybe when I eat bread, it makes it worse. And this was before I was a vegan, so that's cow's milk in that instance. Or maybe it's sugar. And I'd convince myself, I'd be like, every time I eat sugar, I feel bad. And then I'd eat sugar, then I'd stop eating sugar. Then I'd eat it again. I'd be like, I felt bad both times when I ate it. I felt good when I didn't. It must be sugar. And then
I mean, that's the whole ex-vegan cycle. People come to veganism because something really bad happened in their life. They think veganism will solve it. It doesn't. They go ex-vegan. It was veganism causing the problem. And then in 2 years' time, it'll be something new.
Find out a couple weeks later, I ate sugar, I kind of forgot about it, and I didn't feel bad, right? I did the same thing with whatever, bread, cow's milk, all these things. And I kept convincing myself over and over that it was like this thing that was making it worse, or this thing that was making it worse, right? And I was just using my anecdotal experience to convince myself. And again, this is me knowing all the problems with it and still convincing myself, right? So how can I lose 20 pounds a week? Yeah, because I couldn't eat anything. This was the other thing that was very weird, is that like, it's not just that I wasn't hungry. I would try to put food in my mouth and eat it, but like I wouldn't produce any saliva. And like I literally couldn't swallow the food. It was absolutely insane. It is like SSRI withdrawal, truly bad SSRI withdrawal, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Mm-hmm. Someone could like kill my whole family and I wouldn't wish SSRI withdrawal on them. It is absolutely terrible.
For me, it was more like going on it. I had the I had the Hulk moment. where he's in the mirror and he's like, who the fuck are you? I cold turkeyed them, came off them. I don't remember actually any of that period, and that might have been because it was so fucking wild to get off them. I can't remember.
But the point is, whenever something is affecting your health, and is like really serious, you can get tricked into anecdotal thinking very easily. And so, as if that wasn't bad enough, I finally got out of that in my late 20s, and then in my early 30s, I got Lyme disease, like legit Lyme disease, like
Holy
did all the
fuck.
tests, like, had the Western blot, all this stuff, like 100% Lyme disease. And
Isn't
also,
that what Michaela Peterson said she got? Or still has? I can't remember.
I tested positive for Rocky Mountain spotted fever. So this tick was like super infected. And not quite as bad as Paxil withdrawal, but a lot of the same things ended up happening to me again. A lot of these sort of vague, subjective feelings that I couldn't, you can't really like measure like how depressed you are. You can't measure how much you're hallucinating or whatever. And so...
Damn, did I get a patron? Oh my goodness. 25 quid on Patreon. Well, luckily for you. Well, you know what? Thanks to you, I will push that ahead. I have a book review for patrons and channel members coming up. Thank you so much for becoming a patron. You get the same perks as a patron and a channel member. It's just there's a delay on when the live streams become available for a patron. So it's kind of up to
salad.
you know.
Lucio the lad tipped £1.
Oh.
I don't blame veganism for me feeling like shit because I can clearly remember that life sucks and bodies are fallible from way before I was vegan lol.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I think people are constantly just looking for an out, and because the rights of animals or their lives, that doesn't mean enough to just be just another thing that people do, Thank you so much, Lucio. And thank you so much. Hang on. Thank you so much. I'm just gonna... That was Ansgar. So based. Vegan Dragon, thank you for the super chat. No wonder Alex has not got back to me for veg talk. Yeah. Man doesn't want to talk about veg anymore. He's had enough of veg. He's moving on to better things, Greater horizons. Oh my god. Classic. Thank you so much. To all of you, that was an influx there.
Marvel salad.
People are crying on my Asmund. Has it got more views? What's happening? What is happening? Today is an... Yeah, shush.
Marvel salad.
Oh,
Lucio the lad tipped £1. Imagine being miserable and thinking the solution is to participate to a system that makes other individuals miserable.
Yeah, I just... Wow. Wow. Yeah, I bet you have a lot of opinions on this, Lucio. You've joined recently, I'm assuming? Yeah. Damn. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Can we get some salads in the chat for Vegan Dragon? For Ansgar. For joining my Patreon. And to Lucio, of course. Can we get some French flags in the chat? Damn. The French are with us. Oui, oui. Oui, oui.
And I found myself doing the same thing. This was me way older, way wiser, and knowing that I had fallen prey to that anecdotal thinking before, and I still did it again, like when I had Lyme disease and really serious health effects.
Oh my god, yeah, I fought for a placebo, like time and time again. I'd just be like, oh my god, I'm ill, aren't I? And then I just like talk myself into it. I could talk myself into feeling so sick, and I just try not to. I just try and be like, look. You don't know what's happened. Just leave it at that. You're gonna ruin and skew everything if you start worrying. I just have to have a proper talk with myself. You think you might get fired? No, can't have that. Don't be getting fired.
And so, like, when you're having really serious health effects, it is so easy to fall into that thinking and to try to reach for anything that you possibly can to feel better. And so this is a possibility, right? This is what I want to be this is in some ways what I want to be the case here.
Oh my god, I've another patron. Based. Is that Vegan Marks? See, for some reason it's not coming up in my Streamlab recent events, but it's coming up as an alert, so I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, either you can be a patron or you can be a channel member, and it's similar perks. Thank you, Vegan Marks. It was you. Salad's in the chat immediately. Jesus Christ. Well, I hope you enjoyed the extra content, and yeah, thanks to you to become patrons today. I will drop a book review after this stream finishes. It's been 5 hours. It has been 5 hours. Oh, but I think it's good, you know, having people on, having a little chat about community. Just a reminder that, you know, this community is not going anywhere. Veganism is not going anywhere just because people decide to stop and they have changes of, you know, heart about what they're doing. It remains the case that Alex can say as much as he wants that, oh, there's no, you know, no difference that's being made as a result of not paying for rights violations. But, you know, as much as there's subsidies and lobbying that is affecting these agriculture, these industries, it is still the case that supply and demand is at play. It's still the case that, you know, the consumer has an effect on, you know, the market. And as well as that, if you're someone as influential as Alex, like he says, he's made activists, and that's what he apologizes for more than anything. Like, then you're definitely having an impact, aren't you? Because it's no longer just you doing that; it's you like influencing other people to do it as well. Claim your Reddit Super Bowl thingy? What is that? I don't know what that is. Tutu. What, the NFT? I don't have any NFTs. I don't understand, and I don't think I want one, to be honest. I don't think I want one. Veg Talk is my podcast, by the way. Yeah. I remember you. I remember you saying. Yeah, I think he apologized to the activists, not for the activists. No, yeah, he apologized to the activists for apparently making them activists. Just thought I'd share a tip. Had to return something today, as it had beeswax in it. It was listed as a Latin name, Sierra alba. Oh, damn, I've never even seen that. Never even seen that.
And I think it's the most charitable read. Now, again, like, I don't think it's necessarily the case. When I say I think it's maybe a little more probable, you know, I think all these things are definitely in the running for probability. But I say that basically just to highlight how even if you know something really well, even if you know all about these biases and things, it's not always a defense against them. And so, like, the other thing too is if you have this paired with a social group who's like, hey man, maybe you should eat some cow flesh again, maybe you should eat some fish, whatever, right? Pair that with the social group, and you can see why these things may build on each other, right?
Exactly.
And so this is part of the reason I made that anecdote video was for ex-vegan but just anecdotes in general, because they are so powerfully convincing to us, and they are such bad evidence. And I feel like we cannot stress that enough, what bad evidence they are compared with how persuasive and convincing they can be. And so I just wanted to really like hammer home that point. And you might even think like, oh, well, you know, he's pretty smart or I'm pretty smart, and so I wouldn't fall prey to those. Being smart is not a defense against these.
No.
There's a book I'm reading right now, or well, I'm rereading, I guess, called Scout Mindset, and she goes through some stuff in there. And the point of the book is like how to think more rationally, how to get out of just like defending your team and your side and being more objective and trying to actually find the truth. Like the
ones that I've found really helpful for that are, I think I've reviewed some. Hang on. Let me have a look. See. There's another one that I read recently. and it was about like rational thinking. I think Twisted Hippie, you told me about it. Oh, The Art of Thinking Clearly. Yeah, by Rolf de Belly. That is another one that's really, I really enjoyed that. That really helped me to kind of understand like how bad we are at like probability. Yeah, how bad we are at critical thinking. It's yeah.
This is the entire aim of the book, Scout Mindset. And she talks about several times in there, right? Being smart doesn't defend against this. It's not like, because people who are smart basically are just better at coming up with reasons for defending whatever it is they want to defend. And it's not just her. Like if you listen to...
Yeah, you can see highly smart people doing really ridiculous things. And it's like, okay, they've smartly like wrecked themselves.
Podcasts about biases, fallacies, all this stuff. This comes up time and time again. And in fact, even there's this researcher named Laurie Santos. She does happiness research at Stanford. And she has this thing called the G.I. Joe principle. And I'm going to just kind of play this video for you guys because I think it's interesting. And it basically touches on that topic of how just knowing about biases and things doesn't actually defend against them. So let me see if I can get this up real quick here. I thought I had it. Hold on. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Hi, my name is Laurie Santos. I teach psychology at Yale University.
He's got a bit of
and
echo.
today I want to talk to you about
there
the
you go.
G.I. Joe fallacy. This lecture is in the series on cognitive biases. If you've watched a bunch of these videos, you've probably gotten a bit better at noticing your biases at work and knowing that you might fall prey to them. You might also think that knowing about your biases would, naturally, make you less susceptible to them. Unfortunately, it's not always that simple. In fact, if you think knowing your biases is all you need to overcome them, then you'd be falling prey to yet another bias, the G.I. Joe fallacy. If you're a child of the 1980s, then you might have a guess about where the name from this bias comes from. Yes, it's from that cartoon known as G.I. Joe. Maybe you remember how these shows ended. Each episode had a sort of cheesy public service announcement that ended with the show's famous epithet. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle. The problem with this idea, the idea that knowing is half the battle, is that cognitive science has shown us that merely knowing about our biases is often way less than half the battle. Now, there are certainly some cases where knowing is half the battle, knowing your multiplication tables, for example, or knowing which aisle the milk is in, but there are many more where it's not the case, cases where just knowing something doesn't really help us all that much. For example, you may know that standing on the Grand Canyon skywalk is perfectly safe, but your mind will still feel like it's pretty scary. You may know that arbitrary anchors can mess up your final judgment, but you'll still feel like it's best to get 5 chocolates when you see a 5 for $5 sign. Finally, you may know that different wordings can affect your intuitions, but you still may be more hesitant to take a risk involving lives lost than lives saved. Years and years of research on cognitive biases has shown that knowing or recognizing yourself as having information is only a small part of what controls our behavior. In day-to-day situations, most of our behavioral control comes from other processes, like our habits, or the situations we find ourselves in, and not from our conscious selves. This is why shaping our situations, to nudge our behavior in the right direction, or even just learning to regulate your emotions, over time can be really powerful. The funniest part of the G.I. Joe fallacy is that even knowing about it, as the fallacy would predict, is less than half the battle. Even if you know that knowing is less than half the battle, you still have a tendency to think that what you consciously know is the main thing that controls your behavior. But it's not. Even if you've watched all of these videos, you're still going to be subject to the same effects that the videos describe. For most cognitive biases, including the G.I. Joe fallacy, knowing is not even half the battle. And so now you know, and that's less than half the battle.
All right, so sorry for that depressing video, but I do think it's important to understand.
Damn it, Justin, depressing us.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, I know that's like kind of depressing to think about, but sorry, hold on a sec, sorry. Having some technical issues here. So basically, that's that's kind of the point I wanted to express here, is that like, you know, just knowing about biases, fallacies, all these things, it doesn't help. Health can be really problematic when it comes to tricking you about these things. And intelligence isn't really a buffer against it. So I think given all those things, I think that is probably the most charitable read that you can have on it. That doesn't mean it's true. In some sense, I would like to believe that's true, or that it's the simple health thing, right? Obviously, I don't want to believe that he's going to do this carnivore cash out bullshit. That would be pretty unfortunate. But those are, I think, are like the big things to look at. Now, the thing about the biases, like just knowing about them doesn't help you. I am going to be doing a video coming up here soon on this book, Scout Mindset. And it's one of the best books I know of that understands that just knowing about these things doesn't help, but it actually gives you actionable ways to bootstrap your way out of these things, right? To A, recognize that you're doing it, and then B, it gives you these sort of mental models and like practices you can do to actually...
Yeah, because it can't be like hopeless, right?
And I know Natalie Fulton, she also read this book and she really liked it. So maybe me and her can do a live stream on it too at some point. But really good book, and I think something that would definitely help to maybe flesh some of this stuff out. So yeah, that's my general take on, I guess, ex-vegans in general, anecdotes, health, all that. So I think now we can kind of just get into reading this, and I'll give you like my specific thoughts on the sorts of things that Cosmic Skeptic has said here. Alrighty. What did you say, Cosmic Skeptic?
What did you say? That is a question.
Evaluating my ethical position on eating animals, which is something people have also noticed. But what we will not know is that I have also been struggling privately to maintain a healthy plant-based diet. Yep. Okay, so that's just basically what we talked about. Now, this next part I think is the most damning part of the entire thing, right? I wanted to let you know that because of this, I have for some time now been consuming animal products again, primarily but not exclusively seafood, and experimenting with how best to integrate them into my life. Okay, so and I'm not the first person to notice this, obviously, but we've got a lot of problems here. So the first thing is like using the euphemism seafood. I found that to be a little weird and telling, perhaps here. You know, he could have just said specifically fish or oysters or whatever it is that he's eating. The second thing, of course, is primarily but not exclusively. So it means that he's probably also eating eggs, I'm guessing. This is the typical ex-vegan move, is eat fish and eat eggs. But he could be eating cow's milk. He could be eating...
I had dinner with Alex. I'm a full-time vegan activist. Last year, and he was outwardly pretty junk food vegan and admitted to having no clue about nutrition. Looking back, I wish I'd helped him. Yeah, it's just because you think, you would think that if someone's junk foodie, they don't give a shit about nutrition, that they wouldn't suddenly just go back on veganism just because they're eating junk and don't know anything about nutrition as a vegan. There's no real difference. Junk food's going to be bad for you. Either way, you're going to feel like crap. Junk food vegan or junk food non-vegan. So I don't... Of course, you wouldn't have thought then that, oh, okay, well, he's going to use this later as an excuse to, leave. But unfortunately, the position we're in society now, people have a preference for not being vegan. So, of course, they're going to, let it be like, oh, yeah, no, veganism's really bad for you. Just eat this junk food made from corpses. And suddenly, that will make so much of a difference.
Pig flesh, whatever, right? And so I think the problem here for me is that, so Alex comes at this from a utilitarian standpoint, right? So being consistent, if let's just grant for argument's sake that he literally cannot be healthy without eating animal flesh, right? Let's grant that for the sake of argument. And he's coming at it from a utilitarian lens. If that is the case, right, we would say that oysters, right, of all animals, minus sponges or whatever, probably have the lowest probability of sentience. We can kind of look at that based on, the complexity of their neurology, number of neurons, behavior, that sort of thing, right? Now, that doesn't mean that we don't think they're sentient, but just they're lower than pigs, they're lower than chickens, whatever, right? If we're kind of talking in inferential probabilities. So it seems that the logical and the consistent thing to do from taking this utilitarian animal suffering minimization standpoint would be to just eat oysters, right? If there's something magical in animal flesh that he needs, then you can just eat oysters.
Yeah, that is the first place you'd go.
But he doesn't say oysters, right? And if he was just eating oysters, he would definitely say oysters here because he's well aware of that ethical sort of wrinkle or that ethical debate in veganism, right? And he also doesn't say exclusively. So even if seafood was referring to oysters, which it isn't because he would have just said oysters, there's additional like secretions or flesh on top of that. And I think that's definitely the most grim and like like really hits me thing about this post, because that does seem to indicate just like, again, like I just don't know what this is the part that makes me be more skeptical and want to give a less charitable interpretation, like something like this, like carnivore cash out.
Yeah.
Or maybe that social pressure was like way too strong, because
pressure.
this just doesn't seem in line with his other values, right? This, like, you could eat all the same things you were eating on a vegan diet and throw in oysters, right? And that would at least seem to be consistent with what you're claiming. But because these other things are in there, that doesn't seem consistent with the whole story. And even the fact that he's coming out and saying that before putting out like a full, more like fleshed out video or whatever, super worrying. So I think that's probably, if there was any nail in the coffin here, that would be it, I would say. I am interested in philosophy and never enjoy sharing personal information about myself, but I can obviously see why this particular update is both necessary and relevant. It's not my intention to go into too much detail here, as I think that will require more space and perhaps a video, but rather to let you know with more details to follow later. Again, this is another part that kind of just sucks from a messaging standpoint. You know, it's like Alex has like 500,000 followers. A lot of them are vegans. A lot of them probably went vegan because of Alex. And so to like lead with a vague post, just, it does seem irresponsible.
Yeah, like if you're gonna do it, you'd just like come out with a video, wouldn't you? It's kind of weird to leave it on like a cliffhanger, nearly like this. You know what I mean? This guy's good. Yeah, debug your brain. He's very good. He's very good as our Justin.
Oh, it's gonna raise like more questions than it answers, right? I mean, he could have just put out a very pointed, like point by point reason. This is why I'm no longer vegan. Blah blah blah. And then we wouldn't have had to do like all this guesswork, because there's no way, like there's no way you put out the statement and everyone holds back and it's like, oh, I'm not going to make a video or any commentary. I'll just wait till he actually says his whole deal, right? That's not going to happen. And he knows it's not going to happen. He's been on YouTube for years, right? He knows how this goes. My opposition to factory farming remains unchanged, as do my views regarding the need to view non-human animals as morally worthy beings whose interests actually matter. Okay, so this could be anywhere from a good sign to trivial. Like, it's good that he's still thinking that, animals morally matter, but this is kind of what most people think, at least to some degree, people think that animals matter. And most people are against factory farming, right? So it's like, it's kind of more about what you do with it. And then also that added level of being against exploitation and use and like unnecessary killing and things, right? Because you could, you can have local farms, and you can even have local farms that employ a lot of like torture, right? Like, I've done videos on local pig farms, and even on local farms, pigs get castrated with no painkillers. And it's like,
yep, the last place that I visited is a local pig farm, and they are atrocious. There's disease, there's just shit like stacked on shit. They're in their own filth, and they're like, there's no warmth for them. They're just outside in the cold, and pigs don't like cold conditions. They're sneezing on each other and making each other ill. There's dead ones. Dead individuals are thrown in a bin. It's disgusting. And this is supposed to be the good shit. Like, no, I'm sorry. If you commodify animals, their interests are not going to be considered. Just because it locally happens to you, or just because it happens on a smaller scale, or they're outside and they have a little more room, does not mean that they're having a good experience. Absolutely fucking not.
Like, some of the most harrowing footage I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Right? And so those aren't factory farms, but they're still causing a ton of suffering. And even if they didn't, right, you still have the issue of being killed against their will and being used. So, like, again, it doesn't really address any of that.
Yeah, like, all these, like, cases that you see on the telly of people being murdered. Was it really that bad? Because they weren't factory farmed, okay? They lived in freedom their entire lives before they were murdered. So, I'm struggling to see why it would be so bad that they got murdered. No, that's not how it works, right? Oh my goodness.
It sounds like it could be written by virtually anyone, any non-vegan. So, I don't know. I don't know about that. However, I am no longer convinced of the appropriateness of an individual-focused boycott in responding to these problems, and I'm increasingly doubtful of the practicability of maintaining a healthy plant-based diet in the long term. So 2 things here. Again, it's like this individual-focused boycott. Like obviously that's part of what veganism is, but like I don't think most people who are vegan are like the only way to do this is with a boycott and no other ways work. You know what I mean? It's like the boycott is a piece of the puzzle, right? And it's also sort of just like a personal stand against something immoral. Like even if this wasn't super useful to go vegan, it would still make a symbolic difference, right? As a sort of like a stand and a principled position against this exploitation.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like it's not even the case that it doesn't make a difference, us going vegan. Like it absolutely does make a difference, that supply and demand is still in effect. But yeah, even then, like symbolically, even if it wouldn't make a difference, I'd still be somebody who'd be like, well, fuck it. I don't think that's right. Like, I'm just not going to do it. Like, that's it. Like, I don't care if it makes a difference or not. Because no matter what, I'm a firm believer that your absence on this planet, your presence on this planet, like, as soon as you exist, you are locked in. And forevermore, your existence and then your absence will affect the trajectory of the planet, the trajectory of those around you. It will have an effect in that moment. Like, so for damn, like, I don't know how symbolically doing that, even if it didn't have like some sort of financial consequence, how you could confidently say it wouldn't have any consequence whatsoever. Which, I think he says it has like a limited. However, I'm no longer convinced of the appropriateness of an individual-focused boycott. I mean, that's a very vague way to put it. You know what I mean? It's a very, like, the appropriateness. Like, what the fuck does that even mean, dude? I don't know. Could mean anything, really.
So, like, again, I don't think you definitely don't need to think it's the only thing, and you don't even really need to think that you as an individual will make a specific difference. I mean, I've argued in the past that you definitely do make a difference as an individual. I mean, you can watch those videos if you like, but even if we grant all these things, it still doesn't really seem to make sense. Doubtful of the practicability or practicability of maintaining a healthy plant-based diet in the long term. Again, like, this is, if he was saying for himself, that would be more understandable than generalizing it to everybody, right? He knows there's people who have been healthy and plant-based for an extremely long time. So like, because this seems to be more like making a broader objective statement. And so that's just another one that's just like, oof, like you can say that it didn't work for you, but don't make this.
You can't wait for the video. Yeah, I can't wait for the video. I know it's just going to be, it will just annoy me, to be honest. I know it's going to annoy me. Like, maybe I'm wrong and it's not going to be anything that I think it's going to be. Maybe I'll be, completely, blown by what's said, but somehow I think it's going to be a very annoying experience.
This extra leap, right? Because now you're looking at essentially anecdotes compared to, like, we have studies that show, it's not that you know other anecdotes of people who have, maintained healthy, good health on a plant-based diet, but then we also have controlled studies on this. So like, that's another point, just like it really grated on me there. At the very least, even if I'm way off base and totally mistaken in my assessments, I do not wish to see people consuming a diet on my account if I've been unable to keep up with that diet myself. Even if I am making a mistake, in other words, I want it to be known that I have made it. Okay, so I guess I don't totally see, I mean, he's just basically saying like, I couldn't do it, so I shouldn't have told you to do it. Yeah, I guess so. I don't really have a lot of commentary on that. I mean, obviously, I think you should still tell, like, even if maybe I don't even really agree with that. Like, okay,
I don't agree
even
with
if
that.
I can't, like, adhere to certain, maybe I'm like, I really, like, I'm into the environment, but I just, like, well, actually, no,
like,
maybe
I'll give a good example. Like, I could, one time when I was working in a hospital for 2 years, I could be somebody who's zero waste and telling people to be zero waste, right? But when I'm at the hospital, you cannot be zero waste. You're disposing of about like 100 gloves a day. You're disposing of masks, you're disposing of fucking everything, aprons, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm being so environmentally unfriendly by working there. But you have to for infection control. You have to, that's what you have to do. So I can still tell people to be zero waste, you know, even though I in that moment, I absolutely couldn't do it myself. Like, you can't just use the same gloves for each patient or something like that, you know? So that would be a good example. So I don't fully agree with that.
Yes, okay. I know that cigarettes are bad for you, and I tell everyone you should stop smoking, but I keep smoking because I am addicted to cigarettes or have weak willpower or whatever. So I think there's totally, like, you can totally tell people that, like, you should be doing X even if you yourself can't do it. I'll take a hot take there. If you know that it's good for, if you know there's, especially if you know there's a victim involved, and you just don't have the willpower or the skills or the know-how to do it, I think you can still point out that it's the ethical thing to do for other people. So yeah, maybe I disagree with that. I've changed my mind and behavior publicly on a great many things before, but this feels the most difficult to address by a large margin, obviously, because the amount of hate is going to be pretty big. Although I will say that, like, the comments on this post actually were pretty understanding. And
yeah, I haven't gone through the comments. Like, I haven't seen yet, but I've seen them elsewhere, and they seem like really positive.
I feel like some of them were challenging, but still understanding. I did not want to speak about it until I was sure that I couldn't make it practically work. Some of you will not care, some may understand, some will be angry, and others upset. Naturally, this is quite embarrassing and humbling moment, so I also understand and accept that there will be some I told you so's. Okay, yeah, and like, okay, obviously people are feeling, you know, some people are feeling annoyed, frustrated, shocked, betrayed, whatever. All these are all valid emotions. You know, these are all things that you can expect to feel when, you know, someone who is prominent in the movement, you know, suddenly recants on the movement. So I know I was in a bit of state of shock last night. I definitely, for a second, I just like didn't believe it. I thought it was a joke. It was Catherine Klein.
I feel so like, I feel like such a bitch because I read it and I was like, yep, there you go. Everyone's like, oh, I was in shock. And I read it, like, I think it was like one of the first things I woke up and I saw it. I was like, yep, of course. Oh my god, I'm a demon. My bad.
She like shot me a message and I hadn't seen it anywhere else yet. And it was just like this message in a group chat that was like, oh yeah, CosmicSkeptic, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, this is BS. Like, she's messing with us, you know, but she was not messing with us. That was my denial stage. Whatever the case, please know that this experience has inspired a deep self-reflection and that I will be duly careful in future regarding the forthrightness of my convictions. I'm especially sorry to those who are now vegan activists on account of my content and hope that they know I will still effort with you to bring about the end of...
I wonder if he'll like point out how weird that is. Like, that, apologizing for that is so strange. Damn.
To them and to everyone else, I appreciate your viewership and engagement always, as well as your feedback and criticisms. So here again, this harping on factory farming, it's giving me flashbacks to that Michaela Peterson video where they were saying, yeah, there's like the ethical, like, you know, whatever, rotational grazing, grass-fed farming, and then there's the factory farms. And so it's just like, it really is, this is why when he says, you know, not exclusively seafood, this is what's making me think it's like maybe not even just eggs he's eating. Like, is he actually eating cow flesh and pig flesh again? You know, I mean, again, pig flesh may be one of the most insane ones to me. If
cow flesh.
If he's going all the way that far, because I do feel, I don't know, you know, it's hard to say like what is the worst of the worst because they're all bad in their own ways. But to me, the pig industry has always struck me as like uniquely horrific and nightmarish. And so, you know, if he's going back to that.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you have like been to a pig farm, but like the noises you hear, just their eyes, they've got such human eyes because you can see the whites, and you know, it's just really like freaky, and they make very like disturbed noises. They sound very like and sometimes there was one time I got confused because at a pig farm, they're barking. You hear them. They make these noises. They're like dogs barking. And I'd never really like spent too much time with pigs. I'd never fucking heard them bark. And I thought it was a dog. No, they're just pigs barking. And they're literally just dogs with hooves. It's so, but then they look kind of more human. It's so bizarre that, you know, people make bacon from them. And God, the fact that, like, you know, I want to get laser eye surgery, and the people who have got it have told me that when your eyes are being lasered, it smells like bacon. So their flesh burning smells like ours would. Is just, that's harrowing. Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's pretty rough. Yeah. So yeah. Those are my basic thoughts. Like I said, I wanted to do something a little bit different than most people. I just wanted to kind of give my thoughts on some of those things and let you know that there are going to be, you know, a video in the future kind of talking about how to address these sorts of things, how to like defend against your own biases and things. And man, I don't know. I do feel like I want to do maybe a little more things about vegan nutrition in the future, just because I feel like this is going to be a whole storm of content now coming out about.
It's just the same shit over and over again. Like, come on, Chronometer, people. Like, if you really want a good rundown of your day, you want to track things, there are free apps you can get on your mobile phones or on your PC. Chronometer is a really good one. Like, you can track, and it's really like helpful. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know. It gets repetitive. So maybe I'm doing that thing where I'm hearing the same shit over and over again. I'm just getting sick of it. I don't know. If you don't know, I've just put in the chat. I'll put it again. If you don't know, I have a third channel now. I realized through doing some tests that it might be the case that I didn't, because I've had this channel for 7 years, that I didn't take long enough to, that I took too long rather to get good at content. And I think that my channel is seen as a very like undesirable channel by YouTube. So I don't think it pushes things out as much as it does when I've done direct comparisons with other channels of doing the same content with them and comparing. Debug Your Brain was an example. We did the same video. I tested. Yeah, it didn't look good for my channel. And given that my new channel with 100 and now 153 subscribers, thank you for smashing your sub over there, is getting views on some things that are better than what I can achieve on my main channel. So I've got 3 channels now. If you don't know, I also have Salads. I will put that in the chat as well. Salads. This is a channel focused heavily on sharing the content of other people, on activism. It's just, you know, we are the Salads. So it's featuring, you know, other people, because I want to be able to do that. And yeah, so 3 channels. I'm clearly insane for making that much content, but that's fine. We're here for it, right? That's why you smash like. That's why you join the streams. That's why you watch the videos. And if you don't know, just to let you know real quick, I, you know, multitasker here. I uploaded over on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter, and on my third channel, another reel or short or TikTok. So please go check out. And finally, before we continue, I just want to plug my Twitter. I try and annoy a lot of people over there. Vegan Gays on everything. Won't be hard to find me. Just look me up and you'll probably find me. Okay? Based.
Vegan diet and health and so we'll see. We'll see. All right, a lot of questions and things in here. I don't know. Did anyone have any specific questions or anything? Oh wow, there's a ton of people watching the stream. Good Lord.
Yeah. Damn. Like
I literally didn't look at anything until right now. I was just going off on my own. I feel like I'm really bad at being interactive in streams, but yeah. Yeah, factory farming, oven days, yeah, factory farming.
But what if this is the ultimate vegan circle jerk and the video he makes is an elaborate commercial for Elwood's? Yeah, it's like, actually, so I've been eating dogfish, and the other flesh I've been eating is dogs. Here is Elwood's organic dog meat. I needed the dogs for my nutrition. That would be funny as fuck. And you know what? I'd take back everything I said. I'd be like, look, I you know, I was wrong about you, okay? That's funny as fuck. But no. I don't
farming
think so.
is like a phrase we definitely want to extirpate from our vocabulary. I think it's
Vegan
It does
circle
way
jerk is
more harm.
popping off. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. That's gonna be a much harsher review of him. So you know what? We'll look at r/vegan. Damn, I'm gonna be on for a while, huh? It's coming up to 6 hours. This is a long boy. Can we get, I don't know, something long in the chat? Something long. Put it in the chat. You think of something long real quick. You slap that in the chat.
Harm than good. It's kind of just like an industry talking point, really. And it just like, it doesn't highlight the use, exploitation, and death, right? Because use, exploitation, and death happens on even not factory farms. And again, like I said, even on not factory farms, again, whatever that means, there's still a ton of suffering. It's like it still has all the things that non-factory farming has, all the things that factory farming does, right? Maybe suffering to a lesser degree. Maybe that's the only thing, but still present, right? We do hear the fan from your PC with this microphone. Yeah, dude, my PC is like so fan heavy. It's super obnoxious. I hate it. I need to get a new one, but...
All right. Justin, I love you, but we're going to have a break from you, okay? I hate that. I said that. I don't want a break from Justin. Right. This gives you... Never ever. Someone just said, just don't turn carnivore. It won't happen. It won't happen. Okay. This is a very good representation of how the response is probably going to be on VCJ rather, to Alex no longer being vegan. I'm doing my part. Be the reason carnists feel unwelcomed, unseen, unheard, devalued, hated. Wait, is you a friendo? A friendo's in the chat. Friendo, you're very cheeky. Oh, that's based. No. Oh God, shit. I wanna be that. Like, what have I got to carry? Look, there we go. Okay, this is me, and this is Royd King. Okay. Ex-vegan here. I used to be a cucked to vegan pseudo-ethics, and I was a scrawny, malnourished bitch. Now look at me after eating some seafood. True. Okay. Very true. Maybe I wouldn't look such like a cucked, scrawny, malnourished bitch if I wasn't into pseudo-ethics. Maybe that's my problem. Okay. Maybe I need to sort it out. I've skipped the best one at the top. Oh, I did. You're so right. Okay. My bad. I apologize. Hi. I call myself a philosopher despite only having an undergraduate degree in the subject. I rose to fame by restating exceptionally basic points already made by Dawkins. I have zero understanding of biology or nutrition. I'm a sad little incel who idolizes the Petersons. AMA. Wow. See, this is vegan circle jerk, everybody. This is the place you go to bitch, okay? This is definitely the place you go to vent some frustration. You know, you're not feeling very like happy about, you know, you this is where you go. Okay. Too interesting. OP, I've stickied your AMA. Next time, let us know ahead of time that you're going to have a massive life change that you would like to discuss. I'll unsticky this in a while, then we'll ban you for not being vegan. Why have you decided to eat seafood in particular? Why not dog meat? I'm going to zoom this in, okay, so you can see this shit. Why have you decided to eat seafood in particular? Why not dog meat? Moral value is contingent on the possession of legs. I also eat worms and snakes. I'm the opposite. I strictly only eat beings with legs, and then I only eat their legs, but never the feet. Excuse me. Why the fuck wouldn't you eat the feet? That's a bit rude. It's a bit rude, really. I didn't cover this in my studies. I was too busy reading The God Delusion. If snakes can do without legs, cows can too. I fucking hate this subreddit. It's just too fucking... Hypothetically speaking, if a creature has tentacles, do they count as legs? No. Legs are for walking on land. True. Okay, now you said it's okay to eat seafood, but not things with legs. May I eat shrimp? Do shrimps have legs? I'm not a marine biologist. They have fucking hella legs. They have loads of teeny legs. What do you mean? I guess I could buy the ones who already have their shelves pulled off. Usually they don't have any legs left. Damn. He eats grass-fed beef too, brother. Yeah. Worms are vegan because they have no legs. I just can't. Oh, his carnis bot. I spent an insane amount of money to try and a slab of meat from an endangered species. So good. The carnis bot never fails. I want this tattooed on me. I'm a professional quote maker. God, that's quite funny, isn't it? Damn. Okay, I'm smashing like. Not that I'd smash like on that. That's very rude and mean. Thomas Jefferson? Oh my god. I was about to get spicy. Update on my content going forward. Thomas Jefferson. Hi everyone. Recently I've noticed people wondering why I've been so inactive and wondering why I've not written pardon you. Sorry about that. Recently I've noticed people wondering why I've been so inactive and wondering why I've not written any abolitionism related pamphlets. For quite some time I've been reevaluating my ethical position on keeping slaves, which is something people have also noticed. But what you will not know is that I've also been struggling privately to maintain a healthy employee-based plantation. I wanted to let you know that because of this, I have for some time now been utilizing coerced labor again, primarily, but not exclusive. Okay. I can't do it. Okay. I can't. See, you know, when it's written out as another social justice issue, it's kind of like, whoa. What if it was like, I don't know, who would be the person to add here? If it was like, recently I've noticed why I've been so inactive and I haven't been doing like any anti-homophobia posts. And to be honest with you, it's because I can't help but go around calling lesbians dykes. All right, and I just kind of want to kill them. Okay, I kind of want them dead because they won't like fucking bone me, man. So like recently I've just been killing lesbians because I just can't fucking help myself. I've tried so hard, you know, to maintain just not being homophobic. I really have, but like, oh my god, these lesbians, they gotta go. I gotta go straight up. And it's just like, ugh. I can't do it. Right. Forever and ally. Okay, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't read that. Okay. I can't do it. Ugh. Woo! Woo! Same argument. Yeah, same argument. Same argument. Rebel Dykes for the win. Let's go. I knew that would be spicy. I didn't know it would read like that. Yeah. I didn't know that they went for the throat with that one. They wanted it to be brutally clear, okay, that's just not acceptable in any other context. They wanted it to be known, and you know what? They did make it clear. Oh my god, what's this one? Oh, we've really left the meanness to the end here. Cool. Hi everyone. I've recently become a cunt. Sorry about that. I'm sorry for anyone who has a problem with that. Seafoods that's get killed for me are not my problem. Factory farming is still bad though. That's all I have. Good day. Fuck animals. Oh my god, they are going for it. Look at this shit. Oh look, so he's gonna cry. Like he's gonna cry then because there's all this good stuff, and then there's this. Has to eat seafood. What else could a cunt eat? True. True. Okay. Wow. That's really bad. Okay. Cosmic conformist can't be vegan in the UK. Food desert because he might need to bring a snack on the train when traveling. Hey everyone, recently I noticed people wondering why I'm not advocating veganism anymore. For quite some time I've been reevaluating my ethical position on shrimp cocktails, and I've been struggling privately to maintain a healthy sushi-free diet. I'm interested in philosophy and never enjoy to share my personal lack of will to follow that philosophy, but I can see why this particular update is relevant. My opposition to eating cute animals remains unchanged, as do my views regarding the need to view non-fish animals as morally worthy beings whose interests ethically matter. Well, hang on, he's not just eating fish. He said something else. I think even the cute ones get the chop. Chop, 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 chop. Let's go. Chop, 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 chop. Bye, bye. Bye. Dead, dead, dead. You're dead now. Dead. Dead. Bye. Okay. However, I'm no longer convinced that money is a primary motivator for companies in a consumerist economy, and I'm increasingly doubtful of asking a licensed dietitian about a healthy fish and chips free diet because he might point out that there's no vitamin fish finger. Oh my god, this is my favourite one. There's no vitamin fish finger, silly. Classic. At the very least, to those who I convinced before to go vegan, with well-reasoned arguments, you can stop now, LOL. That's just classic. That's honestly just classic. Oh, oh god. The Thomas Jefferson one got good. I'm too scared. I'm so sorry. I can't give it to him. You want me to go back? I can't do it. I'm reading it now. No, it doesn't actually. It was spicy at the start. It doesn't. Nah, I don't believe that. I saw that. Breaking news, Alex changed his YouTube name, CosmicSkeptic. See? Sam Harris 2.0, what is it with these philosophers and their inability to eat a well-planned diet? I expected more. Yeah, I don't know what it is about these philosophers and not being able to just, like, use their wealth to, like, maybe get some help from somebody who understands so they can, like, have their knowledge shared. Or, I don't know. I don't know what the fucking problem is. I really don't. Animal almost liberation. Fucking Peter Singer. I tell you, these Peter Singer vegans. Yeah, ones to watch out for, okay? Alright, look, we'll look at some positive comments, more positive comments. And then I'm probably gonna yeet us. Alright? The health thing is just a cop out. It feels that way, plants and herbs. It does feel that way, right? Bear with me just a moment. Okay. Right. Be vegan for the animals, not because an influencer said so. That is based, I agree. Let's see. Exactly. I stand for the voiceless, not some lazy content creator. Man, the internet and social media has really turned a lot of people into zombies. Yeah, I think people are heavily influenced by others, but I don't think we're really like zombies and shit. You know what I mean? Like, will you ever eat a raw onion on stream like it's an apple? If you paid me enough, then I would do that. It would not be enjoyable for me. I've just eaten, like, I don't know, a quarter of an onion, and some of the bits were just a bit too spicy, and I ate it with other shit. Read the comments on the actual post. Isn't there's a tweet, isn't there? Hang on. Cosmic Skeptic. Okay. He's posted it fucking everywhere. Well, a colossal loser that never cared for animals at all. Now, this fake loser is using massive platform to give hundreds of thousands of people an excuse to abuse animals. What a cookie cutter fad celebrity diet. Tet, like male Michaela Peterson, fake and void of morals. Oh my god, I fucking know, asshole. You alone are responsible for so much death and suffering, choosing to legitimize animal abuse for a selfish habit with such a huge audience. I mean, yeah, you do have to be careful when you have... Oh, yeah, Avi. Please talk to Avi. Oh my god. Please. Please talk to Avi. I'm looking forward to the inevitable video on how vegans are too dogmatic and lack nuance, too confining for a true skeptic and free thinker. I mean, let's hang on, but I'm not going to be shocked if, you know. As Cognitive Dis said, you spent over an hour talking to Michaela Peterson, so surely you could spend 20 to 30 minutes or more talking to a vegan doctor about your health concerns. Avi is quite well versed in philosophy as well, particularly with respect to ethics. Even more reason to speak to Avi. I'm pretty sure he wrote an article or something about the effectiveness of individual boycotts due to... Yeah, he's done... Avi would literally be the perfect person to talk to. He's got the philosophy background, the nutritionist background, or the nutrition background rather, and he's literally talked extensively about the inefficacy objections. So yeah, definitely, like, if there's one thing I would recommend saying, it's recommend that Cosmic Skeptic talk to Avi. If you were struggling with health, what made you think higher sentient animals are the necessary solution rather than lower non-sentient animals like bivalves? Maybe wait for more information, jumping to conclusions. At least, very least, have the integrity to admire his honesty. Where's the honesty, though? He's not been vegan for a while. Like, that's not very... Like, that's not all that honest. Sorry, what? What information do I need to wait for to be able to ask that question? His integrity is not in question here. Lol, what the hell? Like, why do people get their assholes? Like, no, rather get their heads and put them up someone's asshole so far. Like, you don't have to do that. You don't have to be tasting, like, their rectum. You really don't need to be. It's okay. Damn. An individual-focused boycott. This, frankly, is ludicrous. Maintaining one's health on a plant-based diet is, especially in the UK, extremely easy. Don't employ disingenuous arguments. Alex, you owe yourself some honesty, not coping mechanisms. Don't bother with influencers. Plant-based diet isn't healthy, and UK studies have shown that majority of vegans there are malnourished. What? You just show me the study, bud. There's a BBC article. Oh my fucking god! This is what we're... Oh my... I can't. Wow, that's took me out. I can't. How the vegan diet can affect your intelligence, mate? You just fucking... What the fuck? I can't. You idiot. Critical B. We're at critical levels of copium. Oh my god. I just... Regenerative. Oh my god. What's you? I can't, man. Just gonna move on from that. Holy shit. Oh, these people. Jesus Christ. As Alex's top Patreon supporter. Oh, no. I'm very disappointed. I'd like to clarify that whole food plant-based diet is nutritionally adequate and healthful, and we don't need to consume any animal products to be healthy. Veganism is about justice for animals and doing the right thing. I'd be upset if I'd spent money on someone who had been eating animals without my knowledge. Oh, 2 years is not that long. No, not in skim things. What's that in reference to, though? He seems to be looking to Ed to give reasons why someone could not be vegan and still be ethical. Oh, yeah, I remember that now, vegan. Yeah. Hey, honey. What's up? I know, I've been live for a long time, haven't I? It's time to play soon. If anyone wants to hassle Alex for changing his mind, just know that what Alex experienced is very common. 8-4. Oh my god, they're fucking sharing this. You can't lump vegetarians and vegans in the same... Like, there was so much wrong with this fucking, like... I don't know why people share this. Oh god. How stupid. Aditya, soy theist. I hate that you call them seafood, completely disconnected from the individual animals. That suggests to me that it's not just a health issue. What do you think, Alex? Exactly what I thought. No mention of how he might feel about the victims of his choices now. Based. I can't believe there's still folks who cannot maintain a balanced vegan diet in 2023. Did you at least try? Did you consult Vegan RD or anyone if you really have ethical position against animal abuse? And if you do you think you really need to eat animal products, bivalves? Like, God, if I was in the position that, like, Alex is in, I don't know how much money he makes, but I imagine he was quite well off to begin with to even go to, like, an Oxbridge University and then to, like, you know, be very successful. Fuck, I would hire, like, at that point, I would literally, I was thinking about this last night. I was like, if I got a lot of money, I think I'd hire a personal coach, and, like, who would just, like, get me up and make me do exercise. Like, I'd hate them with every fiber of my being, but I'd have them. And I'd have them work with, like, a chef who makes food, because I'm just so bad at, like, remembering and, like, the self-care of, like, basic needs. I'd fucking do that. So if I was in his position, I'd, like, that's what I'd splurge on. Those would be my splurges. Like, easy. Yeah, a personal chef who's, like, a dietitian and that can make, like, really delicious, healthy food. And that's all I really eat. How the fuck did I just get electrocuted? Or was that electrocution? It felt like it. What the fuck? Yo, veganism is making me electric. Yeah, it's veganism. Yeah. I have been struggling privately to maintain a clean house. I wanted to let you know because I have some time been enslaving vulnerable women via the human trafficking trade. I know some of you will be disappointed, but I just couldn't ethically troubleshoot said issue. Yeah, true. I could do what Sherry's done here. Like, okay, I could just, yeah. Maybe he doesn't want to have a cupboard full of pills. What? Assuming this is accurate, I bet you would be preferable to supporting a factory full of caged and or slaughtered animals, especially to Alex, who argued quite strongly for veganism on ethics. Yeah, these are guys who wank off about, like, ethics all day long, or the right thing to do, and here they are doing the right thing. Yeah, it's really the right thing. Yeah. Damn. And again, the supplement industry existed long before plant-based diets got popular. People are recommended to supplement, vegan or not. Damn. All right, look. It's been 6 hours. I better wrap this shit up, okay? I better wrap this shit up. I would say thank you so much. We've had, like, basically at least 90 people in the chat this entire time, which is absolutely amazing. If you don't know, I live stream very often. Very often. I live stream very often. You know, we have a fun time here. Usually I'm reacting to content. We just hang out. It's just like a little cult, you know, a nice little cult where we hang out. People apparently enjoy the sense of community and stuff like that. So, you know, if you want to hang out with some vegans, you want to bitch a little bit, you want to talk about, you know, stuff or react to content, like, then yeah, please, you know, bring yourself to the streams more often. I never have this many people in my chat. Like, what the hell? Like, where have you all come from? Okay, and if you are a new, you know, person to this stream, hit subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. You know you want more. You know you want to see more content. And I provide it. I provide it through 3 channels. 3 channels. But I also have a Twitter. I'm going to link that right now. I have my new channel where I'm like uploading shorts and everything. There's different videos on there. I react to TikTok content. I also have my second channel. But yeah, this was 6 hours of, you know, Cosmic Skeptic stuff. And yeah, I know it was long. I did want to just get loads of people's opinions on everything. Wanted to make sure, you know, that it is known that there is a sense of community here. There are people that want to support Alex. There are people here who will have gone on to message Alex. There are people here who, you know, hope the best for him, want to see him like succeed, and want him to just stop engaging in this nonsense, essentially. There are obviously people who are very annoyed at him, and we saw the scale. And you know, for me at least, it wasn't too much of a shock, but for a lot of people, it was a shock that this happened. And a lot of people took a lot of inspiration from him. Oh God. Oh yeah, the video. Do you mind if we watch it in the next stream? Because I just want to keep this to like Cosmic Skeptic. So I promise I'll watch it in the next video, okay? Yeah, otherwise it's a bit too personalized. But we're watching the next stream. It'll be the first thing we watch. YouTube is ranking you higher because you are live streaming, I think. Oh, maybe. I don't know. If he's honest, yeah, I'll watch next time I'm watching the stream. Okay. Yeah, it might be because I'm streaming and it comes up. I don't know. Longest stream ever? Not here, no. I think the longest stream I've done is maybe 10 hours. I don't know. But yeah, I didn't plan on it being this long, but, you know, the cult does what the cult does. I want to say thank you so much to everybody who super chatted today. We had a lot of people, you know, showing their appreciation via tips, via super chats. We had, you know, Marley, gifting out subs. We had Monster super chatting, Soytheus multiple times, Vegan Rebel, Rationality Rule. We had loads. There's too many actually to say, but you know, special thank you to Marley and Alex H for gifting out subs to people, because then that means more people can enjoy the exclusive content that will be coming out. Do know that I uploaded a video to my 3rd channel. It is here. I will link it right now. And to all, yeah, 170 people viewing at one point. Imagine if I could see that many people come visit that often. That would be pretty based. That is the dream, at least. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody for coming. And check out my other content, okay? You'll have a great time, I swear down. But yeah, I do hope you're well. Until next time, salads. I will see you soon. Goodbye.